open up our new colony, the Unwelcome Solicitors. For those who missed why we're on a new colony today, and when I say today, we started yesterday. Unfortunately, the run we were in, it didn't die. The unstable branch got updated, and it bricked our run. That I don't know if it was the unstable branch itself, or a mod, or an interaction between it, but we were no longer getting the mood bonus for raiding successfully. Instead, building up the mood penalty for not raiding, even though we were raiding people. And that means we'd ultimately be stuck with a minus 18 permanently, which is bad. So then I went and I was like, okay, well, let's try reverting down to the stable branch.
For education, are we?
What's your favorite mod, either concept or functionality, even if you don't do it? Random research. Random research is a big one. I like being able to randomize the research just because it forces me to not fall into certain patterns. And it means I can't beeline to the thing that I really want to do super fast. Let's see. Yeah, patches. You wish RimWorld had sanitized launcher like Minecraft other ones? Yeah, to be fair, for the most part, I haven't had much issues with updates in RimWorld. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that, and that support is incredibly generous. It means a lot, so thank you so much for all that. Yeah, this stream has a great bunch of topics today. Yeah, no, I don't mind talking shop. It is one of those things that, as a content creator, and this isn't Twitch saying don't talk shop or whatever, it's kind of a conventional wisdom among creators that you don't talk numbers, you don't talk shop more than a little bit. Because for a lot of people, it can kind of drive them away. It can be experienced negatively. Like, if I go and, insert name of game that someone has recommended, be like, oh yeah, I'd love you to check out this game. And you're like, oh man, this game has no viewership. I can do it as an indulgence, but I can't stay in it kind of thing. There's a very real chance, when I say a person will take it personally... Oh, yeah, that's fine. You can go ahead and do that. I just saw, a humanoid person running over there. I was like, oh, crap. I forgot I was the wild person. I was about to be like, please don't run down there and get nommed. Yeah, you're a wild person. Do what you want. But, you'll have people who can't separate the reality that a game that's good and a game that's good for stream are not necessarily related in any way. You can have games that are amazing games that, game of the year, best in class, cult-like following, really, really top-notch stuff, but for content creation are just really bad. They're just too slow, they're hard to follow, they're visually noisy, whatever the reason are, and it's just a thing. But, at the same time, it can also go the other way. There are some games that can be a really fun streaming experience, and then you go to boot up the game not on stream, and it's just not fun. That audience participation is really what makes the game. And that's usually games that have, stream-enabled content, those kind of things. That they can be the kind of games that, without that one that has, the Twitch interaction kind of thing, the game just is, missing a key component, so the game kind of rings hollow without of it. There's not many that fall in that. It's a lot more the other way around. That especially, a lot of your 4X strategy games are very, very difficult to stream. A lot of very story-heavy games, especially if it's a long story. Yeah, no, I have the YouTube up as well. Yep. Yeah, the moment we went to actually start playing the game, I brought it up as well. I do that every single day. Let's see. You also avoid PvP focus streams? Yeah. Yeah. And Ronger just over there on YouTube being like, first. You also like MMOs? MMOs have their hit and miss. That's the thing. There's there's a difference between preferences and things that just aren't catered well for the format. And generally speaking, very story-heavy games are very difficult to stream. Like 4X strategy games are very difficult to stream. Puzzle games are very difficult to stream. You've got to do a lot to carry the game in those ones that just, like, playing the game and having good interactions in itself isn't enough because the game's kind of doing you no favors. Whereas a lot of your very social interaction heavy games, they are a lot easier to stream. Kenshi is a weird one. Kenshi's a weird one because it has like a cult-like following. So it can sometimes be good or bad to stream, just really depending. I've streamed Kenshi a number of times and I've had it on both sides of the fence and all that, and it's just, yeah, you can name the people after stuff that can give it a little bit there. There's a lot of mods that could take a little bit of the slow down the cruff and get it moving. It is a game that is unhinged and just does stuff. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. So like Kenchi's definitely one. It's one of those games, if you there's just certain parts of Kenshi that just are slow. Like especially right at the beginning of Kenshi can be really, really rough to stream. Because when you first boot up Kenshi, where, you know, you can't fight your way out of a wet bag. Like you walk up to a single starving bandit and they just put you in the dirt. There's just that early game of just trying to get things going. There's also a lot of strategies that people use in Kenshi when they're playing a game normally themselves. Like the whole thing where you just have them mine that ore and drag it back and then sell it, then mine the ore and drag it back and sell it until they got a decent amount of movement speed and a decent amount of strength or whatever. Those are strategies that are perfectly fine to do on your own because you could just fast forward or whatever. That's not the most entertaining for stream. You gotta put a lot of effort into doing some filler for that time while that person's just doing that if you're gonna use that strategy. The way I've seen people do it most effectively when they stream it is kind of having like an A-B group. So you've got like your one group who's doing all the monotonous just chipping away at a rock and dragging it back and forth to make the thing, so the base building and all that. And then you have an adventure group who's just going out and honestly getting themselves beaten the crap out of again and again until they're strong enough. But picking fights they probably should and only stopping long enough to heal up before picking on the next fight. And that's just to basically keep stuff going forward. And genuinely in Kenshi, that actually works really well as a strategy. About having one team that their entire thing is just basically to fund your military, while your military team just goes out there, keeps doing their thing, until they need to, you know, finally come home and either drop off all the junk they've looted or whatever. You know, need recovery time, need to go and get some limbs replaced or whatever the deal is. But there's a lot of like getting over that first hill in Kenshi. That's a whole rough thing. Begin conversion ritual on KLL. All right, so we got about an 75% chance of a positive outcome. Some decides Kenshi 2. I'm worried for Kenshi 2. I want it to come out and be good. But the fact I've seen multiple times that they've had to replace staff on their team, like, and they're talking like team lead kind of people, it does worry me that the project's in dev hell and they're just kind of cycling through people to try and get it going. I hope that's not the case. We don't really know. But, like, the fact that we keep seeing them hiring team leads again and again, you're just like, what's going on? You don't need that many team leads, so you shouldn't be churned through that many. But it's again, I hope it turns out well. I'm a little worried that they may have overcommitted to what they want to do, and now they feel like they can't back out, and now they're in this weird spot where they're having difficulty delivering, and it's just becoming a thing. Because that kind of stuff does happen. Okay. And right now we got 2 prisoners here. I don't remember what we're getting for a reward for them. Flesh shaping. KSP2? Yeah, KSP2 is sad. like indicative of people joining, then realizing what a crap show it is, and then abandoning ship. Yeah, that's the thing. Now, it could be like entirely reasonable things, like, you know, people pass away. Sometimes you have people and they're passionate about the project, but someone else rolls in and says, "Hey, I know you're doing this passion project for like a little bit over, you know, kind of the minimum that's reasonable for this position, but we'll pay you way more." And it's like, well, I've got a family. I'm obviously going to go and take the safer, more lucrative thing to make sure my family's taken care of. Like, there's plenty of reasons for it. And yeah, it can also be that there's stuff there, but it does worry me that as long as it's been, and it's been a long time, and we haven't been seeing that significant of forward progress, that it is stuck in dev hell. Where, you know, you go into like the treadmill of devs kind of thing, and that can be a really hard thing to write after you start getting down that path. To get back into what we got going on with RimWorld, I should probably figure out that. We've been just all over the place conversation-wise. In the run right now, we are a raider ideology. We are also a pain is a virtue ideology. And the things to know about that is the raider ideology means I have to raid people every so often, or our people get really mad about it. Like, inconsolably mad about it. So we have to commit irregular acts of violence. And then pain is a virtue means instead of where people get a really severe mood debuff when they're in pain, we get a very significant mood bonus for being in pain. And that we also want scarification. So if you look at our people, you'll start seeing people having like itchy scars on them. That's what's going on there, is we are putting scars on ourselves. It makes our people happy. And if I do not have the scars, I'll be thinking, you read Kenji 2 is taking a loss? One YouTuber file said the budget is getting too big. Still not cut from cutting out. You feel it will be cut? Yeah, we have no idea. Like, that's the thing. You also do have to be careful when people give you the inside scoop or whatever who are content creators on games, that while there are people who legitimately do have that information and can give you that information, the vast majority of people who have those claims just are blasting garbage out into the wind, because if they can report on something now, that's enough to get people to, you know, tune into their channels, all that kind of stuff. So it is a thing to be wary of that. Again, and sometimes they're right, but it is a whole thing that most likely people on the outside aren't going to have reliable information. Okay. So I've got the grav engine. I am going to uninstall the grav engine. And we're going to haul it home. I, of course, have like one of the only people who won't do hauling. And that's because the rest of that's replaceable. The grav engine's not a whole thing. Pick it up. You don't need to tell me, man. I played this game enough. I was already working on it. Yeah, the worst we've had is I have had people try and steal our engines, that they managed to yank them and start running. I haven't had anyone actually get away with them. If Kenji 2 has problems, you're going to be so sad. Yeah, I mean, it is an unfortunate reality, and it's not even just games. It is an unfortunate reality that a lot of times when a company, team, developer, whatever, has like a really successful first title, it's that second title that's most likely going to be where you see if they're a one and done, or they're going to be able to repeat that. Because it is very hard to deliver one success after the other. Especially if it's a knockout, kind of out of left field kind of game. Yeah, you learned that one the hard way. Raid joined next to it, instantly decided to take what they could. Never made out there. Oh yeah, no, it's because that thing isn't like 3,000 wealth or something like that. I want to say you're worth a pretty penny. 2,000 wealth. So when it comes to your items on a tile early game, it's hands down one of your most expensive items. We did get electricity up. And the reason I wanted to research that immediately is because now that I've done that, it does put the basic grav tech as a possibility for random research to hit. So I can't do anything with the ship meaningfully. I could slap that down in some substructure, but That's not worth anything to me right now. But, we want to go ahead and have them get all that taken apart, get it all hauled back, that kind of stuff. And then the intent would be to... Is that the prisoners going? Yep. Alright, so carry you. And you. Have you tried semi-random research? Yes. That is what I'm actually using. Because random research, the mod called random research, no longer works. Nor is it going to get updated. I believe it was one of the mods by UG, who is a developer who passed away. Oh, there's the other one. Alright, so we'll have you apply the tech print. Muscle parasites, cool. Using the progression fork UI. I have no idea what that is. I'm assuming a different mod. Yeah. For those who don't know, UG made a lot of really popular mods. You are starving. I don't know how we're going through all this corn so fast. Oh, replace stuff was theirs. Yeah. Cool. Whole map is now available. I don't know why they chose to run in there, but you know. That is certainly a life choice. We'll have you rescue them. Oh, that's a real big problem. Who is our cook? Need to make baby food. You pop in, you see fire, you see RimWorld whirling. Yeah. Okay, is that trade caravan back here? No, they bailed. They got hurt enough that they left. Requesting people for labor. We're not gonna worry about that right now. I'm doing pretty good. Oh, don't make that right now. I need you to make baby food for the baby. Because the baby is starving. And while the others can make do with other stuff. That's the whole thing. Yeah, it's been a weird run where it feels like I've got all the stuff I need, and then suddenly I don't have any of the stuff I need. Like, food-wise. Like, it's... I blink, I'm like, alright, I got 1,500 food, and then I blink again, I'm like, where'd my food go? Okay. So I got some of this corn is just about to be grown again. Also, we'll want to go here, production, or no, it's, ideology, styling bench. You can shove that in that corner. I'm gonna need to kill this person. Yeah, they keep pulling up my stuff and then botching it and all that. But unfortunately, they get to die. There. Because they keep pulling up my crops again and again, and it's not helping. I'm also going to tell them to kill the 2 crows that are inside my perimeter, so they don't eat my crops either. Okay, and we have smooth marble, so we'll go down here and say structure. I'll build a tile of marble back there so we have like an enclosed area. But yeah, now all the bugs on the map are finally dead. And that'll be fine. Starvation is again a thing. What are you doing right now? Oh, you're cleaning up that tile. Yeah, problem is that pulling it up early, you get way less yield if you do that. Well, I mean, actually get up, not pretend get up. There you go. I need people to not be starving. Okay, no one's starving for the moment. Not running Actung? No, I run very, very, very few mods. Let's see. I don't really have any food to tame with. Yeah, no, generally speaking, I run very, very, very few mods. Your vanilla list is at the moment 35? Yeah, if you look at my mods, like 4 or 5 of my mods are just dealing with music. Then I've got like a mod that gives a temperature both in Celsius and Fahrenheit so that people watching, no matter what unit you use, you can understand. But really, it's very little, very, very little mods. You know, use the music ones. You're having errors on your recent list to 300 with them. Yeah. And I've always been someone. Could you mine that one block so you don't have to go the whole way around? Thank you. Oh, right. Another reason why we're dealing with food issues, like half my colony has gut worms and muscle parasites and stuff going on. But yeah, no, when it comes to game, like mods that change gameplay, the only ones I have is we've got the Fog of War, what is it, like RimWorld Explorer mode. We got that one, that's new to this run. We've got no research, which means I start with no research, and random or semi-random research, which means I don't control what research I get. It's, you know, basically Randy gets to decide. So we don't really have much control over any of that stuff. But otherwise, oh, and self-dyeing, which is just, they'll dye their clothes their favorite color, so that not everyone's sitting there wearing gray all the time, or whatever color the animal you're using for your fabric, or whatever your material you're using for your fabric is. So it makes it a little bit more interesting. But those are the ones that affect gameplay, is those handful. Man, I used to use a couple more. Like, I used to use allow tool was one I'd run regularly. Even that, it only sometimes run. Please treat the people. Okay, you're already being tended to. As long as someone is tending to the people who have the muscle parasites. You saw one in the workshop today, you can order pawns to a map edge, and it generates an encounter for you on the bordering tile less than 1 hour across to continue your manual journey across the map. Yeah. There's lots of cool mods. I just prefer to keep my games relatively unmodded. We can switch that over to medical and to regular colonists. Okay, so you're getting your marble blocks. Let's go here and go furniture. Go in here and put a couple marble shelves in the middle. That's massively overkill, but it's fine. And the intent to do this is to make the entire thing here a hospital. Let's see, you don't know if it's limited to one pawn though, but coupled with WSAD mod, could be RimWorld Adventure Mode. Yeah. Well, that to me is like a major over kind of mod. You'll generally find I will almost never run any type of mod like that. I've just had such bad luck with those kind of mods over the years that I've come to just not do those mods ever. The ones that, like, you know, add a whole bunch of different like weird controls and all that kind of stuff. I also just realized you need to be set to preferred. Don't leave all that junk on the floor. They wish for a sanitized launcher. So I'm not really understanding the sanitized launcher idea. Is that like, because I haven't played Minecraft hardly at all in ages, is that the idea you can like hit one button to just launch the game without the mods and another button to launch it with the mods, or like what does that do? Because like you can also go into RimWorld and disable your mods as well. Just go up and just say turn them all off. Oh, that's cool. That conversion just happened on its own. Nice. Breaking Une out. Well, I'm sorry. You don't let me see your stuff, so I don't care. How are we doing on our Conquest stuff? Do we need our Conquest soon? Yes, we need our Conquest almost immediately. Like, for example, you download the Minecraft launcher, pick a pack for version 1.10.2, and you'll be running the exact game version, pull the mods built for and bug fix for that specific version. And yes, you can have vanilla installed separately. I gotcha. That makes sense. So basically, it's just, it is a thing that they'll be like, this is the version for that one. All right, so we got components. 5 people for components. So let's go ahead and form caravan, go over there, come back here, accept. All right, so Earth Rush is going. KLL is going. You're going. And Zerx is going. Is that right? Yeah, because you... Is that right? Rongor, are you my cook? Yeah, you're my cook. So Rongor stays to cook. Code stays to farm. And the rest of you go. You don't have a lot of food between you, so this is going to be a little bit rough. You're going to get there, basically have no food, and then have to come back. Basically like a Docker for the gameplay mod pack. Yeah, no, it's kind of a cool idea. I wonder how much of a pain that would be to set up, use, whatever you want to say. Like, I mean, for the devs, like at this stage, to be able to go through and say, like, here's this version, you can target this version. I also feel like for RimWorld, there's not as much of a draw to kind of going back. and, you know, targeting past versions. Like Minecraft, there's a lot of reasons why people will be targeting different versions here and there. But I feel like RimWorld, once you've got the new version, you go from 1.5 to 1.6. I don't see a reason you'd want to go back to 1.5. Versus, like, I felt with Minecraft, with, how many entire, like, full game modes were built off of stuff there. There's a lot more reason for it. All right. I really need to get you to get there before nightfall. Wake up, royal apparel. That's fine. But see, there are people who play RimWorld on 1.4 and use the corner punch exploit and singularity hitbox. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I just don't end up seeing any of that because to me that's weird. Yeah, there's also people still playing 1.5 for Saber Ship 2. Man, like Saber Ship 2 is such a cool concept, but I tried to give that mod like a proper go a couple of times, and that is one of those mods that just the balance just does not exist in that mod. It very much felt like cool tech demo kind of thing. Are you just running away? Where are you going? So what weapons do you have between you? You got one revolver, one shotgun, and a bunch of knives. Okay, bolt action here, assault rifle, you there, you here, and you staged and ready. Because weirdly they're standing out by the water where they have no cover, allowing me to get cover. And then they've got relatively short-range weapons. What's your range? Oh, you're right about to step into it. Yep, slowly walk over to me and just let me start cracking off shot after shot. Okay. Meanwhile, you can go poke in there. Oh, it must be up here. You can poke in here. Because I'll need to go out of here pretty soon. We can go orders, allow all of it. Because they're running out of food. Yeah, for some, somehow so many mods still just not building on the final version, still holding out for new ones. Well, I think you're going to find a lot of mods just aren't going to update at all. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that. Like, the developers might not be around anymore, might not be interested in the game. Oh, what is your deal? I didn't even check. Quick sleep, too smart, teetotaler. Nah, that's fine. I don't need you. Give me all of your food and medicine. Give me the stack of components. And honestly, I'm not gonna bother grabbing your guns. Okay. So you're on your way back. You got 2 days of food. And all that good stuff. But yeah, I know you end up having a lot. Oh, you mean KSP when I was last playing, you saw new mod updates for older versions of the game? Yeah, to me that's a weird thing. For me, generally speaking, I like to keep up with the game. Now, for an example, like right now we look at Project Zomboid, and I don't really like the direction that Build 42 is going. Like I like a lot of the things they've added, but as far as like the flow of the game and all that, it's going kind of in a way that I'm not enjoying. But at the same time, if I were someone making mods right now, I don't think I would meaningfully target Build 41. Like, there's some argument to be made for that, but you'd be kind of building a mod that you know you're going to be ripping out and, you know, having to redo anyways. Let's see, the Minecraft main mind frame, it makes sense, because there was a stable pack basis on specific versions, but KSP development is over, so there's a final version, yeah. Skyrim has had a dedicated part of the modding scene that sticks to an old patch, although it's slowly dying. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I'm also someone, like I said, who's not really into modding, so it's just never been a major concern for me one way or the other. Disease flu. On the baby and you. And you're the doctor. You got self-tend on. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, we've got some good medicine. This is probably a waste. It is just flu. But the number of times I've lost someone because just food gets short or whatever at the last second, I'd rather just slap that full force and make sure we get through it with no deaths than sitting on a bunch of glitter world. Why wasn't someone giving the penny-oxylin? I think we're out of penny-oxylin. I only had like one stack of the... Oh, actually, no, I got penny-oxylin. You should be on penny-oxylin. Oh, penny-oxylin doesn't help with flu. Sorry. Penny-oxylin helps with malaria, sleeping sickness, and plague. The penny-oxylin doesn't prevent everything. It prevents the most dangerous things. You don't have muscle parasites out of you, right? Okay, so I'm not going to waste glitter treating muscle parasites. Okay. And we're working on royal apparel and all that. We probably won't worry about any of that this time. We do have the harpsichord. That's something to be made. Not worry about the great bow and all that. Yeah, we're getting down to the point where our early stage research, we've got almost nothing left. Now it's just a matter of how fast does it randomly choose the GravTech engine. And you want me to send you a colonist for 10 days. And you're going to give me a map that'll probably show me where a unique weapon is, because it's called Dangerous Folk. Is there someone I want to give up for 10 days? That I could just do without for 10 days? I could probably send KLL out for 10 days. That's fine. You'll figure it out. Sure. I probably should take the glitter world. I probably should take the glitter world. Yeah, the glitter world's the right choice. Okay, so get you out of here for a little while. Because we've been struggling a little bit on food. I don't really know what happened with our food. I just don't remember like what led up to it if I just failed to notice something. Why would you send the glitter world all the way the heck out there? Like the jade I'm less worried about. But you got all this space right over here. Just drop it here inside my perimeter. Whenever you release a game that'll have version control built in, wherever possible, you think it was a lack of growth speed? I'm trying to think if we had a bunch of refugees here or something who ate a bunch. Because keep in mind, with the corn, it's actually very efficient on the nutrition. It's just, you do a lot less labor per nutrition. And this much growing, like this much corn is more than enough. So something happened where we lost a bunch of food at some point. And that's what I'm not remembering, is like where along the lines that food went missing. Alright, so you're sick, but we're still gonna have you talk because everyone else's social sucks. Take the go juice. Take the smoke leaf and the side tea. You have like no money. Alright, so forget those things I just said. Now you can take the poor quality incendiary thing. We got a couple of worn face masks you can have. You could have some worn clothes here. You do have some medicine, so I'll take that. I'll take your meals. You can have a couple of beers. Sorry. We can take the smoke leaf. And we'll give them enough side tea to cover them. Alright, so we got a couple more meals out of that. We got some medicine. All that stuff. Okay. And we'll keep that going. But yeah, no, corn takes forever. That's the big liability of corn. Is, say for example, you get hit with a blight. Blight hurts your total amount of food on corn way more than, say, like rice or potatoes and all that. Because if I'm not to the point where I'm getting anything out of it, if we get blighted, suddenly it's all gone. So I put in all the time without any of the reward. Need more wood? Yeah, I need more wood. I'm not gonna make those. Get out of here. That's kind of the big thing right now, is they just don't have the growing people. Right, and you got muscle parasites, which is slowing you down as well. Okay. Yeah, muscle parasites is actually deceptively bad. It's just one of those things, if you look at it, the muscle parasites here, they're reducing our ability to get stuff done by 30% movement and 30% manipulation. It's just one of those things that can absolutely, like, death by 1,000 cut you so badly, where you just lose a third of your efficiency on all tasks involved for a handful of colonists. So it can just really escalate. Couple that with the cube. You do not keep the cube around. That's the first and only mistake with the cube, is keeping the cube on scene. Like, if you want to challenge one of your own, just keep the cube around. It is its own challenge mode. Alright, critical, medical, done. And those are medical slabs. You could tell they put a blue stripe on the top of them. You got sandstone and granite. And even more muscle parasites to deal with. Is there any actual downside to immediately dropping or potting the cube right away? There's not really a downside. You are going to have someone who's going to get gradually madder and then eventually go comatose. But that's kind of what's going to happen anyways. So really the only concern there is the timing bad? Alright, so we're being attacked immediately. We got a pair of Neanderthals up there. And one over there. So let's hurry over here. They're attacking immediately, right? I didn't misread that. That's gonna be a mess because there's no way I'm avoiding getting... Well, that's not good. Because you have those muscle parasites, you just fell down instantly. Muscle parasites suck. Come on, Code, get on them. Those Neanderthals are just gonna kill people. This is probably a lost colony at this stage. 2-1-1 Neanderthals in melee is not a good time. So start trying to back off. Hope we got enough hits to really slow them down. Muscle parasites just kill you, man. Come on, let me deal with that one. Stop chasing me. Come on, drop him. Trying for something risky. Too late. Okay, last minute. Alright, you. How badly hurt are you? 2 hours, 15 hours. You, right now, tend to them right there. Okay, you. How bad are you off? 6 hours. Tend to them. You. Tend to them. Eesh. Muscle parasites. Oh, you are going to be way too late, Apple. You tend to them instead. Apple, you get out here and start tending to this one. If we get the opportunity, we'll swap. Rongor, man. Oh, man. Everyone's got muscle parasites. Please, 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 please. Are you good? Finish that tend. Okay. Rescue. 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 All right. Give him just a couple of seconds. So Earth Rush here. You get out there and grab your sword. Oh, yeah, that's right. For some reason, I was thinking that there should have been more laying out here. Haul that and haul that back. You read the map. Order allow, starvation on Earth Rush. You'll take care of it in a moment. You don't like the parasites? Yeah, no. Muscle parasites is one of those ones that seems like it's not that big a deal, but the speed of which it can kill your colony. Because again, it's just everyone takes both the 30% movement speed and the 30% manipulation. It usually hits about half your colony. And depending on who it can just absolutely cripple your chances of getting stuff done. Okay, so drop you back down to normal medicine. Those are the few blessings we've got going here, is at least with the current situation, we're not having a bunch of mood breaks because we're pain is virtue, so while this person's down and they have mind-shattering pain, they are loving it. Okay, so I'm going to need you to go harvest stuff. And then you feed the Zerks, because if Zerks loses consciousness from hunger, that could still potentially kill them. So you gotta keep them fed, because their consciousness right now is at 10%. Because of the blood loss. So I cannot let their hunger dip too much, or they will die. But you can vent about one thing in RimWorld: visitors staying with us, taking the default social drug policy, using recreational drugs that are against their ideology and being mad. How is it recreational if it fits a -17 mood? Yeah. Well, and the workaround for that is to change your default like have your social policy assigned one and set your default policy to no drugs. I haven't done it yet, but I've been burned by that. A lot of times I will take the time to switch it over so default is on no drugs, and then I can go through and manually set people. Where did your sword get to this time? There it is. Equip that when you're done. Even if you don't do social drugs, they'll still raid your penioxylin. Yep. Well, that's, when you go to your drug policies, you can tell them no on the penioxylin. So yeah, so what we would do here is we go to our drug policies, go to our no drug policy, and then you can go here and say, make this the default for new colonists, and we don't have penioxylin set on this. So if you sign that when someone new joins your colony, they'll be set to the no drug policy, and they should not touch your penioxylin. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. We need to get out there and harvest more of that. Okay, so Zerks is back up. So go grab your assault rifle. Why do I keep feeling like we're missing some? Oh, we are missing someone. I said someone with the mission. I was sitting there, I was like, I had another person. Where do they go? Right. We sent them out with the quest. Because the sitting there looking at the bar being like, where's my last colonist? We stopped the kidnapping barely. Like, they got there. This is the person carrying someone out to kidnap. That was one tile from disappearing, because when they touch that tile, they're gone. So we got that last second, and which we risked We risked getting stabbed here by Cape just trying to get that last shot off to hopefully save the day, and it worked. You're a pregnant refugee staying with your colony and immediately slamming back a beer? Yep. Yep. That is what reasons you gotta be careful about your assignments. Okay, and everyone's through their flus and all that. Hey! Jonathan, thank you so much for the raid! I was lurking there a little bit earlier. I don't know what you were playing, but I was hanging out a little bit, listening to you play some music. I also got to see you on Tiny's podcast on YouTube and all that. So definitely go check out Jonathan Ong. Absolutely amazing content creator. Does lots of fun music stuff. Just absolutely amazing person that I highly recommend you go and check out and all that good stuff. But welcome in Raiders and all that stuff. I do hope you had a wonderful time with Jonathan. You had because when I popped in, you were somewhere like 9.5 hours or 9 hours into the stream, and I was like, man, Jonathan's going long tonight. But yeah, no, Jonathan's a lot of fun. Definitely one of those places I kind of sneak in and lurk after stream sometimes. He always goes long. Yeah, no, it says usually when I start, I usually don't notice him still on at that point. So I was a little surprised when I was like, wait, Johnson's on? It was less than 12 hours a day. 9.5 hours is pretty short for Jonathan. I guess I've just misunderstood that. Regardless, go check out Jonathan. Jonathan Ong, absolutely fantastic content creator. Also does like some really fun like effects in that. We'll break out the piano and start playing, and he'll have like, you know, as he's like on the piano, have like these like laser light things going up and all that, like really cool effects that he's gotten added to his channel. Really solid stuff. When normal people sleep, he's streaming. I know that. I know how that is. I may or may not stream till what's like 4 a.m. my time. It's fine. But yeah, no, definitely again, Jonathan's fantastic, absolutely wonderful. He said he had to do 14 hours the day before, right? Did he? I think you fell asleep. That's ridiculous. Are you saying Australians aren't normal? Correct. Next question. With all that said, for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomblade, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed and all that good stuff. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense on that record. But let's see. It is almost 11 at his time. He streamed all night. Yeesh. Rual Storge. Fun until you got a giant Ong dumper animated on the screen. Yeah. Now he's got some real fun stuff over there. But yeah, so with all that said, right now we're playing RimWorld. We are doing a raider run. So we are attacking our neighbors constantly, because if we don't do it, our people get really upset that we haven't committed violence recently. We are also doing pain as a virtue, so every time we get into horrific and awful pain, our people get really happy about it. It's pretty messed up. We also are scarifying ourselves, so, you know, putting scars on our eyeballs and all sorts of stuff makes us happy. Look, man, it's RimWorld. It's RimWorld, don't worry about it. But, the plan is to get our grab ship and then go conquesting our neighbors and all that. But we are using the no research and then the random research mods, which means I have no control over my research. They're going to research what they want, and they really went for the drugs this time. Which, cool, I guess. You don't know, you're worrying about it? That's fair. Also, don't worry about all the skeletons in the back. That actually isn't my fault. There was a nest back here, and a group of people decided to attack the nest and died horrifically. And I'm choosing to ignore it. So for once, it isn't my fault. Whereas other ones will be. I don't need a bunch of toxic waste packs. Yeah, also some really fun emotes and all that stuff, so definitely check it out. But yeah, no, again, I understand if you got a raid and run and all that stuff. Let's see, you heard Australia has the largest population of insects, and 1/3 of the bugs, they don't know what they are? That, or they don't know what to do. That sounds like made-up internet stuff. Alright. That sounds like a nice, reliable post on Reddit. Reliable there is trademarked, by the way. There are only so many insects in Australia. There are only so many bug scientists in Australia. Clearly the largest population of insects is in Louisiana for all the mosquitoes that have been biting you. Yeah, when you live near live near water in southeast US, there's definitely times that the bugs are clearly the ones in charge. Could you like... Oh, you got your food. Alright, so our food is getting sorted out. The problem is, of all the people that's currently still down, it's our growing person, which the fun news, we're gonna get that devil strand, finally. I cannot wait for these muscle parasites to be gone. They're so obnoxious. Man, I don't know. Will they know what 1/3 does, but the rest, yeah, they're the largest population. Bugs is meant to say different types of bugs. Let's see, how much control can you have in RimWorld? Is it Sims level control where you can let them do whatever they want, but you micromanage them? You can kind of let them go. Like, if you look, I've got a bunch of things. Like, here's all the different types of things they could do, like firefight, be a patient, a doctor, rest in bed, childcare. So you've got your different tasks, and I can go through here and say, this is your top priority. You know, that's your second priority, that's your third priority, fourth priority. And I can go through and be like, hey, you know what, Zerx? I think you should work on this bed right now if you could. And you can kind of go in there and micro them a little bit. One of the catches that they have in RimWorld is you've got moods. So if you look at your pawns, they've got their needs here. And right now, like, our mood is extremely good on this character. Do we have anyone who's kind of not doing so great? No, all my people are incredibly happy. But yeah, so if someone's mood gets low enough, you see like these little ticks here, they can have mood breaks. And so it can be like a very minor thing, like it could be a mood break where they just kind of go to their room and kind of just sulk. It can also be way, way worse where they go, Zerx could just be like, you know what? I think Apple Lord should die. And they will start walking over to kill Apple Lords. And while they're on a mood break, you have no control over that character. They're going to do what they do, for better or worse. And you can intervene by having someone else, like, arrest them or try and knock them unconscious or something like that. Or if they're trying to, like, murderous rage or something, you can have the person they're trying to murderous rage, you could just take control of them and run them away. And just try and keep running them around till eventually one of the two of them collapses from exhaustion. Let's see, most information I have from RimWorld is a person you follow on Blue Sky posting updates occasionally. Yeah, no, it's a really fun game. Xenogenetics. What is your research priority? Because what I want is the basic graph tech. Normally you control the research, but I am running a mod that makes it so I don't control the research. It just happens randomly. And yeah. Most moods can be solved with a few fists to the face. Drugs and genes that let us do more drugs. Yeah, pretty much. But RimWorld takes the idea that it's a morally gray game. You can do some pretty terrible things in the game, but you don't have to do any really terrible things in the game. So, you know, you can be as good, bad, or otherwise as you want. Oh, and there is some stuff you don't have control of. Like, apparently, Code here tried to hit on Zerx, and Zerx shut him down. So now Code is a bit upset about that. And then Zerx is also slightly... Actually, Zerx didn't care. Normally, the person who rejects it also has, like, I had to rebuff whoever... Like, you know, I got hit on, didn't like it kind of thing. Alright, well, everyone is starting to stabilize. Once everyone wakes up, we're going to do our new scarification ritual. Because if we don't have scars on our people, they don't like it. Just ideology things. Alright, so begin the slicing of pain. Alright. So Zerx here is gonna go ahead and enjoy a nice little ritual where we're going to do a ritualistic scarring of them. So we'll get to see where they decide to put the scar, because I don't have control over that. The big thing I don't want is their neck. Their neck and their head are really bad. Head's not great, because it lowers your maximum hit points of that part of the body. And neck and head put you at risk of instantly being killed. And it was a terrible slicing of pain. That basically, slicing of pain was terrible, the speech was stuttering and incoherent, and the scarification technique was botched. Everyone was waiting for it to end. -2 mood for the next 6 days. Cool, man. It was still worth doing, though, because now if we look at Xerx's thing, we'll see Scarified, that's +1 mood. Where if we have someone who doesn't have their scars yet, not Scarified, -1 mood. And for those who weren't here for it the other day, we are going to do a thing where every single time we can reform our ideology, we are going to turn up the requirements of scarification to the next level higher, so I'll have to have more and more scars. It's going to be terrible. These are ideologies I normally don't play, so we're kind of leaning into it just because we normally don't play this way. Let's see, a very mild winter. Snow is rare and only once every 5-10 years. Yeah. Yeah, southeast US has very mild winters in general. They can have some pretty appallingly hot and humid summers, though. Where it's like, you look at the temperature and be like, it's just 98, it's not that hot. Humidity of 78%, and you're like, oh. Air is soup. John, I'm taking you to the most wholesome friend. Oh, so turning up scarification requirements. Hey, man. It's just RimWorld things. Chicago, though? I actually don't know much about the weather in Chicago, to be honest. Flashdorm, RimWorld's way of saying F that location in particular. Yeah. Why is all the corn at like 1%? Holy crap, why is all the corn like basically gone? It was only out there for like a day. Bring in whatever you can. Salvage as much of that as you can. Something feels like it's not right with that. We've been having a rough time with this. Let's go back to what I normally do, which is I mix my crops. So I have a little bit, so let's go ahead and do this. Potatoes, strawberries. We'll make that more potato, and the rest could stay corn. Because it is just a thing I'm seeing here. Yeah, you're harvesting it, and it's all already at like 10%. Huh. I'd really like you to haul as much of this in as you can. Because that's a ridiculous amount of nutrition that we're just losing. Because it's being left to rot out there. And are you fine? Yeah, you're more of what I expect. You're pretty close to good. Maybe you got damaged really bad in a fight? Yeah, no, rain makes it quadruple, it deteriorates, but they literally just pulled this up, and it's pulling up at like 10% health. That's what I'm not sure what's going on with. Because yeah, no, it rots faster in the rain, you're not wrong. And it's considerably faster. But it's showing up at almost no health to begin with. So I'm not sure what that's about. Do the plants rotting before being harvested? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, all melee over there. All melee over here. I didn't leave a door open, so we're just going to go to the wall and start smashing on it. And unfortunately, it's foggy rain, which means our accuracy is going to be appallingly bad. Or are you going to prep for a while? Prep for a while is excellent. Let's hold this door open. Get you two to pop that door. Do we still have muscle parasites? Thankfully, no. Hey, Allison! Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, maybe it's a thing that they crop stayed up too long. We were dealing with muscle parasites and a whole bunch of stuff. I could see that potentially causing problems. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Also plays like a lot of RimWorld, Product Zomboid, all that good stuff, so definitely good times over there. Highly recommend. Cassandra was mean to you with the heat waves. How goes your stuff? We're doing it right. Struggling a little on the food. It seems like for whatever reason, our corn is coming up pretty much almost all gone. They keep sending Neanderthals during bad weather, which I'm not too much of a fan of. One more shot and then we back off. Okay. So get you all back there. Okay, so you took a hit. Not bad. You took a hit. Not too terrible. Okay, they're way up there. Let's not run all the way up there if we can help it. If they run the whole way up there, I'm pretty sure they'll be faster than I will be. So it'd be better for us to patch ourselves up, do what we can, leave this door open so they can run in here. Please don't go swimming right now. It's not a good time. Yeah, but at least this time I noticed it so we can grab it, because as long as it's in here, it should last. Yeah, almost all of that's popped out at like 1 health. That one's got some health. Yeah, something must have happened. Maybe we had a fire up here that lowered a bunch of health but didn't kill the crop. Okay. Okay, you don't have the kid. That's the important thing. Alright. So unfortunately, we're still dealing with foggy rain. Okay, so what do we got here? You're not too bad. You're pretty rough. You're not too bad. You're pretty rough. Now, they are Neanderthals, so... No, they're not Neanderthals. They're just baseliners. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. I was about to say, it's like that many... It's like, man, that's low melee for Neanderthals. They're not Neanderthals. They're just straight-up baseliners and an impid. Now, downside is they're all melee, and we're dealing with foggy rain, which is like one of the highest penalties. It might actually be the highest penalty. Nicely done. One more should get him running. Okay, you two just go about your day. All right. And we've got that all handled. Yeah, and the only hits we got is we got 2 solid mace hits on us, but nothing that actually caused serious injury. Does Grey Paul have an aim debuff as well? Ooh, that is an excellent question. I think it does, but I don't say that with any level of confidence. I don't think it's a bad one, but again, I don't say that with any level of confidence. I'd really like you to get that back indoors. You really like the exploration mode? Yeah, no, see, the only downside is it does cause some stuttering when you start traveling. Like, each tile you go to, it has like a tiny little hang like it's doing an autosave. Disease Plague. So, luckily we had Pennyroxylin, so it prevented the plague on 3 of our people. Unfortunately, the baby can't have Pennyroxylin, so the baby did get plague. So we are going to be treating the baby for plague. We're going to use our good medicine on that to try and save the baby. The baby had it coming? What about the innocence of youth? It's not the baby's fault the baby's named Pulverizer. The parents are setting up the baby to live a certain lifestyle, whether they wanted it or not. I'm trying to grab all this stuff we grew so it doesn't just rot out here. I'm just watching it disappear rapidly. Something... We didn't have a toxic buildup. I'm trying to think of why these are dying so fast. Those are at full health. So that's fine. Oh, deteriorating a rate at 30 per day. What? 30 per day? Wasn't it like 4 per day in the rain before? That does not seem right. Okay, someone needs to be like a absolute dedicated hauler. Who is going to get the job of dedicated hauler? So you have construction, you are mining, you're a grower, you're the cook and the artist. We're gonna bump your priorities up for if you're not cooking to have fairly high hauling. You're a crafter and a researcher. I just don't have someone who can be a dedicated hauler. Yeek, that's absurdly high. That feels like that shouldn't be that way. Something feels off by that. Like I said, it's faster normally. But there's faster, and then there's 20 per day. Okay, now it's down to 6 per day. No, I mean, that'd be about right. Okay, yeah, so the rain is so much worse than I remember. That's weird, because I've had that for a long time, but I've never had it be that big of an issue. Maybe that got tweaked with the latest update. Oh, and a good quality statue. Sure, we'll just put in there. Is that boosted by a difficulty modifier? I don't believe so. I'm also running at the same difficulty I normally do. So it shouldn't be that significant. Alright, meanwhile, let's begin our scarification. Because you don't have your scars yet. You want to be cool, right? Everyone knows to be cool, you gotta be covered in a, like, litany of scars. Why are you giving everyone scars on their head? I guess it's better than the one person who got in the eye. Alright, a satisfying slicing of pain. Excellent. Everyone's enjoying a proper, like, ceremony with all that. Oh, is there a meme precept affecting this? Affecting what? Because you'll have that for the scarring, but for crops, there's nothing. Like, the corn is the corn. It doesn't care what I believe in. The corn's just going to go over there and do corn things. Let's not bother planting any more hops. I haven't ever done the pain ones. I bet they're really good. They are generally good. Oh. Well, that'll be an interesting consideration. So we have an infestation that's triggering up here. Now, the problem is this is an actual infestation, not a passive one that starts on the map. So what will happen is eventually these bugs will continue to spread. That will get more and more nests, and eventually this will become unmanageable. The good news is our people are in relatively good shape. So let's go ahead and run on over there and get everyone together and take it on. Because if we deal with it early on when it's at its smallest, it's the easiest to deal with. Because that's about the only time the infestations get really, really bad, is just when you kind of leave them alone, or you're already mostly dead when it triggers. Okay. That's all the bugs themselves. So you two get out of here. How badly are you hurt? Not too bad. We already got our doctor back there, so that's fine. So the rest of you just pop up here and take out the nests so they can't reproduce. And it's handled. But yeah, now if you ignore that, if you look at these, it says reproduces in 2.2 days. They will not only make more bugs, but over time they'll make more nests. And so it is just one of those things that if you ignore it, eventually it just becomes like this overwhelming number. Oh, right. You're set to attack if you see an enemy nearby. That's fair. Okay, and you all get out of here. And that is an infestation handled. And we got pretty pictures in their 45 stream streak. Catch the last 45 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Okay. If your map starts out with an infestation, how do you handle it? You can ignore those ones. Those are passive infestations, so if you see where there's all this goop on the ground, there was nests up there, eventually raiders and trade caravans will end up targeting them and take care of them for you. They can just serve as a distraction. So they'll never expand or reproduce. Whereas the one where it goes infestation and then the bugs show up, those are the ones that'll continue to expand and can like exponentially grow if you don't manage them. Are you not going to treat people? I have you as a doctor for a reason. There we go. And are getting all of our place looking nice and all that little by little. Zerx is pregnant, so we got another baby on the way. Let's see, your favorite thing about caves, where is that? Your favorite thing about caves is when you forget them and one pawn breaks in the middle of the night while you're at 3x speed and you don't realize they've wandered off until the game slows down? Yep. Does that doctor have tenure? They have they're our only actual doctor. We're at their mercy. So if we push it, we go, what are you going to do? Fire me? And it's like, no. Butchering something. Oh, hey, don't walk across the entire map to go butcher an insect. I appreciate the hustle, but that's literally the opposite side of the map for something we don't even want. Okay. So they're gonna have everyone who's gonna be over here cooking and doing all that. Yeah, I managed to get a couple poplar trees up. Yes, it's not honestly my growing people, it's my hauling people that's the problem. And just our food getting caught in the rain. Yeah, it caught me by surprise. I got all the way up to like 30 damage per day on those. So it's like, okay, so 2 days of rain means I lose an entire crop. It's like, yeek. I feel like that was tuned up. I want to say it was only like 12 before. I know it was always bad, but that's some next level. You're on the lava tile and your pawns are just walking into flowing lava without having stuff there to do. Do you really have to give them an extra zone for flowing lava? It is the way they are. I do understand on the unstable branch, they have given a lot more weight to the pawns avoiding the lava, but that's the unstable branch. Ducks join. Oh, it's time for the great quackening. Where a dozen ducks, -4, all screamed out in quick succession, and then were silenced. And then there was much poultry on the menu.
Thank you Kiwi Bonderns for subscribing for 4 months. How's the colony today?
And thank you, Kiwi Wonders, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it that you've been subbed to the channel for 4 months, and thank you so much for continuing that support. I hope you're enjoying your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. The colony's doing pretty good. We've been having a little bit of a dicey earlier part, just with food, but that seems to be stabilizing. We just noticed that we were losing a lot of food to the rain outside. Like the rain was just really utterly destroying our food, which has been an interesting thing. Sterile materials, that's something. Okay, so I would like your Nutrimine to keep her Pentioxylin coming. We'll take all of the other stuff here and give it to you. You're willing to give me battery tech. I'll add that in the things I want. I'll take your book on animals, because at least that gives me a skill I can gain while just reading books. We'll toss out a bunch of our cloth clothing. I don't really care about a bunch of stuff down there. Okay. So we're getting our book, we're getting some Pentioxylin, getting a couple other things. So... Yaks join. Why are you desperately trying to give me animals? You know I'm just going to immediately butcher them and eat them, right? Yaks are useful, though? Yeah. I'd probably want a different animal, though. Like, the donkeys we could take for caravanning. And honestly, we really should. I was really hoping to get some alpacas. The muffalo is an acceptable one as well, but... you know. Muffalo greater than a donkey? Yeah, the thing is the muffalo's not on the tile. And I'm looking to have a breeding pair where there was just one muffalo running around. Alright, so we're back to everything rotting at ridiculously fast speeds. We'll grab some food. Okay. Let's see, how hot do you have to make a room to knock out all the insects in it? They have insulation up to 60. Oh, I have no idea off the top of my head. You can just kind of watch that you keep heating up the room until you start seeing them getting heat stroke. That's the thing I've never had to really do in my runs. Like, it's certainly an effective strategy. Alright, growth moment on Pulverizer. Pulverizer has become a child. Welcome to childhood, Pulverizer. You are now going to be restricted to... I'm going to change your zoning. Zone, manage zones, danger zone. Go ahead and include that, but I want to keep Pulverizer mostly restricted to being inside the perimeter. Because otherwise, if Pulverizer is running out with the wargs and all that, Pulverizer is going to have a very short and unpleasant life in this colony. When they step outside and a warg decides they look like a snack. Alright. Cool. So we'll have Pulverizer restricted to stay in that zone. Full recreation schedule. You can do your childhood and all that. And if you have time, it doesn't matter the priorities, just do what you can. Meanwhile, Pulverizer here needs to be kept safe. And the way we're going to do that is, congratulations, Pulverizer. You're 3 years old, here's your shotgun. Wouldn't want you in any kind of danger. Now, the way kids work in this, they got this learning stat down here. If we check their needs, they'll choose a couple things they want to do at any given time. Pulverizer wants to learn lessons. I actually don't have the infrastructure set up for that, so I need to fix that real fast. So let's get you... What stone do I have? Marble. So let's go ahead and make sure we get you a marble school desk. Actually, put it on this side. A marble school desk. And we're going to give him a whole bunch of those boards. And we're going to just toss 2 chairs back there. That way we can do all that. Here's the say goodbye to your shoulder. Yup. Yeah, so with Pulverizer, what's going to end up happening here is we want them to get that learning stat as high as possible. Because as that goes up, you'll get points towards your growth tier. And you can go up to 8 growth tiers per... like stage of kids, so like every 3 years, and at the end, at the end of the stage, the higher their growth tiers, the more options you get between like traits and passions and all that. Why so many blackboards? I want to say 3 was the max that I could work with it. If I remember correctly, it could be impacted by 3 at a time. If not, whatever. We're just gonna pretend they're yeah, 3 connected buildings is the max, to get the max benefit. Right, I'm going to actually manually make you finish that desk. Because right now, Pulverizer can't do any learning because they want to take lessons, and lessons aren't available unless I build that desk. Lung rot on Yak 1, because Yak 1 decided that the place that Yak 1 wanted to sleep was on top of the dead colony, or the dead raider. So, it needlessly got lung disease. As you do, I guess. Yep, so now Pulverizer's taking a lesson. So right now, Pulverizer is learning how to talk to people. So if we check on them, and we check on that social skill, and just like that, level 1 social. You have someone set to handle, right? Yeah, there you go. Getting rid of all the animals. And then Rongor here, I'm gonna quickly intervene and say I'd like you to go ahead and butcher those animals so they don't just go to waste out there. You know what's a great new event though? Storytellers burn their points even before you research fishing. Yeah. It is also one of those ones I'm not too worried about. Alright. Got a couple more animals for you to butcher. Trying to get through them all. What are you carrying? Nothing. Alright. Yeah, it's about to be the last one. It's getting too late. Okay. Yeah, it seems like we're getting perpetual rain on this tile. It's making it a little obnoxious because I'm having to kind of manually haul. I need a dedicated hauler. If we're lucky, Pulverizer here will get Jogger. And then maybe we'll be able to do that. Have Pulverizers just be like the dedicated hauling pawn. Just make them go fast. That said, we're in pretty good shape. We're getting all the Devil Strand made. All these Devil Strand clothes are going to be way better than the existing stuff. So we're just going to let them keep making that. We are going to be building the grab ship. It's going to be built up here, is the plan. It's just, I have to wait until we get the grab ship research. And that's just not going to happen for a while. Alright, you're still trying to tame the donkeys. We have gone to the far edge of the map. Sterile materials. Basic graph tech. Okay. Well, with that, forget taming the donkeys. I'll probably have to do one more raid. And then we'll be good there. So with that, we're deleting these two zones. Because that's where the graph ship's going to go. We're going to shrink this zone like that. I'm going to go ahead and delete the Devil Strand zone. Or not delete it. We're going to say no more sowing the Devil Strand zone. Because that just takes so long to grow. We could do other things with that. So let's go ahead and put our grav engine thing here. And start building out our ship. That's just going to take a while. I also will need you to start mining more materials. And those all need to be hauled. Because the plan isn't to stay here. We were just staying here long enough to get stuff done. I really wish you wouldn't leave stuff everywhere. I'm also surprised those bodies are still laying out there. Like that no one hauled them out of here. Okay, so you're getting stuff planted. That's good. U-Haul. 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 Just try and keep that food coming. Alright, so let's try and get some of the planning set up. So we'll have wall around this. Because I like walling that whole thing in. Just as a precaution. Like it'll have a door. Then we can put the command thing here. Actually, you know, we'll do something a little weird this time. Starvation on Pulverizer. Oh, you need to not be on that medicine anymore. Anyone else on weird assignments? Nope. Okay. I mean, honestly, they're researching that so fast. We'll just build it as we go. What I was going to say is it would be fun to have the grab engine over here, somewhere like way off to the side there. The other stuff. Okay, so you're refrigerated, so you go... Man, it is just foggy rain for days here. It's not the end of the world or anything, but every time I look over, it's like, okay, we're back to foggy rain again. Which is apparently what's making these rot so ridiculously fast. Is a tile modifier? I don't think there was. Oh, no, you're right. Wet climate. Yeah, and this is where we had the fog of war. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It makes sense that it's so bad with the wet climate. Okay, basic grav tech, and you're on to hydroponics as the next option. All we need now is a good power option. There wasn't uranium on the map, was there? No, just 11 units I got at some point. Yeah, keep in mind I don't have a decent source of chem fuel still. Plasteel? I don't have plasteel floating around here, really. Okay, we can go here and choose ore. Alright, because a lot of the other stuff we'd care about there. No, because I have to have the chem fuel processing. Until we get that, then I have no chem fuel. So right now, the only thing I do is tame a boomalope. And then, or like, just get enough chem fuel to get to a glow forest. If we can get to a glow forest, I can pull up a bunch off the map. Okay, so put this back here. You find stealers to come by with constructors now instead of miners. So many ruins, etc. Yeah, no, it all works. Hey, Rongor, go ahead and butcher those two animals real fast so I don't miss out on them. Okay. At the last night's session, you hit 0 steel again, and simultaneously at 12 steel. Yeah, no, you can get a ridiculous amount. Oh, and you're hauling the Gravlite panels back. That's fair. Okay. So, furniture, Devil Strand chair. Alright, so. Let's do a little planning here. So that's where the 2 fuel tanks will go. You got the chem fuel production. Yeah, chem fuel production can be here. I'll put the engines back there. Now you can put the shelves. Yeah, nuts. I'm planning for long term, so I don't have to change the ship shape later. Okay, the Eastern Triumph is what they wanted to name the ship by default. So we're the Unwelcome Solicitors is the name of our faction. So I definitely feel like we should go with something around that. Like I could do something like aggressive negotiations, or just have you considered solar? What's the name of the letter demanding you appeal to court? A court summons? Artok, we want to speak to you about your car warranty. Yeah, no, that's unfortunately going to be too long of a name. Hard talks. Can I speak to the homeowner? Could go even worse. We can make it sex as well. Is the man of the house home? We're not doing it, but that classic one where you, like the person shows up and they're saying that it's like, nah, man, you're on the wrong. Yeah, is your dad home? Involuntary donation collectors. You just call your ships like Japanese worship. Reasonable offer. Just aggressive sales tactics. PPI claim service. I was just in the neighborhood. Or no, it was I was just talking to your neighbor. Cold caller? I can go with cold caller. Or cold call. Offer you can't refuse. Go for irrefutable offer. And then we'll just keep it going. Irrefutable offer. So basically the same meaning, but making it a little bit more compressed. Okay, so go back down here. And I'll waste a couple of panels on this that I really shouldn't. Alright. And honestly, for right now, This is probably not the approach. But we'll go here. I can put some steel doors here. Shoot frenzy. We got insects will attack us. A masterwork harpsichord is definitely not nothing. We're gonna let that go for a bit longer before we accept it. How long do I have to accept it? 7 days. We're gonna let it go for a bit longer with the intention of just snagging it on the way out. You see Belinar's corpse ship in action? I have not. I got to see the ship, but I didn't see it actually like in a fight or anything like that. We can also go here real fast. Do a chem fuel storage there and there for right now. You believe he ended the run? Oh, those are not even. Don't do that. It'll upset chat. And you're missing one tile over here. Oh, that's why. Exotic trade's good. But 48 corpses raising from Shamblers as the front defense. Oh yeah, no, like right now, the Shambler defense is arguably one of the metas. Just having a room that you can keep the corpses fresh, relatively speaking. And doing that. Geothermal, we'll grab that. I'll grab your Glitter World. The flat screen TV would be a fun meme. I don't have way of powering it. It got up to like 96 later. Nice. And for those who don't know Belinar, can we get a shout out for Belinar? Another fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Same stream team on all that good stuff. But yeah, that's a fun one. Ooh, Social and Melee. We'll grab that book. But yeah. No, it's a really popular strategy. It's really effective. Like, there's a reason it's popular. It's a really effective strategy. I can do the TV. I'm gonna skip on the TV and keep the cash. Oh. Ancient soldiers, and they possess a unique masterwork weapon. Well, I know someplace that we're gonna be bringing some violence in not too long. Okay. So we're trying to build this as fast as we can. You still have the Gravlite panels way up here? Yeah, so we still have 250 Gravlite panels left. Can realistically put the side door for the other part of the ship there. We'll also put one here. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of an open area, and part of the reason I'm doing it this way is so one, I could chuck the chem fuel refinery back here. Two, when it comes time to upgrade my fuel tanks, I could just put in the larger fuel tanks, it'll just slot right in. And then three, I'll have some room for storage for the fuel in this area. I can also potentially see later on, if we get a shield generator, plop in a shield generator somewhere in this space, or the pilots things we can put in here. There's options. That's the main part of it, is there's options this way. Okay, so put 2 shelves there. Yeah, because those will go to being 3 by 3. Those will be 3x3 down here. For the time being, we can plunk those there. Plunk you here. That'll leave me room for the chem fuel production. I can put some more shelves in here. So put you here. Put you there. Put you there and there. And you've got almost all of that sorted. Let's manually tell you to, once you get back, to tear apart that one piece tile. Cool, water wheel generator. Neat. Okay, we went ahead and just quickly took apart that tile there. So you keep building. The perfect power source for a grav ship. Yup. This is obviously not going to be our long-term defense position, but the idea with this is I should be able to land with the ship in this setup and just have like where I have a defensive line pointing at the enemy and just attack immediately. All that. All this. All that. Try and get some of these panels back here so we can actually get a guess of what we've actually got going for us. And we don't have the chem fuel production ready. So that's something we gotta deal with. If we get someone with inspired taming, let's get that boomalope. Got more materials to mine up here. Alright, just seeing what they're each doing. So you're going to rest, you're going to rest. You're hauling a prisoner away. Let's have you grab that. You're sleeping, that's fine. I know we're not going to end up mining most of this, but I figure what the heck, I'm going to queue it all up. And if they get to it, they get to it. They don't, they don't. It doesn't really matter that much. He also didn't check very carefully for ancient dangers, but it's not really looking like there's going to be one. And that's okay. There's a random book laying out here. Why do you have a book laying out in that hallway? Okay. And stuff's getting hauled but not cleaned, which is a problem. This whole area is getting disgusting. Mechanoid cluster. Alright, I can choose to ignore that entirely. Sure. Let's just go zones. Expand the danger zone. Actually, before we do that, Let's go to assignments, zones, manage zone, copy the danger zone, rename you to kids, or actually safe and danger. And for the danger zone, we can just go here. We don't want to get too close, because otherwise you get weird pathing things where they'll feed themselves in. Okay, so all of you get switched to the danger zone, just so you don't go mess with that. And we're good. In the Gravlight panels, I've got one singular panel up there. All the others we hauled back. So I'm going to even do, go ahead and do that, and you haul the one panel back. We'll even be that greedy. Because the only thing that'll trigger that is getting way too close and then getting him into combat. I don't think we have a smoke grenade launcher. We got a smoke pop pack that can work in a pinch. Because what we would be able to do is potentially run up here, pop the smoke pack, take out this gun and those 3 enemies there. And then what we need to do here is build a wall on this side to protect the unstable power core. Then we can take out that last one, and then we would get ourselves an unstable power core. That might actually be worth doing. Got grenades? Probably, but I'd rather make sure we secure the stuff there. Because like I said, I can run up there and just pop the smoke pack, destroy that. The big part would be building a wall to protect the unstable power core really fast, so that when I blow that up, it doesn't blow up the unstable power core. Because if I just wanted to beat it, I can just walk around here, pop the smoke, shoot that thing, and be done with it kind of stuff. I mean, what I'd do is I'd ignore it, because it's not even a threat to me. It'd be the fact that I could score an unstable power core and shove it in a wall or something, which would give us a little bit of power permanently. Okay, so got all of you. So let's link these. Storage, clear, critical, and you're going to be chem fuel and wood. That when I get the chem fuel plant, which is already ready for it. Okay, and you'll have all that set up. I've got 246 to go. Where do you stand on wood versus chem fuel burner for power for the ship? People argue fuel density to you. I don't know if it's worth the extra work. I tend to make the chem fuel, and my primary justification for making the chem fuel is because I need to have chem fuel anyways. So it's not even like min-maxing, being like, hey, you know, this gives me more whatever. It's just, well, I already need this material. We're just gonna go ahead and, you know, use that material while we're here. Okay. You think you can run chem fuel over wood? You should run chem fuel. Yeah, and there's a lot of argument to be made for it. I get the idea is if you're short on crafters, that's tying up some crafter time. Like you're not wrong. I could see a justification there. But generally speaking, I'm probably just going to go ahead and go with the chem fuel, assuming I have the option between the two. All right, furniture. We can do wall lights. That's overkill for lights there, but if I put lights in the combat area, we'll be good for that. Like, you've only used your chem fuel on your current run, but now you're a convert. Alright, so there is a chance that you attack me. Let's just wait till we have an inspired tame. My luck is, especially with that one, if it turns, I might just get in that situation where we're already on top of it and having to fight it, and it ends up just exploding on us. There's not every... Let's see. Chem fuel is made from a variety of stuff, not only wood. Sometimes they're hard to find. This is true. That's another very strong thing. Oh yeah, no, if you come up with the infinite chem fuel reactor, that's just winning. Almost as you guess, Glowforce can't get normal crops. Right, but you can turn nutrient fungus into chem fuel as well. And then also, you don't have to worry about Glowforters because they have mushrooms you can literally just yank chem fuel out of. You can just harvest the plants and get the chem fuel you're looking for. Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with the argument that the chem fuel has a lot more options, a lot more flexibility versus, you know, using the other stuff. You're kind of a little bit more limited. Raiders are perfect fuel. I've seen a lot of people who go with, like, cannibal colonies who literally just take the raiders and just butcher them all into human meat to feed into the chem fuel. Literally fueling their ship with the suffering of others. Rare thrombos. Yep. Tame. Oh, we can't. Never mind. Silver ore meteor. Right in the middle of my freshly planted crops. Cassandra says, "You will effing take my meteor. And you will thank me for it." This is non-negotiable. This money is yours. Ancient stockpile. Cassandra deliberately boosting your wealth so she could hit you harder later. Is she playing with Twitch Toolkit? She thinks she is. Honestly, I don't think we've had a blight this run. Normally in these runs, I'm like getting constantly like colds. Like we have had a cold snap or two. Oh yeah, the mechs is like, wait, what's the red icons? Yeah, we still have mechs up here. I forgot about that. Like low-key, I partially want to try and get those unstable power cores because that the first Odyssey victory we had, or was it the first or the second? Oh, I think it may have been the second. It doesn't matter. We ended up having a ship. I think we ended up having 11 unstable power cores on the ship before we were at the point of just getting the grav core power and slowly getting rid of the unstable power cores. But yeah, so we had a ship running almost entirely on unstable power cores, like no external resources required to keep the power on forever. All right. So you can see how much thing. Let's see. Your raiders didn't grow really anything, but Randy really wanted to kill your single bonsai tree with blight. I didn't know the bonsai trees could get blight. I almost never have the bonsai trees. To me, that was always for when you're on a tile that doesn't really have much tree, and then you get tree huggers in your colony where they need trees around to be happy. That was the only time I really had trees of any kind. Yeah, no, I had, at the end, I had 2 Vanometrics, I think 11 unstable power cores, and then I was getting a bunch of grav cores, so I was just switching everything over to grav cores. Please stop going around that far. Okay. We'll take that, we'll take the drugs. Or medicine, which I guess are technically a type of drug. You can take a bunch of stuff that's slightly worn. Just give me the cape back. Don't bother giving that. Well, we'll give some of it. That's fine. You can get it when you get it. Battery tech. So advanced lighting, that'll be good. Yeah, with that, I could justify chucking in the back here some batteries. Because then this will be the area the bigger fuel tanks will take. We'll still have room for the chem fuel thing. You have to climb over these to get at the shelves when making that, but that's fine. Yeah, so we got a ship, it just got no fuel. Yeah, we don't know of a glow force or anything like that nearby. Quest expires. Oh yeah, the 3 hives. It's a masterwork harpsichord, which will be very good to have. Don't screw me, game. What? You targeted where? Giant insects are tunneling towards you. They'll break through a few records. Oh, you're in this tunnel up here. Oh, that's fine. Only 2 megas. That's actually not a big force. It's actually a very tame infestation, all things considered. Alright, looks like they're already aggroing. So again... That's not what you want. Okay. How are you doing? You're both cut up pretty bad. There's only 3 left. So I do think we keep going. Okay, make sure you're in the back. Yeah, so I've got 1 big one and 3 tiny ones. Okay, and we're just waiting on killing you. Alright, and you get out of here. And the last 3 of you, just get in here and clean up. Okay, yeah, so you got some pretty bad damage on you, you got some bad damage on you, and you got a little scratch. So once you all get into the hospital, start treating. Alright, and orders allow. Cool, so we'll have you haul that back. And you haul that back. And you haul this back. You are still tending to all the injuries, which is totally fine. And that's a Masterwork Harpsichord. And don't rest, you got more patience. Yeah, that ward getting in there definitely gave them time to get a couple more hits onto my melee people. Oh, good. We get free horse meat. Because they were just in between the fight when it was going down. Okay, you're getting ready to have your baby. I completely forgot that was a thing that was occurring. But yeah, so I think we'll do the same thing over on this ship that we did with our last one, where I'll have kind of a combined, like, recreation room, barracks, all that stuff. Thinking of a Diablos-only combat mech team, should you have a Centurion later down the road, down the line or two? Oh man, I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong, the Diablos throws some damage out there, but it's got like a lot of collateral with all the fire it throws around everywhere. So it'll be really good at knocking things down, but it's also those ones that, if you get like a drop pod raid in your ship, managing to not destroy, or in your base, managing to not destroy all your own stuff is gonna be a whole thing with a Diablo, like a Diablo-centered group. Okay. Let's go ahead and begin our next scarification. Because I'm pretty sure KLL doesn't have a scar yet. So get you onto team full of scars. Okay. That's fine. You like having at least 3 scythers? Yeah. Because that's what I was figuring, is if you're stuck in narrow hallways, those scythers can, you know, get work done kind of thing. And a spectacular one. +3 mood. Is anyone still upset about not having a scar? We are hitting the point of no conquest recently. Yeah, so the one who doesn't have a scar is the small child. So you can go down here for some pemmican and that. We get an obnoxious amount of wood I won't be able to carry, or a tiny, tiny bit of gold. Probably down here. So let's send a caravan and bring it back, except... Oh, you're still very injured. Let's wait just a minute. So basically, I'm going to need to send a caravan to go do one more conquest real quick. Because if we don't send them out to do that, we'll end up having... Oh yeah, no, the reason we have so many mood bonuses is, you know, we've got the thing where we get pain, we've got joyous presence, we've got scarification, we've got the slab. Like, you get the idea. We've got so many ideology bonuses going on. It's just the no recent conquest, which will be another bonus. So honestly, it's not hard to keep these colonists very happy as long as they keep being violent and terrible. I mean, practice our ideology. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so Earth Rush is ready to rock and roll. So let's go ahead and we can get the caravan out now. So we're going to send a caravan down there, return, accept. So Earth Rush is going. And then it was Zerx is going, you're going, and KLL is going. And the others stay behind. So it's 0.9 days. We got 2 days worth of food. So we want to go ahead and get all that on the move. Because otherwise that mood debuff will just keep escalating. Nutrient paste. We actually don't like nutrient paste in the colony, just our ideology doesn't have stuff for it. I'm gonna say yes. I don't really have the people to throw at it. So it's gonna be mostly them covering for themselves. I'll send Rongor and Code to assist, but if it's looking like it'll actually be even remotely close, we're just gonna let them fight it themselves and they'll do without our help. Yeah, because you've got what? You have no weapon, you have no weapon. You would have to get into melee. And you got a submachine gun. Yeah, no, it's, most likely, if they show up with any reasonable force, this is gonna be a one and done. They got 3 guns in their group. This ain't great. I don't think I'm gonna arrive in time. Reposition over here real quick. Switch that target. Hey, we actually did it. Let's get out of here before someone gets themselves killed. At least I assume, yeah, we did it. It's fine. Alright, nice and easy. That was the big benefit of their aim being as messed up as mine was. I don't remember what we accepted. Oh yeah, Cataphract armor print. Okay, and we can just have you run up here and apply that immediately. And we don't even have our high-tech research bench, but what we do have is our first part of our Cataphract armor print. That's certainly not something to be upset about. Okay. And you should be arriving soonish. Meanwhile, once you wake up and get some food, I'm going to force you to manually clean that room. Before you start getting yourself a whole lot of food poisoning. So clean the laboratory. Because otherwise people get food poisoning in here. We don't need that. Okay, so we got this one going in for a raid over here. Okay. So start moving up. Alright, so you have 1, 2 bows. It looks like impids. Hey, Disnoff! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff, and that your colony's going good and all that. If I can get a shout out for Disnoff, I'd much appreciate it. At the moment, we're getting ready to just go kill some impids because we're raider ideology and we have to murder people or we get really upset about it. But for those that don't know Disnoff, absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a whole lot of RimWorld among other games. So, you know, if you like RimWorld, you'll probably like it there. And also on top of that, you know, if you're here watching RimWorld, one would assume you probably like RimWorld. It's not a 100% assurance, but, you know, pretty likely. Oh, we're dealing with fog. Okay. I was like, we're missing all that? But high probability. But yeah. But again, check out Disnoff. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Somebody definitely recommend checking out. Alright, you're going to cover on that corner. We're just going to go ahead and back up a little bit. Why? Oh, you're about to have a baby. That's why you're moving so slow. I keep forgetting that we have a baby about to happen in this colony. Okay, that's gonna be you getting gored by an elephant. Have a nice time. You never played RimWorld? It seems too complicated? Nah, it's not that bad. There's definitely some learning that goes to it. Like, you know, any one of these kinds of games and you're brand new to it, you're gonna have a little bit of trial and error as you figure it out. So let's go ahead and claim all the doors. Check out our ill-gotten gains. Yeah, and I don't see anything that I have to worry about there. Alright, we'll be able to reform our ideology and all that stuff. But yeah, no, don't be afraid to, like, put the game on a lower difficulty. You know, avoid grabbing all the DLC right away, that kind of stuff to, you know, get a feel for the game. Oh, goody. It's full of pandas. Hey, KL, change of plan. We wouldn't want those pandas to go to waste. So they got the bench here. Go get some panda fur. Just typical impid behavior. But for those that don't know who I am, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I do play a variety of games, including RimWorld. It's one of my most played games on the channel. As well as lots of like simulation, settlement builders, city builders, tycoons, slice of life, life sim, a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. So that sounds good. I hope you'll follow and hang around, all that good stuff. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. For the record, the ideology we are running a raider ideology with pain is a virtue. So we hurt and it feels good. And thank you for those follows. So we're slowly scarifying ourselves, and I did set break up. Why did you break up? Let me guess. It's the fact that you're both getting disfigured because you're into scarification. But yeah, so I had made the rule is every time I reform the ideology, I have to escalate how much scars we need for people to be happy. No goats, no goats. Pandas, goats would be something different. Yeah, panda would be an interesting one. What leather do you get off the pandas? I actually haven't even looked. Bear skin. I guess that's fair. You just stand around and do whatever for a minute. We'll caravan out of here as soon as the pandas are processed. Because we were just doing this to prevent our mood from declining because of not having a conquest recently. KLL is not our normal cook. And then we got the elephant that got shot in all this. Okay, so with that, we're going to take you back off cooking. And we are running the Rim Exploration mod. I'm not running very mods, but that's kind of like the big twist on this one is we're running semi-random research. Oh, probably don't worry about the meat. That'll just rot. Let's worry about the leather first. I guess grab the tusks. We can sell those. I don't really care about your bow and all that. Yeah, sure, we can take it all. That's fine. Get out of here. It'll probably still rot in the way, but whatever. Okay, so let's get back to where we're starting to build our grav ship and all that. So we can get out of here. But yeah, so the big things this run theme-wise are, we are doing a raider one, and we're just going to be taking on as many enemies as we can. Just conquesting as much as we can stand until we're like, all right, I can't take it anymore. Kind of thing. So we're going to do that. We do have like the pain is a virtue and all that, and we do have the no starting research, semi-random research going. So when you look at our research tab here, say I really, really, really wanted something like geothermal power. It just says locked, can't do anything. And that when we also look here, it will randomly choose something and go with it. Will the grab ship be equipped with lots of turrets for more murder? We might add turrets to it. The turrets are fine. I haven't found the turrets to be especially great. Like, don't get me wrong, when you get a bunch of them on there, they can do some damage, but their accuracy has always been pretty awful. But still, they're not useful. Like, they can contribute, especially if you put them off to the sides, so that it draws enemies over there, and you can kind of use them like a landmine that occasionally gets a shot off here and there. Alright. So you're probably going to get to the point you can sew that. I doubt you're going to actually get to use that, but that's fine. Because the big thing is I don't have a source of chem fuel right now. I've been waiting to get a an inspired tame. Just because Boomalope as well as ones, if we tame and we fail and it goes Manhunter on us, the person standing right next to it shooting it is also likely to kill the person standing there because they might get hit in the neck and then have a boomlope exploded on them. So without the inspired taming, there's always a risk. And generally our moods are being incredibly easy to handle. Low-key, murdering people and then being covered in scars, weirdly really good for the mood. Like, very, very genuinely really makes handling the moods pretty easy. Alright, so we're going to reform. And what we're going to do, as I said, each time we're going to increase the amount of scarification we want. So we're moving up from minor to heavy scarification. Which does mean I need a lot more scars, because that means we're going to want 3 scars per person. So insufficiently scarred, so our +1 became a -2. So we need to just rotate people through getting the scars. And the big negative of the scars is they lower the max hit points of wherever you've been scarred. So that's like a whole thing. Okay, and you're almost back. Alright, so we're getting nutrient paste. I don't particularly need that. We actually already have hydroponics. What I don't have is any form of reliable power. Like, I could do a wood burner on the ship. Or chem fuel, but I don't have chem fuel processing yet. So that's not great. I probably will just kind of wait till we get something better. Unless, you know, I really need to get out of here. Yep, so they all spawned in where we had those mechs, and then panicked and ran away. So we had the group that was a couple. Yeah, no, really, they actually didn't have that big of negatives on them. Okay, well, I mean, it is what it is. So let's go to... So Zerx is the one who's upset. Look at Soul Zerx. See if we can't cancel that divorce penalty. Cool. And we did. Nutrient paste. Microelectronics. So the problem is that means I'm now short a bed. So this bed in the hospital will just not be a hospital bed for the time being, which I know messes with the hospital, but we're in the process of moving off the tile. I'm not going to sweat it too much. We're going to be doing without a proper hospital and a bunch of things. And if you look at the way I play the game and you're like, why are you doing this? You have corners in your room. Does that have any strategic benefit? Nope. We do a lot of stuff that's very suboptimal, either for aesthetics or because it's more enjoyable or whatever. And that just is the nature of the runs, so it is just something that'll upset people sometimes. That's like, yeah, it's not min-maxed. I used to do a lot of like 500% naked brutality stuff back in the day before streaming, and I kind of burned myself out in that playstyle just because you kind of don't have as much flexibility and get to do that much. You're not strictly forced to cheese or anything like that, but it does kind of pressure you into playing where you have to be very strategic about a lot of things. You can only get away with so much not making the strategic decisions before you end up just losing colonies. And I kind of got to the point where that started to feel very restrictive on the stuff I do. So these days I usually do weird challenges that isn't just tuning up the difficulty so far as like the percentage, but doing stuff like maxing out the pollution on the map and the tile and all that, and I'm not allowed to take any colonists who like it. I'm not allowed to ship the pollution off the tile. I gotta just deal with it. Or have an Adam and Eve challenge where I start with 2 pawns. It's effectively naked brutality, but 2 people instead of 1 that are a couple. But I'm only allowed to grow the colony by having kids. And so that ends up being an interesting one, because at the beginning, it's easier than naked brutality. Because you got 2 people, you can split the load. But by the time you'd be in a naked brutality run up to your 3rd colonist, you're already at a point where it's now easier in the naked brutality versus that run, because you don't have like half a pawn's worth of labor because you're splitting your effort between like 3 babies and all that, and you got a toddler running around who can hardly chip in. And, you know, the poor mom is struggling because half the time she's super pregnant and just, you know, waking up and getting things done around the colony is about the limit of what they've got, and then doing that while caring for an entire family is a whole thing. And you really can't get any of those kids to be able to do any of the more advanced tasks until they're like, they've been in the colony for like 3 years. So you've got one colonist who's spending like half their day just desperately trying to keep some plants in the ground and food on the table. And then the rest is all just childcare. All the rest of the time is just childcare. Because that's what it takes to get them to be not totally scuff. You love the color coding? You love the color coding. Do you mean on the colonist clothing? We got inspired trade. Yeah, because I have, one of the mods I have is I've got dye yourself, which just makes the people dye their clothes their favorite color as they're willing. You can do it without that. You can just be like right click, change style. It just does that for you, that as they have availability, they'll just go up, and if you have dye, they'll do it. It's not for the mood bonus, because I think the mood bonus is like 1. It's mostly that way if, like, I'm doing alpaca, not everyone has tan clothes and then a gray helmet. It makes it a little bit more interesting to look at. Alright. So I still have 58 ground tiles. Let me go ahead and also get another shout out here. This one would be for Arch Play Stuff. For those who don't know, Arch Play Stuff, another fantastic content creator and fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Someone I highly recommend checking out as well. Plays a whole lot of indie games, as well as has been playing quite a bit of RimWorld. So definitely, if you like any of that kind of stuff, you can find it there. I could use a bunch of my materials and just sort of make this a funneled defensive position. It wouldn't have like the proper like what's the word I'm looking for? Bottlenecking. But it could be something. Because I'm looking at it where I can only put about 58 tiles down. It's going to be 57 because I still got to put this tile in place. And that's enough for a small room. The other thing you do is I could also kind of make this room kind of bulge a little bit there. Maybe back here have it bulge a little bit as well. That kind of thing. We can get that sorted. The big thing right now is while I've got my grav ship and we're getting our research done, we haven't been fortunate enough to have a source of chem fuel, which my most likely candidate is to tame a boomalope who is camping underneath the mech cluster over there. And I kind of don't want to tame it because I've had bad luck before if I don't have inspired taming with a boomalope, where the person goes up to tame it, and even if you send people with them to deal with the boomalope gets a hit on their head or neck or whatever, and then the boomalope explodes because the next shot one-shots it, and then the person dies in the explosion. Fuel optimizer. Unfortunately, I have no fuel to begin with, and my ship doesn't work particularly well without that fuel. Alright, so we got a raid. They're attacking immediately. All melee. Okay, so it's just up there. All melee group up there. In that case, let's go ahead and grab our people here. We want that door to be held open. Pulverizer, you get in the door. You two get ready to cover in case we mess up our retreat. Zerx is about to explode with baby. Please, why are you... Oh, that is a really bad thing. Alright, Pulverizer, get out of the way. You block it. That is well played. So, it's not even a Yetkin group. They have a single Yetkin. And it shouted it shouted the Mega Sloth inside the base. So now I'm kind of stuck where I have to kind of just hold because I can't retreat. My retreat is blocked, and I don't think we could retreat without Pulverizer just getting overrun. Oh, this is probably going to be us dead then. Why did you go down so fast? You got wrecked. Pulverizer, retreat farther. This is going to be a wipe, probably. Yep. Yep. That Mega Sloth right there just did us in. Oh, RimWorld. Just that fast, it's over. Like if we had fuel or something, it'd take off the ship, but... No, we're not. We're not having one pacifist try and hold the colony. Because we're a raider ideology. Try to rescue. Try to rescue. Okay. Because you're still Berserker Warcry, so I can't even retreat back to the base. I guess you can't tend. You'll never do doctoring. I know our pass was just going to get mauled by it, but I don't care. Normally I'd want to recover, but I don't want to deal with the pacifist-only run. Like, if we started out with that challenge, sure. Nah, I didn't even think about them doing the Mega Sloth. That just caught me completely off guard. Yeah, you weren't going to get back here anyways. So yeah, our pass was just going to die. Huh. That's the first time I've had that one get me. Like, it's one thing when it's a full Yatkin raid, you expect that. But yeah, that was well played on their part. Because they chose just the right animal, just a Mega Sloth. Alright, let's go ahead, and we're not going to wait for the game over screen, because you're just managing to not die for a couple of seconds. Yeah, because with that, we're going to have no researcher, no crafter, no cook, no anything. Man in black. Banished. Get out of here. Alright, we'll make a new run. Greedy chemical fascination. Not what I really want in the colony. Nah, that's fine. I've taken colonies where we've taken them back from the brink. Our first Odyssey victory was definitely one of those where I went too deep on the Lucy and I got punished for it. But in this particular case, it's like, nah, I don't want to sit here and just spend the next 3 hours hoping that we recover the last couple of colonists as they have a ship just sitting there. Alright. So, the only problem I do have, we'll get another run going, but I do actually have only 3 days till I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks. Why not hold out for a new group of wanderers? When you're saying, are you talking about like where it gives you the new set of people if you have your entire colony die? Is that what you're saying? Because I don't like doing that. As far as I'm concerned, when the colony wipes, the colony's dead. Yeah, no, that to me that's not fun. The new people don't get free stuff. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we're going to just do the exact same type of run we were just doing. So we've been adding in the different pirates because I like having the mix, which that's actually probably what got us killed because we had the mixed groups here. But these mixed groups make it a lot more interesting to me than just it's the Waster group, it's the Yatkin group, it's the Impid group, it's the Neanderthal group. Having the blend of them where you don't always know what you're getting when you see them can be a bit spicy. But yeah, no, once a colony dies, it dies. Like, I usually won't even accept a man in black, typically. Cassandra or Randy? I typically run Cassandra. My issue with Randy, I've had way too many times where Randy just goes on vacation for like 2 in-game years and you're going, please do something, Randy. I'm begging you. It could be nice for just like comfy base building. And don't get me wrong, like Randy will absolutely kick in your teeth too. But I've just had too many times I'm streaming the game being like, when was our last raid? Where'd Randy go? Has anybody seen Randy? Is he okay? Drops a big drop pot of milk. Then blights your crops and then goes back to sleep. And then shows up later and hits you with like 4 back-to-back mech clusters. Yeah, so I'd much rather have a predictable cadence to keep it interesting. And I'll just do new colony starts now. Added to the title. Because we died. Alright, so we are doing the Fog of War, which is the Explorer mod. Yeah, Randy kills you by accident. So the only thing I'm looking for is we do want to get the ship going relatively quick. We did a bunch of the Glow Forest, which is a really fun biome. The only reason I had is I want to get the ship up and running so that we can start conquesting. Now, I am doing the no starting research, random research. That does kind of force my hands that I can't choose a hot tile. I mean, I can, it's just a bad idea. Because with the no starting research, random research, I can't guarantee I can get AC or passive coolers. And now that you can't just dig in the mountain and like genuinely be like super cooled off and all that, it just means if we hit a heat wave and we're in an area that, you know, it's too hot for me to walk away, it means just a heat wave is a guaranteed colony wipe. You just stand there and you watch your colony die. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to find what direction we can get the temperature down a little bit. Cold tiles are acceptable. Hot tiles can hard kill. And that's just because I am doing the no research, random research thing. If we weren't doing that, then hot tiles would be totally fine. Alright. So we're at temperate forest up here. Okay. Oh, that was cold desert. Okay. So it's getting warmer, getting warmer. Usually it's not as bad when I'm not dealing with the desert stuff. Or not desert, the Fog of War, because I can just go to where I can see, like, oh, you know, there's temperate forest, a bunch of other stuff. Okay. Maybe somewhere around here would be good. Yeah, we haven't done a coast one in a while. It's not year-round, but it's close enough. The big thing is it doesn't have a very hot, high temperature. It's still enough we can get heat stroke during the summer, but it won't just instantly kill us. We are going to go with the Raider ideology again, because I kind of want to get this going. Raiding is required. We don't really care about the rest of this. I am going to remove the clothing requirement, because I find it obnoxious. The last time we didn't even get our shooting specialist up and everything, because everyone required everything. We've got these two things. So we got the Party of Theft, which will give us Psi Focus, and the Gladiatorial will give us Goodwill. I don't really care about the Gladiatorial duel. I don't really care for it. I usually don't end up doing it all. We don't have any venerated animals or anything else to worry about, and that'll be fine. Okay. So let's look to see if we got any really good pawns in here that we want to set aside. A brawler is definitely something I'd want to consider. Rest was pretty awful. Okay, so that one we've got a Sanguine, which is really, really good. Plus 12 mood bonus. No combat skills, but they have plants, cooking, and mining, so definitely bringing some passions to the table. We've got an Ascetic Brawler, which will be good. Bringing in a really high amount of melee, and then they can mine, so they'll like... Oh, they're pretty old, aren't they? RimWorld is really nasty about this. So 58, it'd be very likely would have another birthday and immediately get a bad back. Alright, well, let's deal with the ones that are worse. Misogynist, get out of here. Jogger kind and capable of dumb labor, with a fertilized crow egg in their pocket. Incapable of dumb labor with Jogger is pretty limiting. because joggers make for really good pawns for hauling cleaning, but dumb labor makes it so you can't haul or clean. We'll leave them for now. He's 61. Man, RimWorld, stop giving me a bunch of old people. They're not really old, but they're old by RimWorld standards. And usually I'll avoid anyone who's just going to social fight a lot. So if you see me skipping a bunch of stuff like Bloodlust, yes, I know Bloodlust is really good because they don't get the corpse penalty and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. Okay, quick sleeper, careful shooter, incapable of social and all that. Very neurotic, careful shooter, quick sleeper. Alright, so if we went with what we've got here. That 58 brawler, I might be able to work with that if we go into the doing anomaly. We could fix that. Just the concern is short term if they happen to roll something bad. Yeah, so it's looking like if we just took this, so we got rid of like just a handful of really bad traits we had there. We got some pretty okay ones in there. We're shy on medical. I've got 2 people who have 4 medical but no passion. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of careful shooter. It's got its place. Like, it could be good for a sniper pawn or whatever. I'd much rather have trigger happy. But, very neurotic quick sleeper is going to get some work done. The fertilized crow egg, do we still have that, by the way? No, unfortunately, that was one of the ones that we got re-rolled. But yeah, that certainly could have been a fun meme. Yeah, so we got someone who can solidly handle melee. Yeah, you got one person who's a solid just shooter or melee, one solid melee. The other 3 are just kind of neutral, whatever. We've got multiple people who can do construction and all that. I think we're just going to go with it. We're not going to be super picky about our pawns. I already re-rolled enough. I just like to avoid misogynist, meandrous, abrasive, and bloodlust because of the frequency of social fights. I find social fights can tend to be a very quiet killer of your colony. That you'll be like, why is my colony doing so badly? Oh, it's because my colonists are always injured at all times every single day because everyone is killing each other all the time. Okay, so I didn't check to see if we got any extra weapons because of rolls. I don't think we did. So we're going to go in here and get everyone set up real fast. So who are going to be our 2 melee pawns? So you're definitely 1. Probably you. Okay, so we will have... You'll take the knife. You'll get the Equa wherever it's laying around. There we go. You can have the Pila, the bow, the other bow. They'll go to assignments, manage food policy, lavish, no corpses, no baby food, okay. Go here, herbal medicine, change your defaults to herbal medicine, okay. Manage drug policy, set the no drugs as the default so when we have random people show up, they don't immediately, you know, take drugs and then go, I hate drugs, -17, why is existence suffering? All that. We don't have a night owl, so go ahead and get recreation on the schedule. And then set all the things we got passions for people. Take away all the ones they don't. And get our moods all set. And when you have no doctors, everyone's a doctor. Alright, so let's see here. So you're going to be my crafter. You can also help with that. We'll put cleaning as a priority on everyone. So you're crafter researcher, construction miner, grower. You'll be dedicated to mining as your primary responsibility. Yeah, so you'll primarily be a miner. Your construction that we got crafting. You'll also research. We won't worry about hunting on all of you. We'll put on there for fishing later. Deprioritize that. You will be a dedicated hauling cleaning person. So you can knock that down so you can get research. Knock down that so you can get research. Okay. I think we got some basic stuff set. Alright, so what the heck are we doing? So we've got an Ancient Danger right there. Really not much ore on this map, but that should be okay. We can work with it. We actually have the tree up here, which is in an interesting spot. I think we just put our base up here. We've got a little bit of a fertile spot there and a little fertile spot here. I could certainly put that one to use if we want to live close to it. Wouldn't honestly be bad to put our base right here, take advantage of that. So let's just get quickly a spot there, set it for rice, and now I can unpause and let things go. Yeah, so you're upset about starvation. We'll get them out to start getting stuff sorted. We will want to put our... Is that plasteel? Nice. Put his dumping stockpile. A regular stockpile. Do not allow rotten. And do not allow human-like corpses. Now you can go way over here where we're probably not going to spend a whole lot of time. Put a dumping stockpile way over there. Low priority for human-like corpses. And we want to on-home zone that. That way, when, you know, they go to the monolith and they drag the handful of skeletons they come up with, they just chuck it in the ocean. Everyone knows throwing the corpses in the drinking water, which granted the ocean wouldn't be drinking water, but on principle. What animals did we get? We got 2 horses and a cat. So normally, I end up eating my starting animals, but with us being raiders, starting with a pair of horses is really not bad. What happened to last colony? We had a pretty heavy melee raid, and we had set up so the plan was to shoot at them as they came in, and then back out into a doorway. And they had one Yatkin, just one Yatkin in their group, who then combat shouted the Mega Sloth on the other side of the doorway, pinching me in there. And by the time it got into position, like, I was split there. In hindsight, what I should have done is the moment I realized the Mega Sloth was there, is I should have just pulled everyone back, closing the door. We definitely could have survived that. I mean, it still would have been rough. It was still like 12 people and all that. Now, granted, that was definitely been more manageable. But it was just kind of seeing the Mega Sloth roll, and I was like, what? You're not supposed to be over here. So yeah, no, in hindsight, I should have just... Actually, I'd have to go back and see how much time I had. Because I think by the time I realized the Mega Sloth had gone Manhunter, I think it was pretty much on my melee pawn there, but I may have been able to just, like, force the people in and around them. And hopefully get through the door before the enemy got there, so that way they'd have to break through the wall while I quickly get rid of the Mega Sloth. Yeah, no, I definitely could have survived that. I didn't play it right. It's fine. It's been a long time since I've actually had to worry about Yetkin's, like, little battle shout thing being a problem beyond just another enemy into wherever my defensive line is. So just didn't think through the fight. Alright, so you got the rice down, we'll get some potatoes down. Get some strawberries down. And if before anyone goes, oh, you're planting all the different things, is that strategically a good idea? Nope. There are definitely crops that have their pros and cons, and by like hedging your bets, you kind of mitigate a lot of the benefits and the negatives of each of them. But ultimately, you're probably just better off either like leaning into rice because it's got the fast turnaround, or once you get really well established, potentially leaning into one of the other things that, you know, like the corn where you just get a much higher volume for the labor. The big downside being is that it's far more susceptible to stuff like blight. And none of this matters too early. Okay, so we're getting that. Start cutting down a bunch of trees. Let's start getting our initial living situation sorted out. So let's go ahead and we'll make it 11 for an odd number. And go furniture. Is it okay? What killed the run? Are we on the same ideology restrictions? We're on the same ideology restrictions, that kind of thing. What killed the run is we just had a pretty big raid, like maybe 12 melee pawns and all that. And the plan had been basically shoot at them in the way they come in, duck through the door into the base, and then bottleneck them at the door. But what happened is I was stepped out, and they had one Yetkin in their group who combat shouted to a Mega Sloth on the other side of the wall. And so by the time I realized that had happened, I had a Mega Sloth blocking kind of the way I was planning on retreating. So it was basically me trying to have 5 people hold down, you know, this raid that's running straight at me with melee, including a child on my side, without bottlenecking them or anything. In hindsight, I might have been able to slip past the Mega Sloth. I would have to look back at the VOD and see. But, yeah, no, it was well played. It's kind of like the one where, I had one that there's a clip of it where, you know, I was handling the fight just fine. And it was like one person turned around and shot past me and hit the, is he like Rhino? I think it was Rhinos behind my pawn. And sent the entire group Manhunter on me. And it was like 8 Rhinos or whatever it was against like 4 people with them directly on top of me. And it was like, oh, they figured out how to do that, I see. Like, I've definitely had the situation where one animal wanders in the middle of a gunfight and causes a problem. But it was definitely one of those ones like, I just got outplayed. Okay. Guess this is what it feels like. Alright, so put the butcher station outside for right now. We can put you here. We can get you there. We're not going to mine the plasteel right now. I can't use it for anything I want to use it for, that is. I'll tell you to mine a little bit of that steel there. Alright, let's start getting some names in here. So, we got our first colonist who is going to be our melee pawn for the run. That is going to be They Leon. And our next contestant here, who is for right now doing melee. You'll probably go range long term, but you're sanguine, so you're going to be super chill. And that's going to be Illispid. What happened? Did we reroll? We died. Basically got pinched by raiders in a Mega Sloth. It was there was one Yetkin in a group of raiders and did the animal manhunter thing to a Mega Sloth on the path I was retreating to and just pinched me. So I had like 12 melee raiders running at me with like 5 people trying to fight him, and then a Mega Sloth just came out flanking maneuver. And it was just like, I guess I just stand here and try and hold my ground, which didn't work out. To be fair, I had multiple people who really weren't good for fighting. So you're a mining construction person, I believe, so we'll go ahead and draw that name. Yeah, no, it's definitely like, hey, that was actually generally a good strategy. So we got Parker Lewis. For our next contestant, we've got our crafter researcher. And you are going to be Pretzel Bunny. And then finally, we've got the person who's going to shoot a lot of people, who probably does plants. And you're going to be Gil Mage? Not sure how to pronounce that. If you let me know, I'd like to get it right and all that. Gil Mage, I'm thinking. But all right. Yeah, and so we got our worker assignments and all that set up. Oh yeah, you're a dedicated hauling, cleaning person who can basically sub in wherever I need you so far as the general labor kind of stuff. Alright, so here, butcher, any animals. And unlike normal, I will actually try to keep this cat alive. I usually don't worry about the cats because cats in RimWorld seem like they're designed to kill themselves. You try really hard to keep them alive, but they're just really hard to keep alive, that everything wants to kill them. Oh good, the very first thing we rolled is tree sowing. Honestly, with as obnoxious as trees got the last one, Probably not a bad thing. I mean, this is already too big a grow area. The last one I just made an obnoxiously large grow area, and I got punished for it because that's what happens. We'll go to furniture. Put up a pair of lights. And then we can tell you to cook until you have 10 meals. I'm trying to remember, like, food-wise. You need raw meat, corpses, animal products, meals, processed foods, and kibble. I see. Alright, so you need some kind of fish and some kind of veggie. So, like, kind of the same stuff as pemmican. The chihuahua becomes food quick before it eats all the food on me. That's basically the way it goes. Is, they just end up being a problem. Because of that, that means I need a source of meat to be a thing in the colony. Now, counter-argument, chat. Instead of a cat, we could get a stone crab. Why would we not want that? We could get an army of stone crab, and then whenever a raid happens and a bunch of them die, it just ends up being, you know, crab night. Beast cat is mascot. Alright, so what's gonna need to happen then? If we are gonna lean into that kind of thing, then we are going to need... Oh, is that Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh, I see. So with that, we are going to need to have some amount of hunting happen. Yeah, no, there was, yeah, so we're not on the unstable branch right now. Unfortunately, I had a previous run that was using the same rule set we had to abandon. And the reason that happened was we ran into a weird situation where when I would raid, it wouldn't update my recent conquest thing, so I was just getting a, you know, a mood penalty that just kept getting worse and worse and worse, despite me raiding places. And then we tried to roll from the unstable branch down to the stable branch, at which point my grav ship became non-functional. It wouldn't give me the launch option, even if I right-clicked over to tell it to launch. It just didn't work. So, needless to say, that run was properly bricked. Who is our cook, by the way? Oh, you... Right. It helps if I actually assign the cook. Let's have you quickly, butcher. I get so many colonies where my grower and my cook are the same person, and it's always a bad time. And who is our social person? That'd be Parker. Where did that person go? There you are. Okay. Honestly, for right now, I'm going to hold off. You're not an amazing pawn, right? Oh, you're a Hussar. Never mind. I was like, actually, they are a pretty good pawn. Oh, wait, I have to be able to make go juice to keep them alive or acquire go juice. We're not exactly in the best position to make go juice happen. Especially since we're going to be raiding people and making enemies with everyone, it does mean I won't be able to rely on trade very long. So that's going to be a thing to definitely keep in mind. Man, we got uranium and components and plasteel all right here. That is not a bad situation. No dwogs for him. Exactly. We just don't have a supply for him. And who is our cook? You? Alright. So we have trained the cat to comfort people. We are going to make the cat into an indoor cat. Congratulations, cat. Because that's the only way this cat is staying alive. The only way that cat stays alive is if we keep it trapped indoor where it can't hunt anything and get itself killed and can't be hunted by anything and get itself killed. Because that's the way this goes. Alright, so we just got like a generic production room here. Nothing exciting, nothing fancy. We'll go on up here. Inspired taming. Okay. I was kind of hoping there would be another horse or something. We'll save it just in the chance that we get... Oh no. Not a mad bluebird. There we go. By the way, is the weapon showing underneath colonists full time? A mod or just an option? I believe that was just in options. I think it used to be a mod. But I do believe they moved it to just options. Oh, before I forget, because I always do this on a brand new colony, let's actually build our recreation stuff so that our people don't get super pissed off. And we're gonna go ahead and make our wonderful wooden box with wooden floors and all of it flammable. It'll be great. So 4, 5, do this, come across here, wooden door, not there, wooden door, and I'll even go and just say, you know what, put the floors down too. Let's just make bad choices. That's going to be a storage room, which I probably shouldn't be making a storage room on the opener. Usually you want to make yourself a decent barracks and a decent rec room right at the start. Get those mood bonuses as early as possible. But I want to just try and get a storage room really quick so we can dump stuff in there. The good news is we're going to have the rice here soon. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm also going to deliberately make this enclosed very early on. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's just go slam that sucker right down there. So put a door here. Put a door there. I'm going to use this chunk of rock as a little bit of a defense as well. I could potentially... Actually, let's put the door over here. Right there, actually. Okay, because we don't know how long we're going to be stuck here till we get what we need for the grav ship. You should do a run where you don't use a trap tunnel. Yeah, no, I actually... Genuinely, I recommend, to keeping RimWorld interesting, that even if you have to go to early, like easier difficulties or whatever, it's worth taking the time to... just figure out other ways to tackle things. Alright, so we've got the faction name and the colony name. Now the settlement's temporary. We're not going to be staying here. So I've just been doing like the dawn of whatever the group's name is, because if I'm going to only spend like maybe a year or two on the tile before we get out of here in our grav ship and we never come back, who cares what the name is? But the faction name we're stuck with, and unless they've changed it once you set it, you're like that's your file name save, or your file name on the hard drive and everything. Or at least make a trap tunnel not as long as yours do. Yeah, but no, what I was saying is it's worth taking the time to be like, I'm going to do a run where I'm not going to do whatever. Like, if you're using burn boxes regular, I'm not going to use a burn box. Or if you're using, you know, the big like, you know, arced kill box kind of thing, or the trap maze or whatever, you know, be like, I'm not going to do that. And it's one of those things that you can also sit there and, like I said, even if you have to bring it down a difficulty level to accommodate it, it's worth doing. Just, you know, variety is the spice of life and all that. And as I said, I used to do a bunch of sweaty tryhard settings on here, and I just got to the point where, yeah, I had a couple different defense designs I would use between like kill boxes and trap mazes and all that kind of stuff. But it was, or you'd do the whole thing where you'd have a bunch of doors. You could pop one door, get the enemy to come around, and then this one would open up the door behind them, and this one would step back, so then they'd go back around. Like those kind of, you know, kiting tactics and all that. But you found you're just playing the same way again and again, between like rotating between those. And that's where I took down the difficulty, because then I didn't have to go out of my way to try and do these really strong strategies. And I don't mean that in a negative way. When you're playing that difficulty, that is how you have to play to succeed with any regularity. Alright. So the last one we're going, so we're Raider Ideology, we're going to be showing up. The last one we were doing was the Unwelcome Solicitors, I think is what we called ourselves. Unwelcome Solicitors. Oh man, what is it? You have like the morning meeting you have with salespeople. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. The Dawn of Solicitation. Cool. And now we go here, and we're going to change this. So you're now a solar salesman. You're a car insurance sale. We'll just say car insurance, car warranty. I was gonna try, because we have people here show up who, not very often, but they'll come by and they'll be like Jehovah's Witnesses and all those kind of thing. But I don't want to like single out any religion rare, because that's not the point. Actually, speaking of defenses, since you people can willingly walk into lava and do stupid stuff, can you funnel enemies into lava that if you make it so only opening your base? So the problem is they'll only walk through the shallow lava, which is the one. All right, yeah, aluminum siding. Aluminum siding. What was the other one? Oh man. Windows salesman. Excellent. Oh, your name wasn't. Your space wasn't long enough. Yeah. We're just gonna go salesman because it's shorter. So we got a wild one. Iron-willed Neanderthal with a couple of scars. Okay. Do we have anyone who's actually good at handling? You are actually good at handling. And you have an inspired taming. You are taming this person right now. Welcome to the colony, brand new person. That's a free pawn right there if I've ever seen one. Hey, I'll take it. Alright, so we got Gabe here. So I'll take just an immediate additional pawn. And once again, yet another not doctor. So you can cook. Like, you can really cook. Aren't you predispositioned as Neanderthal to be bad at cooking? No, I'm thinking pigmen. Alright, that's fine. And you've got a passion for shooting. But you've got a poor shooting gene, so you're not going to be shooting. Sure, that's fair. Okay, so let's actually go back in here. So you're able to hunt, construct, and mine. If I take you and I have you take over construction, I could take you off of construction and make you a dedicated, have you help out with the research as well. Alright, yeah, that'll work. And then you can have a low priority on that. Passion for thing, genetic says no. Hey, I can understand people who may not be the best at something, but really want to do it anyways. So we got Apple Lords. Alright. And so now I gotta think about what type of salesman or whatever you're gonna be doing. We'll just say prolicizer. I'll have to check the spelling on that because I'm sure that's wrong. They are a prolicizer. S-E-L-Y. Here's S-E-L-Y. Alright, so before we get too far, I am going to need to deal with that and nip that in the bud as fast as we can. Now, the other issue we have is they are iron-willed, so they are going to be really hard to convert. Who was our one person who actually had some social? It was you. So you are going to become our moral guide really fast. And we'll get that all sorted. We are ultimately going to want to get our melee and shooting specialists. But we're not there yet. And for right now, that's going to be just a stockpile room. So this stockpile is gone. Stop keeping it there. Keep it indoors. Okay, begin conversion ritual. Okay, so we have a 72% chance of a positive outcome with an almost 20% chance of instantly converting them. So if we can just get a masterful right now, that would be great. Oh, male enhancements for the salesman? I don't know about you, but for all the junk solicitors I've had show up my door, I don't think I've ever had someone show up and be like, hey man, we got pills to help you out with that. Because I'm pretty sure I'd tell the person to go F themselves. And I'm generally a pretty chill person. But someone who walks up to my door and tries to, like, hit me up with, like, the spam email being like, oh no, she's going to leave you for someone who's packing more or whatever, I'm not gonna have very nice things to say to that person. Actually, let's have you grab that one. Our junk can help you with your junk. And we're just going to rotate the people through here. And you get a little stabby bit here. So you've got your melee weapon. Alright, because we definitely want to get them converted as fast as possible, because that prolicizer there does mean they're going to harass us. Actually, oh, it's only occasional. At least that's not too bad. Also, let's go to your assignments, because apparently you're going to get upset with me. Oh, you already set the no drugs because I had that set for new colonists. And that's just so when we get, like, a bunch of royal people join, they don't immediately go run to the other room, take a hit of some drugs, and then go, I had a drug. I'm sad. Failed mission. I had 1 unit of drug. Life is terrible. What have I become? This is not a good idea. This amount of wood wall. An addict? That's kind of what they think. That's kind of the implication they've got there. Is they're like, I had a single unit of drug. Existence is pain. Why is everything misery? And you're like, chill, man. Unless it's Luciferum, then maybe don't chill, man. If it's Luciferum, you got a very legitimate grievance. Alright, so we got one dude with a knife. Steadfast Night Owl Industrious. We're almost certainly going to accidentally kill this person. But if we manage to not kill this person, that is another pawn I would take in a heartbeat. Steadfast Night Owl Industrious. Yes, please. Yep. Now, I'm not going to go out of my way to try and melee them down. My luck is she'll get someone in the neck twice and they'll die. Because RimWorld be like that. I mean, to be fair, Iron Will also makes him a pain to convert. Okay, if you go for like... Alright, that's a headshot. If you just get another bleed on there. Okay, so another headshot. Okay, let's back off. Back off. We're just gonna let her bleed. And see if she can go fall down and take a nap. I don't know where I'm gonna keep her. I mean, I guess we would turn that into a prison room for a little bit. Now, there is a chance she'll get an infection and die anyways. But there is a chance that she'll get down from the blood loss, and we might be able to take advantage of that. Quickly build her a prison? Nah, for right now I could toss her in there. We'll make a prison for it. So hold your fire. Because you're bleeding a lot. So we can get you to chase me. Oh, don't attack the horses. Come on. That's the only way I can not prevent you from potentially dying, because the horse can go up and kick you in the face. Because the horse kicks her, and it's any kind of head hit. That's just... Oh, nope, she's skipping the horses. She's skipping the horses. False alarm. Oh, wait. Switch targets. Love to see it. Yeah, that's what it's gonna run do. Is gonna have Gilmadesh give her a little punch in the face, and just hope we didn't kill her. Yeah, because that blood loss should work out wonders. So who are you chasing right now? I think you're chasing Applelord. Let's have you all break away and go this way. And you go back to work. Then you take her for a stroll. We're just getting Sandoval here, a nice little tour of the area. So here's our creepy monolith thing. We think it speaks to our brains at night. It's probably fine though. It's probably nothing to worry about. You know, and this is the future perimeter fence around our area. Just, you know, keep the animals in, keep people like you out. You know how it is. Down here we've got rock. That's not it. We're not saying it is a rock. We have literally named it rock. Our leader here is not a very creative person, so you know. You should have seen what they called the castle. It was the castle. You know, it is just what it is. All right, how are you doing? You're at moderate. So honestly, you can get far enough ahead. I can just let you loose. And I'm going to let you go ahead now the guided tour part's over. I'm going to go back and get myself a snack. When you feel like you're ready for more, just go ahead and lay down on the ground in your own blood. It really, really does tell a convincing tale when you do that. Furniture. Sleeping spot. Now the problem with this is now those food we won't grab by ourselves. Don't hit the horse. You're gonna... What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you know that I don't know? You're just gonna light a random piece of my wall on fire? Anyways, sure, let's go ahead and up here. We can do like a little bungalow style thing where I like to make the little weird corners. And I made an even number. That's fine. Oh, good. They fell down. Alright, so who is my best doctor? Oh, right. We all suck at doctoring. That's fine. Illispid. Capture this person. You're a monster, but it's all for the sake of a happier colony. You just kidnapped a child recruiter, injected her with some genes and a joy wire into her, and turned her into a death rest harmonizer beacon. What you're telling me is you gave the child happiness. True happiness. Don't worry about the medicine. By the time you run over there for the medicine and get back, you can have this done. And prisoner, what is your thing? Honestly, you're not as misaligned as potentially possible, but you know, let's talk about that heresy. So disallow that. Allow that. So hopefully they get that room built pretty early on. You can also go up here and say, hey, cut down all the trees. Okay, and we'll worry about the mechanoid signal once we have electricity, or are beginning to research electricity. It's going to take us a while to convert them. That's fine. But we are going to need to have you cut down some trees really fast so I can keep things moving. Because with that, they should be able to build that. No one is eating too? Yeah, no, that's the thing. We're gonna have to deal with that. Animal starvation on the cat because we stopped hunting. So go hunt 2 more animals. That's the only big downside of the cat, is the fact that I have to bring meat. Or prepared meals or whatever. Okay, so let's make you a prison. Let's make that a prison. Meanwhile, you can go over here. Carry them. Hi.
Who's the most handsome boy in this whole house?
Oh.
Come on. Who's the most handsome boy in the whole house?
I'm sure I'll figure it out someday. Love.
I love you.
I love you more. Okay, so we got them moved off into the other room, so now we can eat our food in here and all that. Prisoner. Is he the only boy in the whole house? Yes. That is part of the joke. It's just a thing Toom and I do. And who is the person we had set up to hunt? Actually, if you're just going to go ahead and die over there, I'm down for a free snack. Oh, we had someone who was set to hunt as Abel. Spoiler alert, you didn't even give us time to guess. Yeah, no, she was just teasing me. Oh, you can't because you're using melee. That cat's gonna be a pain, and I already know it. So is you who I'm gonna have hunt real fast? Okay. So I just need to get some food for the cat. And then we can go to our cook. Wait. Yeah, you took over the cook job. Don't social fight with the Neanderthal, please. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, how badly did Neanderthal mess you up? I mean, about took your hand off. It's not what you want. Okay, so let's go here. Zones. We're going to change your area to include this little strip out here, so that you can get into the next room to steal food as needed. Alright, so we're going to work on recruiting our brand new person there as well. This game is very aggressively giving me decent pawns, which makes me dubious of what its plans are for me. So what mods are you using for the Conquest? The big one I'm using is the RimWorld exploration mode. So I've got Fog of War. That's kind of the really big one. I also have the no research, no starting research, random research. So I start with no research, and I don't get control of my research. So our first research, it chose tree sowing, which honestly, considering as obnoxious as wood can be when you have to lean on wood pretty hard, just being able to have a grow zone dedicated to it so you don't have to manually cut the trees can be pretty nice from a convenience standpoint, even if it's not really great. Yeah. So we get this all blocked in. Then we need to get ourselves a rec room. So I'll probably put that up here. Okay, we can go for by 11. And I'll set this one to get floored. And then we will want to put down a table. And we will continue working on converting you. Wait, did that only knock 2 off of you? I'm pretty sure, yeah, only 2. Iron-willed is a pain. So we are probably just gonna need to keep trying to use, like, every time that comes up, we'll try and use that. Yeah, so it's gonna be hard for you because you're steadfast, so your certainty loss is way down. And you're iron-willed, so your certainty loss is way down. They're going to be hard to convert. We're not going to worry about the fleeing knight. I don't want the honor. That's fine, because we are going to be betraying everyone anyways, so I'm not going to invest the time. We can go here. Tree sowing. So they decided after tree sowing they want beer. I'm sensing where this run is taking me now. I think I understand the direction of this run. Storage, no, human-like, yeah, alright, so we're good. We carried over the settings. Alright, so zones. We gotta go down here. And set you to poplar, just to get you going. Drinking wood alcohol seems bad. I mean, you're not gonna be drinking wood alcohol, you're gonna be drinking alcohol. It's just gonna take a while to get there. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and that's fine for right now. Okay, so we can get all that out of here. We apparently have a mink that died in here somehow. Who wants to see death coming? Drink up. Yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing. Yeah, so we will actually plant the trees here. Because like I said, the one benefit of that is at least if you have the availability, they will automatically keep it going. So it spares you a little bit of just telling your people to cut stuff all the time, because it really doesn't take much. That's actually one of the nice things. So the dryads can be obnoxious because of how long they take to cut, to maintain the trees. But the wood dryad and the medicine dryads will actually give you a pretty plentiful supply. The food dryads are kind of crap. You know, in a pinch they can still be useful, but genuinely speaking, you're better off using your time on other things than the wood dryads. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll use our converts on Sandoval until we hit a point where I can do the actual ceremony, and we'll try just for the ceremony to instant convert. Use the wood dryads to supplementary food for your animals. No hay or grass, eat berries. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just they're very labor intensive. You usually are better off just planting stuff and being done with it. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and get production, crafting spot, shove it back here, bills, add, shred mech forever, tribal wear, do until you have one, tribal wear that's over 80%. And tribal headdress, that's over 80%. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Not gonna worry about the regular bows. It'll be better than our Pila, but I don't feel like putting the time in. If we manage to research recurve bow, then I'll certainly make that, because that's enough of an upgrade over the regular bow to be worth my time. But just going for a incremental upgrade. You never played with the dryads. You heard they can be strong though. They can. They're very labor intensive. Like I said, if you're on a tile where like you can't realistically grow medicine, they can be extremely useful because they will produce enough medicine to cover a pretty large colony by themselves, just one tree. The hauler dryads are okay. They haul, but it's kind of like a pet hauls where it's pretty inconsistent that they'll haul once in a while. And honestly, for the labor that it goes to set them up, you're probably better off just hauling yourself. The combat dryads can be fine for especially the tanky one can be pretty okay. They're really decent early game, late game they kind of start falling off. It's kind of like where a lot of the animals that late game they just end up, even if you get some solid animals, they tend to dying against some of the harder things. Like only Thrombos and Megasloths and a handful of animals like that can really kind of carry the late game. A lot of the other ones will carry you to mid game, and then things start one-shotting them or killing them pretty quickly. And ducks, yeah. So it's one of those things that, like, they definitely have their use. Or if you're in a tile that doesn't have much wood, so like you're on a desert tile, if you can get a dryad down for wood, that'll usually cover all your wood needs for your whole colony. Like, I personally find for utility, the wood and the medicine dryads can be worth it if you're on a tile that those resources are not easy to get a hold of. The combat dryads I haven't really used, because usually my pawns are good enough. You're on a wasteland, so the wood is always just difficult. You don't see us working with nature well either. Yeah, I mean, if you got one of the dryad seeds, it would be worth potentially putting down a dryad for the wood stuff in whatever spot isn't awful on your map. And that actually would probably give you enough wood to make it worth your time. Oh, right, we're using a wood wall, so I need to use this trick. I haven't done this in a long time. So you just go here, 4 wide. So we're just going to make ourselves a fire break right here. And then immediately get a low psychic drone while we're at it. Because if I do this, then random fire set outside here can't break my walls. It has to be a raider running up and lighting the wall itself on fire. Fire inside could do it, but I don't feel like walling off the whole area. As an added bonus, they will cut down any trees that goes there, which gives us a little bit more wood for building our walls, all that stuff. I'm kind of low-key hoping we get enough cotton that we could just use the Neil pillows. Beer brewing, and then stone cutting. Stone cutting's not a bad one. So production, I will make the thing for the beer brewing, because why not? There's probably actually a lot of reasons, but still, we're going to do it. That does mean we're going to be too late to save that horse. Yeah, you know what? I don't care. The horses would be nice. It'd take me too long to get my people into position. Yeah, it's already dead. We still probably want to get rid of the grizzly bear. It sucks that it's raining because that's going to penalize our accuracy. Our horns! Yep. Okay. So let's try to get a little bit on the edge of our range. Because it is a grizzly bear, and I am taking accuracy penalty. Well. Because it's hoping to get the internal area sorted out. Alright, so solid hit right in the lung. Parker, run! Okay, well, at least it won't kill another horse. So that's fine. So I'll add the caravanning spot up here. Ooh, and you're hurt? Heck yeah. So you're probably gonna get downed soon. So we'll set that up so we can automatically pick it up tomorrow. Yeah, so what I'd like to do is get like an alpaca or the horses or whatever. Just for getting a breeding set and all that. Oh, anyways, what we were going to do is pop in here. I'll put some hops down there. Okay, so you're ready for another conversion round. So we'll work on the prisoner. Because the prisoner will convert faster than our other person. Alright, so got some items to trade, that's fine. Okay. They've got some medicine. I'll take that. And I will sell you the tribal stuff. So I'll hold that medicine back in, so we've got a little bit of medicine. Alright. So, when it comes to our melee specialist and all that, I can see they Leon becoming our melee specialist, because they're mostly just cleaning and all that. So they're not going to have much to do around here, but they'll be good at stabbing things. For a range specialist, that's much harder, because it disables a lot of the stuff they can do around here. I could potentially make it Gilmadesh, and then have this one take over construction. It'll cost us a little bit on our research side of things, but maybe not the worst. Alright. Gift for... They're giving me a wool face mask. Let's haul that in so it doesn't rot. We've got a really nice face mask on someone. Okay, well also, it's not an immediate priority, but we'll chuck down a marker here. Now, generally, I don't like having my animals in where I'm growing my crops, because then they end up eating stuff that takes forever to grow, versus stuff that you'd be more preferring to them eating, like rice and potatoes or whatever. But we'll do this for now. I'm thinking we'll keep it a very low number of animals. Okay. I was seeing if anyone was marked with nuzzled and all that. As we have the cat trained to comfort. Alright, we'll probably want to get some type of defensive position. I'm mostly looking to wait to do that until we actually have the stone cutting going. That way I can start making the position out of stone so it doesn't just get lit on fire and fall apart in a couple of hits. I could cancel the wood box. I'm going to leave it up for right now, and we'll just put a stone layer on the outside. Let's set that to rebuild stuff in case someone tantrums. Halfway to getting you brought into the colony. Alright, now, are we at the point where we're starting to get the mood penalty for lack of conquest? Because that's going to happen in not too long. We haven't had any targets show up yet, so we won't worry about that yet. We're going to need, like, a nearby whatever camp show up. We don't even really care about what they've got. That's a secondary concern. Okay. And we're getting the last of the wall built out. since they cut down all the trees to make room for the roof. Did we die? Yeah, so we died earlier. And it was just, we had a pretty decent sized melee raid came in that had a Yatkin in the group. And so I had set up at a bottleneck for the door, so I was on one side, and then the plan was I would shoot at them as they approached, and I would step through the bottleneck to then, fight them at the bottleneck. And so I had everyone standing out there, and the one Yetkin yelled at a Mega Sloth on the other side. So the Mega Sloth came to my bottleneck from behind us, and kind of pinched it so I couldn't retreat, so I just kind of got swarmed. And we tried to hold our own, and we just got overrun. Like I said, I'll have to check the VOD. I may have been able to actually retreat past the Mega Sloth if I had noticed what was going on a little faster. It just caught me by surprise, because usually I'm worrying about Yetkin nonsense when you have like a Yetkin raid. But we have been adding in the pirate factions. These ones here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, these two here, and then that one up there. The rough one. Because they give you a really wide range of units, or xenotypes and all that. And I do find that keeps it pretty interesting, because it's not like where you have, you have the raid that is an impid raid. They're all impids. They're going to run up and they're going to breathe fire all over everything. Does it suck? Yes. Do they die really easy? Also yes. But it's like a very known and calculated quantity to fight that. Versus when you're dealing with a raid that's going to have a little bit of everything, they can sometimes catch you by surprise with what they throw at you. Disturbing vision, don't care. What's the end goal of win condition? So right now, this one doesn't have like a very strict one. A lot of times for me, it'll be like roll some ending or whatever. We are doing a conquest kind of thing. We're basically going to start just attacking all of our neighbors. And the goal is to kind of just kill as many of the, any, like, enemy bases or whatever, until either we're bored of it, or, we hit some satisfying, like we clear a continent or whatever, I don't know. Because realistically, I expect to either A, pick the wrong fight and die, or B, after colony number 100 or something, we're like, you know what? It's like, you know what? I don't feel like doing these anymore. Because that's very, very realistically a possibility. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'll put it on this side. So there's a light in here for the rec room. Reinstall you over there. Reinstall you in the middle. Now I'm hoping to hold out just a little longer and make a ridiculous number of kneel pillows. It'll be very inefficient at first to do that. But getting a bunch of kneel pillows would be potentially good. Alright, we'll keep trying to convert you. Worst case, we're practicing social. But yeah, that's, Sorry, I thought you were asking about this run. Yeah, no, in RimWorld, the official thing is to get off the planet. That there's a bunch of endings in the game, but the initial endings, the two endings that came with the game to begin with, and the royalty ending are all about getting off the planet. There are a bunch of more interesting endings now, but that's kind of a separate thing. Because the whole idea is, you end up on this planet, how exactly you got here depends on which scenario you choose. But ultimately, this planet sucks. It's awful, terrible things happen, no one wants to be here. It's just a miserable place. So you don't want to be here. So you're just looking to get your way back off the planet. Okay. But yeah, so it's just due to that. But that said, a lot of players It's kind of just build the colony as big as they can till something goes wrong and they ultimately do lose the colony. This is a game that you're not expected to have a forever colony, that sooner or later something will go wrong and, you know, your colony will die. But that's fine. Okay. How much longer do we have for these? Oh, we are starting to get some. Furniture. So I know I should be prioritizing a lot of other things first. But we'll get that going. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and pop over here. Get a second such building going on. And then this will be the actual room that they sleep in, so we can turn that into a production room. This will be our barracks. You did want to try stuff like 100-year colony like Blind did? Yeah, that'd be very doable. I've had the ridiculously long run we did for Odyssey, that we did 5 of the endings. That run, we did have ultimately 24 or 25 in-game years. It takes a while, though. It is... You have to go to bed. You have range day with the pops. Well, you have fun with that. Rare thrombos. Come on, get me some rare thrombos. We don't have anyone with inspirations. You feel that scale, scales too much at the end? Well, like with the Odyssey stuff, I got to the point that our colony was worth over, like, it was over 600,000 or almost 700,000. And there's a point where your wealth stops mattering. You hit kind of a ceiling where it's like, yeah, it's got as bad as it's gonna get. Like, you're gonna get more wealth, but you don't get punished for it anymore. But it does get pretty severe. Hey Mark, how's it going? It's good to see you. And then go in here, and we'll go floors, wood floor. I'm also just low-key hoping that as we're building this out... Prison break on you. Don't you dare. You are, like, right about to be ready to go. Okay, so what we're going to do here is tell them not to shoot their guns. And we're going to try and have us just punch Sandoval a bunch in the face until they go to sleep. And we're hoping it's going to be a temporary sleep. And success. Because there's always a risk when that kind of thing happens that, you'll just have, like, 3 punches go to the neck and they just die. Or, like, 8 or 9 punches all go to the torso, and so they just die rather than fall down. Yeah, it turns into a forever sleep. Exactly. Instant-induced nap. Yep. One thing we'll also want to add is just out here somewhere. Lol punches his neck. Oh, it happens. The number of times I've had, like, social fight. This person's died, and you look at him, and it's like, neck destroyed, and the head's just gone. You're like, the rest of the body's totally fine. You're like, all right, so you, like, triple punch them in the neck. Thanks, man. Really, really helping this colony survive. By removing its members. Okay, and you are upset because you've been rebuffed. You slept in the cold, or you slept on the floor, you slept in the dark. We're getting there. Alright, so stone cutting. Do forever for right now. We'll ultimately want to change that down the road. Actually, let's not be lazy. I'll put it there for right now, so say do until you have 200. Granite. Do until you have 200. And backstone we go for 1,000. So get rid of that. Okay, so that way they'll only cut so many bricks of each type. It's fine. Are you going for a different ideology this time? No, I wasn't satisfied that we actually got to see through what the other ideology was. So we're just gonna keep doing what we were doing. The colony died really earlier than I wanted it to. So furniture. So for right now, we can go boom. Okay, so they're no longer sleeping in here. So zones. Now we can go area 1, which is where the cat's allowed to roam. And we got a brand new recruit. So a cat may roam the entire area now. Alright. So we got a brand new recruit to the colony. You are a night owl, correct? Yes. So we're going to go to your schedule. So you're going to sleep those hours. And do your recreation here. You get this off the list. You don't really have a preference on stuff, so I'm going to have you grab that club just so you have a weapon. And yet another not doctor, but you're really good with social. You can also handle the animals. Good, not prioritize you on this. Alright, so with this, I can make you deal with construction and all that, and deprioritize that on you, so you're a dedicated researcher now. Which realistically, one of these people end up becoming our shooting specialist. Well actually, that frees you up. Yeah, so you here. So you're going to become our shooting specialist. So this means you can't cook, construct, grow, mine, plant, cut, smith, tailor, or craft. So you can start them over there. We're going to double check, make sure that's not something we're going to regret. Yeah, so you're not the one doing our plants main. Yeah, so we're going to have you become our shooting specialist. Because shooting specialist is good because you can also get a buff to everyone around you to getting a bit more accuracy, which can really turn a fight. The melee specialist is interesting just because if they get swarmed, you can trigger it and they actually will do a pretty good job. But it is just one of those things that they end up having problems. Yeah, so with that, you are now a dedicated hauling / cleaning person, and then you kill stuff while you're at it. When there's availability on your schedule, you murder animals. That way we keep the meat flowing, as well as keep, leather and all that coming in. Because that's what you're good for now. And you're mad about mediocre barracks, all that stuff, that's fine. We're getting there. Okay, so we've got the barracks here. We definitely need more wood than this. We should be cutting brick. But I don't have complex furniture yet to put that brick to much use. What we can do is if I start getting a surplus of brick, I can start putting down fancier floors. This can go away. And I guess we can go here. And I'll put a torch on the wall there. And I'll chuck down some crappy wood floors in here real fast. And then we can take this research bench and move it there. And build a copy over here. Basically, we're going to toss a bunch of research benches in there. If anyone has any time to do it, there'll be plenty of them available. If you're not doing anything else, stand at a research bench. Okay. How long till we can do our conversion ritual? A while. So let's do another convert on you. Meanwhile, for Sandover, it's time to get you named. And that'll be Lunar Bell. Alright. So everyone's been getting various unwelcome solicitor titles. So I'm thinking... Oh, what is it? Charity donation... It's charitable donation. I mean, charity soliciting. I can't fit it. The titles are too small. Yeah, so the problem is it's too long. The title is very restrictive. I'm trying to think of people who show up at your door. Like, unwelcome. We've already got, like, the solar and all that. Charity bribe. I think those are too long, though. Oh, no, that fits. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid the handouts one, because a lot of people think evangelicals. So, I think I had something along that line already. Oh, yeah, no, I put prolicizer is what I put. So, like, the action of doing that. Yeah, door knocker. Yeah, we can just put door knocker. It's a generic one. Brush salesman. We can do that until we got something better that comes along. Oh. Handyman sales. So, like, the people who come by and be like, we offer pressure washing services. And you're like, dude, my stuff's already pressure washed. Why are you here? We offer lawn mowing services. Do you need your house repainted? Roof reshingled? You're like, man, I don't know who you are. I've never heard of your company or anything. I'm not... Get out of my house. Are you even licensed? That's fine. You'll be upset by me doing that? Good. Yeah, because you... What is your ideology? Ah, you're the one who's really upset. Oh yeah, you're gonna hate existence here. No, Rual. Twitch art scammers. Your pet peeve when getting solicited at a big box store? Like, get out of here. Yeah, like, it's one thing when it's, you know, you're going and you're showing up and it's like, you know, the Girl Scouts or the Boy Scouts or, you know, something like that, sure. The one that kind of irks me is when you go to a lot of the stores and they'll be like, do you want to donate, like, an extra $1 to the Target Charity Foundation? It's like, no. I'm not gonna, like, I'm gonna write off my own taxes. I'm not gonna have you write off my taxes. Come on, man. I'm not gonna let you use my stuff for, like, all sorts of different games with your math to get yourself out of obligations. It's like, I'm happy to donate to charitable causes, but I will donate to the charitable cause. Not this man-in-the-middle situation. Ooh, complex furniture book. We'll take that so that can kind of guarantee it. We'll get it eventually. Because you always got to watch that the different ways that they organize those things. That there are some of those charities that go through like various retail stores that are on the up and up, but there's a lot of them that it's really finagling the stuff to reduce tax burden, that kind of thing. Let's see. You wear your Streamers Without Borders hoodie to stop the Doctors Without Borders people from bothering you? Oh, we don't really have the Doctors Without Borders people. We have Salvation Army shows up. I haven't even seen them in a long time. Because, like, it used to be you'd go in front of the store and there'd be a person just ringing a little bell and they'd have their bucket there for Salvation Army. But it'd be the Girl Scouts, like, when it's the cookie season, you'd always end up having the grocery store and, you know, they'd have the table with the cookies. And, man, the Girl Scouts don't even need to pitch it half the time. Half the time, half the people are just approaching the table being like, you got them Thin Mints? I need those Thin Mints. Please. It's been a whole year since I've been able to get a hold of the Thin Mints. Look, I'm good for it, I promise. You can stay here. You're not gonna like it here, but that's fine. Are you gonna work? Thin Mints are best. Oh, I know. I will destroy some Thin Mints. We actually had this whole conversation literally yesterday. Now, in that regard, we were comparing of, like, why the Girl Scouts do so extremely well in their fundraising versus the Boy Scouts. And it's because, let's be real, you're competing cookies against popcorn. Popcorn does not win that fight. Popcorn didn't need to show up. They didn't stand a chance. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The donation counts as a tax write-off for them when you do it through them. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. So it's a way of like, okay, hang on. So you're going to actually reduce your tax burden, which means not only are you going to kind of claim my charitable donation as your own, but on top of that, you're going to chip in less on taxes, which means you're not only taking my money to, you know, help this charitable organization, but you're going to skim the top off of it as well. And then on top of that, you're going to put less money towards, like, paying for schools and roads. I'd rather just give it to the charity myself, which I've done many times. You're one of those good Girl Scout cookie sellers? You physically attack people outside of Lowe's with the cute kids trying to catch your attention to buy your cookies. And it works. It does work. I know a lot of people who work for Salvation Army are good people, but the foundation itself is messed up. I actually don't know much about Salvation Army these days. These days, when it comes to charitable donations, I'm usually focused on putting a lot of my money towards, like, you know, groups like Special Effect and, Games with Love and a bunch of these other ones, Doctors Without Borders. There's a lot of charities who they're not great. There's a lot of really good charities. To be clear, this isn't me crapping on charities. There's a lot of really amazing charities do good things, but you gotta unfortunately do your homework, because there are charities who are, even for charity standards, incredibly inefficient, that you find out only like 10% of your money is like actually going to the thing you're supposedly donating to help. Versus, like, on the other end of the spectrum, you got Doctors Without Borders, who is like a case study for an organization who just, the money, like, it's like 80-90% of the money ends up actually going to the cause. Like, actually doing good, which is just bananas. Because, you know, all that stuff has overhead. Like, that's not even being, like, bad way. There's a certain amount of overhead that's just nature. Alright, so Parker Lewis tried to attract, Gilgamesh by telling a story about top hats. Cool. Was that the... Who was the ex relationship? Oh, did they get back together? Well, that's convenient. Wait, was that the same one? Because we had a group got divorced. Or was that the previous run? That might have been the previous run. Let's see, you don't donate to Make-A-Wish? Yeah, Make-A-Wish does some pretty good stuff. Alright, so we got drugs, and then we're getting the Devil Strand again. We're probably not going to do anything with the drug bench for a while, but that's okay. And you're on your wit's end. You are really unhappy with existence. Oh, well, okay, hang on. Well, if you hate the club, just drop the club. Let's see, Joann's all have gone out of business. The whole company was bought out and closed. Yeah, that happens a lot. That's why you like food banks. It's probably not an equivalent now, but back in 2022, $1 could buy a full meal for a person who needs it. That's kind of, yeah, no, soup kitchens and food banks are extremely efficient. Because it's one of those things, like, if you buy, like, a giant, like, you can get, like, streamlined things where you can buy large volumes of food that are incredibly cheap. And while people will be like, oh, let me donate my canned goods, a lot of canned goods are really unhealthy for you. It's just got way too much sodium. Now, granted, if you're starving, that's what it is. But genuinely, a lot of those food banks can get, you know, fresh produce at really cheap rates. Like, very genuinely really cheap rates. So they end up being just way better. Oh, I don't have a last colony command. A lot of those commands, it makes sense to set those up. I switch games too much for it to really be useful. The last colony, the way we died is we had a rate of about 12 melee pawns. So I went to move my pawns out. I had a choke point that the idea was I shoot at them as they come in. I go in the choke point, then hold at the choke point. But one of them was a Yatkin, and so here's the wall down the middle. Like, sorry, I should do it this way. So if we pretend for a moment, so here's the raiders. There's 12 of them. Here's where my defensive position is, like 8 people or whatever it is, or 5 people, whatever it is. And then we've got a wall here. And then a door there. And then over here is a spicy little Mega Sloth. And so what ended up happening is the plan was, I shoot at them as they come in. When they get close, we duck through. The melee goes here. Range goes there. We hold the ground. One Yatkin over here did the war cry shout thing over to the Mega Sloth. And by the time I realized it happened, I had the Mega Sloth was over here. And they were bearing down. And so, like, my retreat point was kind of compromised. I probably should have just pushed through it anyways. But it was just one of those ones that kind of like the plan went out the window. Okay, so more than likely my next conversion ritual, or my next convert could be a ritual, so I'll try to just full on convert the Neanderthal all in one go and hope it works. Yeah, food banks are really good deals, better than your soup kitchens. Yeah. It's usually with a lot of them, the food banks have a broader area they cover versus some people I'd be like, and this isn't a thing I necessarily agree with. Some people are like, no, I want to make sure it's helping here. And so your soup kitchen just in your neighborhood means you are at least helping right there. Honestly, if it gets them to donate to either, like, whether that dollar you're giving 80 cents goes to the cause or 70 cents goes to the cause, hey, you're still chipping into the cause. I'm not gonna sweat it one way or the other. Let's see, you lived with the guy who worked for one for a while? The connections they had to set up for stocking were wild. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the kitchens. Yeah. Can's not kitchen. You're stumping for money is better donating for... Better. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, because one of the things that happens a lot of times when people donate their canned goods, they've actually stopped doing the canned good drives in my area entirely. They'll still try and request money for, like, the food kitchens. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is we get a lot of people who, they'll grab a bunch of stuff that's either expired or near expired, and they'll be like, okay, chuck it in there. And then, you know, of course, the people at the thing have to be like, oh, nope, that's expired green beans. We can't give that to people, so that goes in the garbage. You know, that kind of thing. Or it'll be a bunch of stuff that people didn't want that's been sitting in their closet forever. That maybe it's still good or whatever, but that's like, oh, cool. We're giving our people a whole bunch of, you know, a whole bunch of cans of, like, canned fish or whatever that, you know, 20 cans of pumpkin puree. Yeah, exactly. It just ends up being a bunch of stuff that, you know, ends up being not great. There's very few people actually go, oh, they're doing canned food drive. Let me go to the grocery store and get some brand new things I would like to eat and bring them home and donate them. It's people cleaning out their cupboards and all that. But unfortunately, the reality is most of it ends up going in the trash because, again, it's expired. You know, it's just something that really isn't suited for giving out to random people, like, in support of people or whatever. So a lot of it does go to waste. So a lot of them have stopped doing that and just saying, hey, we'd like you to donate to these, to, you know, soup kitchens, food banks. But yeah, no, people talking like food banks are amazingly good for donations. If you donated for, yeah, fresh SpaghettiOs would be fine. Sad survivors. All right, so we got 6 refugees. They are all adults, so we're gonna force them all to drop their weapons immediately, because Carlson here, absolutely gonna betray us. The other ones might be okay, but I just got a feeling about Carlson. You're a shifty one, aren't you? What do you got for your stuff? You're steadfast. I absolutely can't trust you. So get recreation on there, work. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we could quickly just get a generic everyone can be on this, and then just paste it on down to all of them. So surprisingly, they actually got some doctors, so I suddenly feel a little bad about judging them, but just a little, and only kind of, and not really. So let's go ahead, we'll let you two do that. Let's see. So I don't really care about them handling. I don't really need them wardening and all that. They're not going to have melee weapons to hunt anyways. We don't have fishing, so it doesn't matter. I don't want them constructing. You know what, actually? I'll regret that later, but that's fine. The other thing we'll need to do is more sleeping spots. Now, if we can get the complex furniture done, that'll be good. Right now, we are trying to get these Neil pillows going. Why are those not getting built, by the way? We have a construction person. Where are you? You? Oh, you're not part of our ideology, so you can't build it. I almost never have to worry about that, so that caught me by surprise. Well, that kind of sucks, because I've been holding out with hopes of being able to get all of these built as Neil pillows instead, because if we do make them out of Neil pillows, it spares me some of the wood, which isn't that big a deal, but Neil pillows have lots of benefits to them. I'm still going to be stubborn and we're just going to deal with it. Alright, so we got people getting mild heat stroke. We have not gotten random research to give us the passive cooler, right? No. So basically what we're looking at is if this... Oh, those are... Okay. That happens to be our refugees, which means I can't do crap for them. So what do we even have here? We have a genie who is a careful shooter. I would take that person. We have Demet here, who is a slow learner with an annoying voice. No. We got a steadfast person who can't animals, plant work, or artistic. They're a doctor, which means I would absolutely take that person. We got another genie who is a body purist and a night owl. They're okay. I would maybe take them if they want to join, but there wouldn't be a good one. We got an undergrounder who's got, like, basically no passions we care about. Probably not. What were you? Oh. And we got a kind person who can't firefight but has extremely high medical. I would probably take them. Okay, so we got 3 angry raccoons. So we got one down there and one up here. Yeah, so this one will show up and then the other one. Honestly, you just get out of here. You get out of here for right now. Okay. Because we need to get you an actual weapon you won't be upset about. Oh, we're probably getting pretty close to needing Conquest, aren't we? Do we have a target? So we got a target. We can go for wood, which I don't care about, wood, which I don't care about, or pemmican and camel hide. Now, there is a little bit of danger if I don't send too many people out after it. So it's just 2 people. So we're going to probably send Gilmadesh. And you're my cook. Yeah, so Gilmadesh and they Leon are going to go. So let's get you out of here. We're going to have demands for blood soon. Alright, so the horse is going. So Gilmadesh and they Leon. And you got your travel supplies. Night owl and daytime. Oh, schedule. Let's fix you. So you don't get mad. What I need to do is just do that. How many night owls do we have here? It's just the one. All right, and that's our refugees are all getting extremely angry. Which, to be fair, we don't have a properly set up rec room and all that stuff. Which is not really what you want. All right. So you've got a recurve bow, and you know how to use it. And you've got a knife, and you do not know how to use it. Alright, so probably our play here is we want to get this probably into close range as best we can. Now, if we're lucky with all this, we could potentially catch one of them. Oh, you're responding to me, I think. We could potentially catch them up close and get some hits in first. Okay. Okay. Trying to avoid unnecessary hits. Okay. And we did that with no damage whatsoever. So with that, we should be able to get what little junk we've got here. Dance the lay on dance. Yeah, no, we were just trying to kite around, so, because... Ooh, alpaca. Quick adjustment to your plans. Because I'll take some free alpaca wool. Oh, I have to go. Orders, allow. Have I ever said you're amazed with my dance skills? Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna butcher the alpaca real fast to get the alpaca wool, because alpaca wool is good stuff. Well, I guess... Oh, it's not gonna give me the wool, it's gonna give me the camel hide. It's fine. We're just gonna grab that real fast. So grab the recurve bow to bring back, because that'll be something for Lunar to use. Okay, and one more. Now granted, I would have liked to have the alpaca themselves. That said, I don't want to take the time to try and tame them on this one. Are you playing without mods? We are playing fairly mod light. The one big mod I have is the Fog of War we've got going on. But otherwise, we're doing that. We have the random research, no starting research. Otherwise, we're not running anything exotic. Like, we're not doing Stardew Valley, or not Stardew Valley. We're not doing, like, vanilla expanded, or animals, or expanded biotech. Nothing like that. So we're very, very light on the mods. You used to volunteer at food bank at your church? You miss doing it. Yeah, no, because my understanding is, while it can be very hard work, it's very fulfilling. Yeah, you occasionally have someone who's a jerk or whatever, but, you know, when isn't that true? If you need cloth, you think you can deconstruct sandbags for a little cloth? Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. The reason we're not getting stuff built isn't the lack of cloth. It's our construction person isn't the right ideology, and so can't build it because that reason. I also just realized this room's getting full, so, blocks? No stone blocks. And then down here, blocks, stone blocks. A red fox is hunting one of my pawns. That is certainly a bold decision. That's fine. You always put stone and metal storage? Yeah, no, I need to. That's why I just switched the stone to go out there. As a working for the post office, you do a food drive once a year for the local food banks. It feels pretty good having a few extra trips back to the office because the truck is full of bags of food. Yeah, no, absolutely. I've been at a couple different organizations who have done like major charity kind of things, and it's always a really good feeling, like, when you're busy because of it. You know, it's still hard work, but at the same time, you're like, it's hard work that's, you know, you're not just making some number go up on someone's ledger. You're actually doing some proper good. Alright, so we're slowly converting you. As we get you converted, you'll start making those kneel pillows for everything. And that'll help the moods. Do we have other materials coming in? No, but I probably should do is furniture, bedrolls. Use the camel hide because we got a bunch of that. Devil strand, and now we're getting the recurve bow. So where did that recurve bow get to? Alright, let's look for it. Recurve. Never mind, you just found it. Grab that. In the meantime, complex clothing is next. That's good news. Double strand, and we'll expand it this way as well. All that. Let's see, your mom organizes and runs community dinner every Friday at her church, and she loves it. But yeah, it's a lot of work, especially since most of her church want nothing to do with it. So sometimes it's literally an uphill battle just to get them to keep it happening. Yeah. Yeah, no, there's like a lot of those charity things. They do have a lot of, like when I say overhead, we're not even talking the money overhead. Overhead as in just amount of effort involved to get it all happening overhead. So it does tend to need people who really want to be involved. Alright, so we'll go ahead and let them craft some recurve bows, because those will be better than these two bows here. Nimby types? Yeah, that's not surprising. Yep. You find it funny clothes made with Devil Strand are resistant to fire, but mushrooms that you get the Devil Strand from burn super easy? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, I haven't noticed that. It wouldn't surprise me. You can kind of hand wave it being like, oh, in the process of harvesting it and making it into its, you know, usable material, you get rid of the component that burns well, like, whatever. Like, maybe it's, you know, the Devil Strand, like, the surface of the mushroom, like, the skin on the top of the mushroom, as it were, is what you make it out of, and it doesn't burn at all well, but, like, the actual fibrous part underneath is the part that burns. Oh, don't cook on that. Burn apparel. Do forever if it is not clean, and burn apparel, do forever if it is below 90 and it's not utility or armor. Go ahead and mind that if you got the time. Alright, I could definitely pop this thing pretty easily, and I think that's worth doing. Let's get in there, let's bring everyone but Merlin. You keep Warren clothes to sell? Yeah, if they're made of something nice, they could sell for a decent amount. But a lot of Warren clothes will actually not... They'll only give you a couple bucks here and there. So they tend not really to be worth it. Alright. Okay, we got a Persona Zeus Hammer. And it is just a room of scorchers. So let's back up over here real quick. And I'm going to deliberately fan you out back here to bait the scorchers out to us. Alright, you two on this one, you two on that one. You two on this one. You two on that one. You on this one. You on that one. You on this one. Okay, stop firing because I don't want you to friendly fire each other. I don't want you to stand in the fire. Okay, you get in here. Let's get this fire under control real fast. Alright, so what do you got going on here? Psychic Hypersensitive Sensitizer. The weapon amplifies the wield's psychic sensitivity by 40%. This applies only while the weapon is held. Oh, well, that's gonna be certainly a thing. So They Leon here is a brawler, and you're Iron Will. Let's go give you that, because that's going to be better than an Equa. Let's be quick about this. Meanwhile, you go grab that Equa. And for all the refugees here, I'm going to have you pile in the middle of this room here real fast. Don't worry about why. It's nothing you should concern yourselves with much. Because I don't know what dangers you might be in. You might be fine. Or about to die. Let's find out. That is rough. Alright. Okay, so you all pile in here. And thank you for the follow. Go to the stream. Okay, so we got them all tied up into melee. Okay, range team, I'm gonna have you move over here. So you don't have to worry about friendly fire. Alright. And sorted. And pop that open. Healing factors. Okay, so we got them all knocked. The refugees actually did fine. We got some pretty bruised up ones, but no one actually got shot here. So bio, fast learner, body modder. Oh. Well, that's okay. Strip that person. Okay. Meanderist. Strip that person. And chemical fascination. Strip that person. And then we can go to stone. Do I have limestone? Not enough. We can go stone. Alright. We got a turkey that self-tamed. We're gonna go up here, go turkeys. I do not want a turkey. Okay, so we beat the crap out of them. They should just retreat now on their own. Okay. Well, I mean, we're having Thanksgiving early. Alright, so with that, I had queued you up to make recurve bows. Let's not do that, especially since you made a bad one. Alright, so Pretzel here. You go grab that LMG. Illy here. You go grab the assault rifle. You might want to reconsider that. All right. There we go. So I remember who was grabbing what. You grab that. You grab... Oh, there was an incinerator in there. Okay, you're feeding a meal to someone who's downed. Parker here, grab their weapon. That's fine. Pretzel here can go in here and... Probably should grab the shotgun. I do want the incinerator. Let's grab that and then haul back the incinerator. Meanwhile, deconstruct these, deconstruct those, deconstruct that, deconstruct those, deconstruct that. Take that apart as well. And you have a recurve bow. Go ahead and grab that revolver. And the last one's using a great bow. Look at that dude managed to get up and then walk promptly into fire. Yeah. And you need medical attention for your minor burn. Okay. The incinerator is fun, but man, that is a thing that has some significant liability to it. Alright, so meanwhile, I'm putting this off. Go the outside wall. And everywhere but the doors, we're going to go ahead and put a layer of granite, since it's available on the tile over it. And then once we get that set, we'll go through and start messing with the next part. And honestly, for this one, I'm going to go ahead and have a little gap there. Alright. And they got that indoors. I'm not too worried about trying to preserve this. We can claim these. Oh, hell with it. We'll claim this whole building. It's fine. They're going to go here. I'll make it part of the home zone. Which isn't super convenient. We'll want to get all these corpses out of here and all that. We'll deal with that in a minute. They did give us flak pants and a bunch of other stuff that if we drag that back will be good. But yeah, so we got a Persona Zeus hammer. It is only a good quality, but I mean, it's a Persona Zeus hammer. The big thing we have is I will probably want to get more stuff there. Wow, you've got a lot of negatives. Okay, so I'm kicking them over into other beds. You've got light leather. So you can go here, furniture, do this. We get some light leather beds going in. What enhancement on it? It makes it so we have stronger psychic sensitivity, so not really the best for our purposes. But it is those things. Alright. Considering it's going on someone who doesn't have psychic powers right now, it might be worth getting those psychic powers. It's not a terrible place for this tree to be. Also not a great place for it to be. And what do you do here? You clean and you mine and all that. Extreme break risk on you. That's because you got insulted. It's fine. And mostly they're getting mad about their schedule because of our stuff. Right, and Merlin here is the only one who's not allowed to leave the area. Alright, so hopefully pretty soon we're going to be able to try and do that. We're not going to do the deserter. I'm actually getting more colonists than I necessarily want before we have the grab ship. Because that'll come back to bite me if I have like 12, 14 colonists that we're trying to shove them all in the grab ship where there's no room and all that. What is your ideology? Not particularly that awful. We'll get there. We can grab you. Hey, mutual dazes. Love to see it. Oh, they're doing the thing where they're looping cooking meals because they can't fit into storage. They're not recognizing storage. I also didn't check. None of you had, like, fire foam packs of the corpses. Oh, you already got those drug away. Yeah, that's fine. But the only, if only psi abilities base game were actually useful with sensitivity, like increased power effectiveness, but nope. No one's shooting lightning bolts from their third eye or whatever. Yeah. Alright, so we got complex furniture. That's a big win. Because now with the complex furniture, we can go in here and go furniture, marble. We'll start a row of shelves in the back, and then we'll get the next row and the next row. And with that, cancel all of these. And go furniture. We'll just do the wood beds right now. Actually, wood is kind of a tricky one for us at the moment. If we go with slate beds and all that, they'll get a comfort penalty, though. Let's go ahead and tell them to cut down the trees out here. And over here. Basically, if you can get to the trees, do it. And then we'll go here. Wooden beds. And that's fine. We'll get these uninstalled when the refugees are out of here. And those could be for our caravaning until we get the ship going back and forth. Let's see. That's tiny bit of corn, tiny bit of wood, tiny bit of wood. We don't care about that. Those infants are going to be our first victims for a proper town hit when we're ready. Okay, are we ready for a conversion ritual? Alright. So we are going to get everyone. We're going to try and hit Apple Lords. Because them being steadfast, it's only going to work if we manage to nail it all in one. So we're trying to aim for a masterful. Anything else is kind of a waste of time. Effective. Alright, well, that's fine. Yeah, no, we will. Usually I put it in the room. We can go ahead and do that now. It's just, we just got complex furniture. So I hadn't had a chance to do it yet. Yeah, usually I'll put one shelf wherever my rec room is. I'll have one shelf that's for meals. So that it always goes there. I'm not super worried about it. I have so much food and it's mostly sitting in the supply room. If it ultimately came down to it, we would just grab that from the supply room and then suddenly a tile's freed up. And a lot of times, until we have a hospital, the bedroom, I'll go ahead and put a shelf for the medicine, and then when you get a hospital, you make that. Even a lot of times, I'll still keep medicine by my barracks, even when I have a hospital, just in the event people manage to get back to the barracks when I need the medical to treat them. Because I've had too many times, they'll be like, go to the barracks, run half across the area to try and get to the hospital, grab the messenger, run the whole way back. It's like, just have it here. Alright. So you should be getting your stuff sorted out relatively soon. And then, we're about to get complex clothing. Cool. Now we got sad survivors. They're here for 10 more days or whatever. Psychite refining. Of course. You know the herbal medicine? Yeah, no, it's quite often the same. Sometimes I end up with so much medicine though that I'm willing to go away for it. Alright, go ahead and cut up 2 of these. Just gonna smash things in your room, that's fine, have a good time. Okay. Keep on grabbing stuff, bringing it in. Alright, because the good news is if we get all those shelves built, then I can take those shelves later, and when we get our ship, just literally move them from one to the other. We don't need to cut more brick. But yeah, so we're actually doing a little bit better on getting useful stuff this time right away, versus the last one. We got all the drug production. It's just like, but I don't have these things. I don't care about these things. Like I need my complex clothing. I need my furniture. I need all these kinds of things. Let's go ahead and get work. Put all of you to have a certain level of priority on plant cut as well. So if you got any availability, you'll knock it out. Oh, wait a second. Why do you have these set still? Shuttle has arrived for Merlin. Get out of here, Merlin. And we got ourselves some Glitter World. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting all this Devil Strand down there. I don't even know if we're going to use it. It's fine. I also don't know if we're actually getting out here doing any of this hunting I keep queuing up. I'm guessing we are, but I'm not particularly noticing it. Okay, we also can go here and go furniture. Marble bookcase. I'm always torn about where I want to put the bookcases, because you get a bonus. We'll put in for the bonus to the research. You get a bonus to your research, which is definitely worth pursuing. At the same time, you kind of want them to go to a recreation room, so it's kind of A or B. Alright, so we're getting all that done. We're finally getting these trees cut down so that wood should get sorted. We're also getting the granite on the outside so I can't just light our wall on fire. We'll want to put like little airlock kind of systems here. And I'll just tell them to hold the wood doors open entirely. It does mean we'll get slowed down going in and out. Alright, so this one here, that's critical for meals. Alright, how close are you to getting converted? Not very, just because we took that last conversion and tried to use on the other person. Because it was the actual conversion ritual, not just a standard conversion. Right, and we have, I don't remember if it's like a drum party or what we got going on there. Let's also take a look at our ideology stuff. So let's see. For our ideology, we have the drum party. Okay, so for a drum party, we need to drop some drums in here. So ideology, wood drum. Go like this. And then we will want a fire in here for the drum party. Because we can do that and potentially get ideology points out of that. Now, granted, the ideology points are mostly going to get from attacking people. And we probably have recent conquest is still solid. Ravenously hungry. That's just a you problem to go eat. I'm hoping we'll get a better target for going after, because hauling wood back is no good. Alright, incompetent cook, so we're gonna have 4 people get food poisoning real fast. Inspired taming. What's your taming at? Oh, you can't handle that. Never mind. Inspired taming, bad at taming. That's fair. I thought it was our other one who had like 10 taming, because then I would have grabbed one of the Mega Sloths. And then it'd be a question, do I keep the Mega Sloth as a very inefficient source of really good wool? Or even just bring it back and slaughter it real fast or whatever. Oh, did the cat get food poisoning? Poor cat. Yeah, who was the one who's supposed to be hunting? It was our shooting specialist, right? No, it's you. Yeah, so you're set up to cook, then haul, or clean, then haul, then hunt. Which I think is fine. I'll actually have you prioritize slightly higher than hauling for right now. So that way you do make sure to get that done. Because also having our shooting specialist get really high shooting skill would be really good. Take advantage of all those bonuses we can get. Okay. And we've got you ready for another conversion attempt. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot to convert those two. That's fine. Okay, well, let's begin the party of theft. Because why the heck not? You're downed. Oh, because you're old and food poisoning. Frail and food poisoning will do that. Alright. Unforgettable party of theft. Excellent. We don't really need that, but it was mostly to get some ideology points, get some mood bonuses, all that stuff. I would actually queue you even to make stuff. I did not. Make work, do forever. And we can go here to these ones. And go production, fermenting barrels. There we go. So our storage room is going to be full. We won't be able to handle like heat waves and cold snaps. It'll just kill our product. But we're making it anyway, so who cares? You can't wait until they fix the Imperial shuttle bug. Sending people on an Imperial shuttle to a quest location. The quest location fails to generate, so delete your colonist. I thought they had resolved that already. I know it was a thing early on, like right after drop, but I thought they did kindly go through. And reload like 1/10 to 1/20th quest generations, like that suck? Gotcha. I mean, if it is still a thing, it is still a thing. I thought that had been fixed. It's not fixed in the stable branch? Gotcha. Alright, so we can go here. Build those. And then we can uninstall these beds after that. It came back in Odyssey and driving you up the wall? Yeah. Well, they definitely did some major reworks on a lot of how the shuttles and all that work and whatnot, and unfortunately there have been side effects. And I'm putting entirely too many shelves in this thing and just dealing with it. Okay. Yeah, it's once per 20 days I can use the big conversion ritual. That's a chance to instantly convert. Man, they're hauling wood and all that. Right now I'm going to let that happen. I usually don't want it, but as many shelves as we're going to get, I'm just gonna ignore it for the time being. Meanwhile, we could probably just go floors. We are morbid, I believe, so we'll do a morbid slate floor. We'll let them start replacing the floor in there. Alright, Psychite refining. So Psychite brewing will be next, that's good. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom. We're in nana break anyway, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. It'll be back in just a few. These were not the vehicles they expected us to do this with, let alone having the ramp down. It actually worked okay. It's trying so hard. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, the intention was to put 2 small vehicles on here. It is a light vehicle transport. Neither of the things on the back here is remotely qualified as a light vehicle. This is you destroying the suspension of this poor truck. Yep, I would say that qualifies. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Oh, jeez. I thought I had been caught by the homeowners. Not that one of them followed me in there. Or, arms wide open. Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything. The point was, we both walked up. We waved our guns around, and their gun was substantially bigger than my gun. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? Duplicants have died. Hank starved. All right, and we are back. I've definitely been enjoying the new clip player we switched to. It's not perfect. It's far from it. But, like, being able to have those labels of, like, what the clip name is, who clipped it, when they clipped it, all that kind of stuff is fun to be able to look back. It also means that I find those clips, I'm like, that clip, that's gotta go. I can actually find it. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll put the plan out here. So, by where we have these ones, I want to have at least one space between the doors. Like this one's fine because there's like a little zigzag. But that way I can put another door out here. And the whole reason we're doing this is we started with wood, and then we got our brick cutting, so now we're switching over to the brick. And rather than do the replace where they tear down the wall and build a new wall, I'm choosing to just let them kind of gradually work their way through. But we will have them lock open the wood doors, so you don't have to open 2 doors. Alright, so he wants you to take care of 3 rhinoceros for some glitter world. Sure, why not? And what I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to go zone, expand, manage zones, copy that zone, invert the zone, and go outside, safe. We could go to these animals because I don't want my rhino eating all my food. So we're kicking the rhinos outside and saying, you aren't allowed to be anywhere near here. That way, instead of eating all my crops, I'll eat the grass outside. Does that mean we could run into a problem where they end up getting attacked and yada yada yada? Probably. Do I ultimately care? No. No, not really, if I'm being honest. If something happens to them, you know, that's what it is. Okay. So go to these beds, and we're going to uninstall them so that we go into our actual beds up here. And what that'll do is it also gives me bedrolls now for when we caravan out to attack stuff. We actually have bedrolls to sleep in to get the bonuses from that. Or I guess the lack of penalty from that. Any of these beds crap? Nah, they're all at least normal. I won't destroy them for normal. Maybe later on we'll care about making better beds. That's actually one of the ones that gets me, is people who deliberately get a tortured artist and get them to be inspired again and again. So that they can keep making really good, like, legendary masterwork, you know, that kind of bed. Which, it's fun, it makes sense, but there's a certain meme about being like, oh yeah, we keep the artist in the basement, we make sure they're miserable at all times. That way, you know, we can get some really good art. Tortured artist isn't a description of the person, it's a statement of what is occurring. Actually, I lied. I'll leave that latched open that way. So this door will expose the wood part. And then the other ones we will expose the metal, or the, not metal, the stone part. Because they're going to run back and forth through here. That'll be a whole thing. Reminds you of the Sim basement goblin money-making strategy? Oh yeah, no, the Sims where it's like, you find any craft you can make money. What's this person do? Just that. What else do they do? No, you don't understand. That's literally all they do here. They will not be permitted to ever leave this basement or do anything else. I'll make the dusters. I've been making the capes recently just because capes. But still. Alright, and then we would want the face mask. And technically the sash gives us the tiniest little bit of benefit. And details, 80%. Part of me wants to tell them Devil Strand only, because they're growing Devil Strand, but it's going to take so long and there's so much stuff that can go wrong. It's probably better I just let them make it with whatever they can get their hands on. And then down the road, if I'm swimming in Devil Strand, we can worry about that, which I probably won't be. Now, for one thing that people may not have noticed, one really big negative that you run into with doing the Raider ideology is if we actually look at this, we get a huge bonus for raiding, but it's that one under the stats, just off to the right of the mouse. Global work speed minus 16%. That's rough. That literally all of your work, you're gonna do it just shy of 20% worse. And you can certainly overcome it with bionics and all that kind of stuff. But early game, it just means everything's gonna be a little bit crap. And my assumption is that's intended as a thing to pressure you into wanting to go and attack others more, because it will be difficult to get a lot of those things. Because it just takes you longer to do plants, and longer to get wood, and longer to mine, and longer to everything, that it's worth it to just raid. And it does. The big things you need to look at, like this raid here, getting 300 wood, come on, man. Hiking that far, I could just have a person run around and cut down 5 or 6 trees. Oh, I'm gonna have you cancel that. We'll wait till your food poisoning's gone, because that's going to affect it so much you were only going to lower them by 5%. Let's see, with Sims 2 open for business, you'd sell tickets for people to visit the house entertainment center combo you built. Yeah, well that's, we don't play a lot of The Sims on the channel, but we have played The Sims 4 on the rare occasion. But that was, they had their new one where you can, like, run a business from your lot. I haven't actually gotten to check it out. But my understanding is you can do a lot of that same garbage where, you know, you turn your lot into a store or whatever and manage to abuse all sorts of ways to make money. I do always enjoy those classic sim, like this is The Sims we're talking about, like the simulation games in general, silly abuses you could do. Like, for example, the City Skylines thing, where you would have, like, half your city over here is, like, your residential and the other half is, like, commercial, industrial. And you'd have the only way to get from one side to the other be going through, like, parks that have absolutely astronomical fees for going to the park. Or force them to go on public transportation as the only means to go through, but then charge absolutely absurd amounts for your public transportation. One of your Sims basically lived in a hot tub chatting with the guests. Alright, we got rare thrombos. Do you have any inspired taming? Ooh, you have inspired taming? Are you good at it? You are. Do it. You also have inspired taming, but you're not high enough to do it. Alright, we got a thrombo. Psychoid brewing. So what we will do here is go add and Psychoid brewing. Yeah, so we do have a second person with taming inspired, but unfortunately they don't have enough animal, or we're not even close to it. So it will be a matter of RNG if you do manage to get that tame off. I'm going to prioritize you to go do it, just in case you get lucky. Because it'll be something like a 1.6 or 1.8% chance. 1.5. So the odds are a bit against it. But with that, we'll go ahead and start taming Thrumbo 1. Because I'm down to take, like, a group of Thrumbos with us. It'll be hard to keep them fed, but, you know. I could see having the ship land, the raiders come out, and the Thrumbo army spills forth. And then keeping them fed would be a full-time job that we would struggle desperately to achieve. Why are you not? Oh, we need components. That's fair. So I deliberately did not mine these components. There we go. So now you're going to get full credit again. Alright. Alright, we've almost got that outer defense sorted out. We'll also queue up that they can mine that plasteel as well, so we don't wait too long and just not have access to it. Okay, meanwhile, where is... Won't you keep trying to train that Thrumbo? What is your priority on the handling? Honestly, if any of you can handle it, make it happen. Because we can get 2 of them, that'd be a breeding pair. And then I'm down for just getting a ton of Thrombos, and then as they die in battle, we just get a whole lot of Thrumbo fur, and Thrumbo horns and all that. Thrumbos are fun to build an army around. The only downside is the animals work really terribly for stuff. Chuck wants to join. Animal skill 11. Oh, this is a random joiner. We'll see what they've got, and then we'll decide if they stay. Alright, so, Optimist, you're on the right track. No addictions and all that. And you can be a dedicated cook. And you have a medical passion. Yeah, you're here. Welcome, Chuck. I am convinced. Ooh, I don't think this style of joiner can be... Yeah, the likelihood of having a metal whore at this stage is pretty close to none. Yeah, you can be a hunter. And you can... Yeah, you'll cook as your main. That's a problem. That's why I've been having issues. Oh, you shouldn't... Oh, right, because you were on the other tile. Boo, you've been scheduled wrong this whole time. Alright, so that would free you up. Yeah, I think that's fine, because that would have 2 cooks working. So then Chuck here is going to stay at the colony, so we'll go ahead and get them set up, and that's going to be Kraisk. And what is your ideology? You are a human primacy ritualist. Well, at least you're not going to be angry being around here. Do we have anyone who's like an age I got to be worried about? You know, someone pushing their 50s? Yes, they Leon, that's right. So, I usually like to wait to poke the anomaly stuff until right after electricity. Because that way you can get the better containment and all that. I think in this case, we've got the numbers. I think I'm okay just poking the anomaly now. It might not be the right decision, but I really need to get chronophagy and all that going. Oops, slow down time because of that. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Kraisk thinks he can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Kraisk focuses on the shape, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow into Kraisk's vision, but the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space all around. A black shape is forming in his mind. The anomaly is stirring. Yeah, let's keep poking it. Mildly disturbing? Yep. That is going to be a poke. It's going to be a big old poke. Alright. As the monolith has changed, Kraisk was overcome with a horrifying vision. In an instant he understood. The monolith is a doorway just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Kraisk is convinced he can learn more if given time to study the monolith. You have unlocked all the monolith stuff. And we will just restrict the people we care about to the safe zone for no real reason. Don't sweat it. Oh, actually, we don't want to do that. So let's quickly go schedule, unrestrict you. Oh, it's tame. It's sleeping. Alright, so when we get up, we want to make sure someone tries to tame that Thrumbo. Ideally, it's looking like Demon is probably going to be the one to go out there. And then, meanwhile, you're still working on your stuff. Yeah, so we got Kraisk here. They've got to also be converted. Right now, we want to keep working on Lunar. Because if I stop to switch to Kraisk, yes, I'll get Kraisk converted way faster. But, then Lunar will lose a lot of progress. So it just is what it is. Now, there's a good chance I have a Sight Stealer running around there. Distress Signal and Royal Ascent at the same time. The Distress Signal can be a fun one. It's often a good way to tech up, all depending on who the target was. But you can just stand back, kill the anomaly stuff there, and then scoop up whatever good stuff. Do it, damn it. Do it. No. It's fine. But yeah, and I've had colonies where I'm early game and just pick up a bunch of Hellcat assault rifles and all that kind of stuff where just skip all the tech levels and go, yeah, we're running assault rifles now. It's fine. Alright, how much longer till they're out? Okay, so with that, you all don't need to be doctors anymore, because Krazkir is actually a doctor. Ish. Sort of. You just learned the hard way that 6 maxed out ghouls beats a Nociosphere. Alright, Sight Stealer revealed. Okay. Let's get you two out here onto Sight Stealer. Get the support team. Demi here is going to get interrupted. I'm going to have you try running like this. Grab the combat party. Wait, did you get back up? No? What are you running? Oh, there's another one over there. It didn't give me the prompt being like Sight Stealer revealed, so I was like, what? Meanwhile, you ignore personal safety. Where'd that other Thrumbo go? Oh, is it gone? Did it leave? It's gone. Okay. So we got proximity detector. We're gonna let you just bleed out on the ground over there. So Apple took a hit. Not a bad one. Actually, that's not even from that. That's from your social fight. And there's a good chance when this one dies, it'll do the scream and we'll have more of them to deal with. You are missing a leg. We're gonna play a little game. The little game is called, can we knock the leg off the Sight Stealer without killing it? The answer is probably no. Nope, that's not a good hit. Nope, that's the arm. Moving in the right direction. No, that's a torso. That's good. Another hit. Okay, winner. Tend to it right now. Because we can manage to salvage it. I can capture this one. It's going to be hard with how much it's bleeding, though. All right. So with that, we got our first friend. It wasn't a high chance we were going to succeed at that, but we did. It's like, it's below minimum. Be careful, it's going to escape. I don't think... Oh, it's missing its arms, not its legs. Boo. You know what? I can live with that. We can wait till it's healed up and then do it again. So for right now, what we could do here is I'm going to make a room for that thing to be trapped. If you tend a temporary tile via the shuttle, put down a sleeping spot, make the dire tend to medicine. If you have, then Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so what we're going to need to do is mine this spot out. That'll be fine. If you have an AC, you can frostbite them off. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We should get a combat update to decide where the colonists should aim. Nah, that, like, I understand why people want that. I feel like that would end up being way too cheesy. Is that reliable, or is it just likely to kill them? No, because you can push them to the point where they start getting hypothermia. When they hit serious, they'll start taking frostbite, and then you can kind of turn it down again and let them warm up again. They keep the frostbite, and you turn it on again. And so you just kind of go back and forth till you just damage the limb to a point that it comes off. You have to 50% hold hypothermia and then hold it. Yeah, basically that. Dark visions, because you slept in the cold. Okay, so we're going to go to structure, door. We found more components. Why are you upset? You were insulted. An ugly environment. And everything else. You'll try if a devourer keeps escaping. Not sure if you could do it with the devourer, but devourers are a dangerous one to hold because of that. Now, if you get lucky and you shatter the devourer's spine, but don't kill it, or give it bad enough brain damage, but don't kill it, then you can have a devourer that can't get back up. But there's no really reliable way to do that that doesn't involve mods. Metal Horror, I believe, will recover all its limbs eventually. Gore Hulk would work. Gore Hulk, you could do it. Okay. So I'm trying to get just a little bit of uranium so I could put a uranium door there, have even more containment. Yeah, but stuff like Revenants and Ghouls, you can't do it because they'll keep recovering their stuff. I believe the Shamblers will also keep recovering their stuff, so you can't do it. They'll just, even if you successfully knock their legs off, the legs will just come back. Oh, goody. Carpet making. Structure, uranium. The good news is we didn't actually trigger a second wave of the Sight Stealers. Alright. We got stuff going with the brick. They're not really getting a cut at the moment. Because they got enough clothing to make and all that. So I guess you could prioritize frostbiting a Sightseer and a Gore Hulk. I mean, yeah, if you want to. I generally don't worry about them. Actually, the ones I like to keep the most are Revenants. Because once you get past the early game, you could take down Revenants really easy once you know what you're doing. And then plus, you get stuff like chain shotguns and assault rifles. The poor Revenant, it may get in and knock down one of your people, but it is going to be absolutely shredded before it gets out. So it can be a really big thing just to deal with that. Honestly, just take the tough spikes home from a distress beacon. Yeah, that's not bad, I think. You're just scared of everything. There's definitely ones that'll get you. Like I said, the Devourers can be a dangerous one to keep, because especially you'll have someone in there researching the Devourer. When it breaks out, it'll jump on them, and then, you know, by the time others can get there to help, it's just too late. I won't keep a Devourer unless it is permanently disabled, i.e. it has such bad brain damage it can't do anything anymore, or I've shattered its spine or something like that. Which is pretty rare. Because Devourers are typically just a DPS check. Devourers are surprisingly good at breaking out. Yeah, no, it's just they're way dangerous. Okay. They're like the scariest one to hold. Oh yeah. No, even stuff like Chimera can be very dangerous, but at least most of the time the Chimera will down you, not kill you, unless, you know, they get lucky. You hate the spheres most? Oh, I love the sphere. The Nocio sphere to me is like literally just a fun time. It's a dangerous thing, but if you just set up a way to get yourself safe from it, it's a big fun red button you can push to unleash death upon the map. Okay, so that should be better containment for you. And for right now, we're going to shove a torch on the wall, because if we give you more light, that'll increase your containment. Alright. And we got some cargo pods. Oh goody! Milk! Just sky milk. Just what I always wanted. The incredible curse of a whole lot of sky milk. You just have a Revenant show up and you turned it into a spine in like 5 seconds. Oh yeah, no, you get to mid to late game and the poor Revenant stands no chance. You gotta pretty badly fumble it. Now, Revenants at a wrong time can still cause you grief. Like, if you're just about to go into a raid and then the Revenant shows up and, you know, takes out your one and only main melee pawn, it can be really rough. Other people are set to attack undrafted and it walked into the middle of your base. Yeah. That does remind me. Melee pawns, I will typically give attack, while the other ones will typically tell them to run. Low psychic drone, nobody likes it. Chasing a Revenant around with flares super early game is fun, though. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like, of the anomaly, I think, like, of the anomalies, I think my favorite one for actually dealing with is just the Revenant. They don't care about the floor, but let's smooth the walls. Just that way, you know, when we're doing stuff, if any of it gets damaged, we repair it. You swore off that setting after you had a moral guide go berserk and promptly take a hunting rifle shot to the heart. Oh yeah, the one where someone can just do it. Refugees are leaving. Cool. That helps because keeping them happy was pretty miserable. We're really making very slow progress there. Travelers would like alms. Okay, that's fine. And was there anything else we cared about nearby? Okay, so we've got the distress signal. We can head that way. Oh, you're probably getting mad. Do we have a recent conquest? We probably don't have a recent conquest in a while, do we? It's still positive, but it's going to drop soon. Okay, we have a robber's camp. Oh, you have way more than now with the early game. You found a guide that's specific for Tough Spike. They put 5 coolers and set it to minus 99. And once the once they get basically hypothermia, that's the word I was looking for. Once they get hypothermia hit 60%, bring it down to 49 and just keep the hypo in that range. Yeah, just basically keep it going. So they should auto-load that. I'm hoping I don't have to manually deal with it. Okay, the low psychic drone is ending. Oh, you're still all restricted. That's on me. Carry you. Carry you. Oh, last one's up here. And carry you. Oh yeah, no, the unique weapons are wonderful. You feel like the addition of getting a small chance of finding a legendary weapon has been gifting to every traveler now? Oh yeah. Well, now what's funny, like, I got to get early access to this. I was one of the people who got to have access just a little bit in advance. And that was one of the things that I found that I really wanted to, like, talk about, but, you know, I couldn't spoil and all that. Like, I recorded the video talking about it and everything, but I just couldn't... You know, I couldn't reveal it at anything yet, as basically I wasn't allowed to until it was closer to when the game came out. And it was just like, these unique weapons are... Like, even if you get ones that's like, is it actually good? No. But is it pretty cool? Yes. Alright, so what we'll probably want to do... I can see going over here, just knocking out a target to knock it out, and then coming down here and doing the distress signal. So one, we get the Conquest bonus, and then the other we just go for in hopes of potentially getting better weapons, other decent things, bioferrite. Because we're going to need the bioferrite stuff early on for chronophagy. There you go. I can lock that door open now. Alright. You say hi today? I don't know. But hi, nevertheless, it's always good to have you here. Okay, so let's go. Formal caravan, go here. Then here, then there. Accept. Alright, so the Thrumbo and the horse are going. And let's see. De Leon is going. Krace can go along. Lunar Bell stays behind. Illyspid can go. Pretzel can go. They'll send you as well. So I'm sending a lot of people on this one. Yeah, so people are staying as Apples, who is our cook. There's Bioferrite Extraction. Love to see it. Is our cook is staying behind. Our moral guide is staying behind so we can keep working on converting people. They're our researcher. And then Lunar Bell is a construction person. They're staying behind as well. Illyspid potentially should have stayed behind, but honestly I've got so much food up here, I'm willing to just let it sit for a bit. Yeah, recreation is struggling. We're gonna need another source of recreation soon, like the telescope or whatever. But if we get lucky, maybe we'll find some in one of these camps. Oh, it was the other run. I was like, oh wait, we have the harpsichord. I was like, no, I don't. That's the run that died earlier. Yeah, and this is the one downside of this mod. As you'll notice, we get a little lag spike every time we reveal a little bit more of the map. Yep, and this time we brought the bedrolls. We had enough for everybody. We can deconstruct those. So I'll go marble dresser. I don't have marble. It's fine. They just gotta work on crafting and all that. Because I want to get that marble dresser in there and all that. So just our moral guide and the 2 people who don't believe in our ideology. Well, I guess technically we have 3. It's fine. We'll get it sorted. Okay, carpet making is done. Electricity. Okay, so electricity is now in progress. We're going to go to quests. I'm going to go to mech signal. We're going to accept that. Because we've been waiting for the electricity to show up. And you are going to go ahead and inspect it. Where's the wreckage? And we're going to reinstall that right here in the middle for right now. Where's the wreckage? Did I not... Oh, it's all the way up here, weirdly. That's weird. It's fine. It's just one of those things of like, are you not going to give me any of my grab plates? Are you going to make me caravan across the map and slowly collect grab plates? It'd be an interesting thing to have to deal with, but not really what I want to deal with. Okay, so let's see here. We can start moving. Now this should be a really fast and easy fight. They got person with a knife, person with a bow. And poor Monica decided to separate on their own, and is going to get shot the crap out of. Okay, and with that, let's run sideways. So we keep line of sighting you. And you took a hit, how bad? To the arm, kind of annoying. And get on him. Alright. So you can claim the doors. You check this one. You check that one. You check this one. And as soon as it's revealed, we will caravan again. Here's stuff. If you didn't stay, you wonder why? I don't know, man. You think you'd want to be part of what we got going on here. Oh, let's claim, uninstall, claim, uninstall. It'll do that really fast. And we will go reform caravan, go down here, accept. Toggle, grab all of the supplies. Items, we are not grabbing the wood. Do we have the sleeping bags, though? Yeah, I know we can grab them. Yep, so we grabbed ourselves an extra 2 bedrolls to bring home. Reform ideology. Cool. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is our ideology is going to get a little bump. So with our new ideology changes, we are going to reform, and we are going to do just like that. Pain is a virtue. So we're going to confirm that. And next, and for right now, we'll have just the minor scarification. And each time we reform, we're going to escalate it. So we're already at the point that we're going to stop using these beds here, and we're going to go for the slabs. So furniture. We'll want a slab bed. And I'm just going to need our people to cut some stone, so we won't be able to do those quite yet. Alright. Meanwhile, I'd really like you to bring that inside, please. And you go talk to them. Okay. So we got both of our research of that. We can get rid of all these clubs and bows and pilas and incendiary launcher. Honestly, the incinerator, as much fun as that would be, we're just going to kill ourselves with that, so probably get that out of our hair. They already can't afford any of that, so I guess we'll just take the incinerator back. Give me the herbal medicine. And the pemmican, that's fine. Okay. We got people running around all over the place. Okay, with that, we'll hit the distress signal. And we're hoping to score ourselves some better weapons. Get some assault rifles, stuff like that. If not that, get ourselves some other goodies. Make sure everyone's all patched up. You can sometimes get some really good stuff out of here too. Yeah, so unfortunately it looks like the group here was one of the tribes, so we could get lucky and find like a bioferrite weapon or whatever. It's pretty low odds, unfortunately. Okay, I don't want to bring you home, so we're just going to keep shooting. So we can move on over here. Gift from you, they gave us money. Okay, so we got those two up there, and then we've got all these places to check out real fast. There's a possibility that we pop into one of these and there'd be an enemy in there. It's unfortunate if it happens. Okay. Get you over here real fast. Oh, this counts as raiding someone? Okay. That's interesting. Got a little bit of plasteel out of that one. Okay, and we can have you start doing all this. Got a shard. Meanwhile, uninstall all those. Have a good time. Orders. Allow it all. So I can eat some food real fast. They'll rip up a bunch more of these beds. Okay. Who's assigned to construction? You? So you just had a warped obelisk appear tower. How do you deal with it? You'll figure it out. Don't spoil yourself. You'll get there. Okay, so start yoinking all of these. All right. Then we'll caravan back with these as well. Then we can start parting with whichever ones aren't the best. All right, and reform caravan, go home. Except travel supplies, food. Grab all of the beds. All of them. Items, the shard, the plasteel. There's a plasteel club? That's such a waste. It's funny, but also such a waste. And with that, we will get out of here. Actually, we'll grab those two, because supposedly they're worth a whole lot. I don't imagine they are. We'll grab the weird plasteel club and the silver spear. Alright. Oh, is this more plasteel up here I'm seeing? No, that's marble. Just got a weird blue hue from being zoomed out that far. We got jade up here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We can set you to be mine. We won't worry about the steel yet. We're going to grab it, but that's lower priority. Oh, we're at the point where we want to disassemble those. Got gold over there that we've ignored. Got silver over there. Uranium over there. And meanwhile, the game's like, you know you're going to upset people, right? Yes. Yes, I am well aware. It's not my fault they made poor ideological choices. Venerated relic, we will accept that to get those later. Alright, and meanwhile... conversion ritual, still 5 days. $24. Probably 3 more times will do it. We got a dedicated crafter, right? Yeah, so have... Pretzel's gonna deprioritize handling. We've got Kraisk and them to handle that. So we can keep them off of it. Alright. And Kraisk is hunting. That's fair, because you got that as a priority after cooking. So have at it. Go get them all. Not the porcupines. Leave the porcupines alone. Actually, do we leave the porcupines alone? Get the porcupines. Because we took pain as a virtue. And by having pain as a virtue, that does mean pain makes us happier. So getting some quills in the face, not necessarily the worst thing. Oh, you're set to pews? We'll deal with that later. You could use porcupines to incapacitate entities. Oh, by just getting them so much pain and then just leaving it like that? Ideology. Ba-bum. The Outlaw platform. So if we make it out of that, it'd be 200. Fine. Climate adjuster off tile. I don't see it. I don't see the climate adjuster. It might be here. So it might be I can't see it. So definitely want to deal with that. So I can get the trace amounts of meat. Adjusted in the fog. Yeah, no, that's the thing. So I'll probably want to go over there. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. But that's fine. So let's see. I'll actually take your cloth and your double strand. And you can just take all my trace amounts of all the other fabrics we're not going to be using. You can take your yayo, the go juice. You can take the beer. Oh, we still have the headdresses and the tribal wear, so you can go ahead and get rid of those. Actually, get rid of all the clothes there. What else do we want to toss food over? Grab your little bit of medicine. Okay, so let's see what happens if I send you 1,000 wood. Cool. Alright. So, let's get a party out there. I don't know what the situation is. So let's go to Quest, Climate Adjuster. I guess we just have to go out there. Alright, so we will go form caravan. We'll plan to go here. And then back. Except, we'll send They Leon. And we will send Krask. And we'll leave it at just the two of them. Oh, and the animals to go faster. Let's see. Oh my god, the Imparade spawned on the single tile in the core of the map with the flesh beast heart mobs. You achieved a seconds per frame per second. Why? Yeah. And it just spits fire everywhere and just violence. And you have no way of telling at all who's winning until it starts to properly wrap up. Okay, so entities start extracting the bioferrite. Get you two off the map. I think it's bugged, because I don't, oh, there it is. Never mind. Okay, so that's kind of dangerous. What's the Plasteel Club stats versus the Steel Equa? Oh, that's a good question. Let's take a quick look. So, we're going to need to just check a Steel Equa. No, I'm not going to have... Like, I have to drop this, because the Steel Equa, if I do that... So, there's the Plasteel Club. So Plasteel Club is 10.05 damage per second, 17 armor pen. We're going to have you step outside real fast. We're going to have you drop. Oh, okay. Well, have you grab that. And then meanwhile... So, okay, I mean, sure. In a danger cluster, an EMI dynamo... If we had smoke, that'd be really good. We're gonna ignore that for right now. That's kind of a funny defensive position. It's got like the one spot it can shoot over. If you didn't see what happened with the earlier colony, what we ended up having is, just the unfortunate reality was we had a really big melee raid, and so I had the plan of, you know, like, standing out and then shooting at the melee raid until they got close, and then ducking into a door I had open, and then, you know, fight them in the choke point kind of thing. Unfortunately, what actually ended up happening, pick up the plasteel all, pick up the component all, and then just get off this tile. But what unfortunately happened is one yak and beast called a Megasloth on the other side of where I was planning on doing it, so I ended up getting pinched. So my retreat path got blocked by the Megasloth as the melee raid kind of overtook me. So it was pretty bad. All right, so the good news is we do realize now that Fog of War does matter, because I couldn't see that they had a thing there. At least it didn't kill the colony. Well, that one did kill the colony. This is a new colony. That's the reason I don't have the grab ship or anything. We just have the core here as we're researching electricity. Oh, at least you didn't. Oh yeah. No, you're good. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Downstairs is the place where I head.
Yeah, it's a good place to head when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
I love you.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you more.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you Infinity Simplex for subscribing for 15 months. Danky and at Randall Thor 1812 for main Jeshenkabo. Thank you Randall Thor. Rual love.
And thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Infinity Simplex. It's 15 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. And all that good stuff means a heck of a lot.
Thank you Infinity Simplex for subscribing for 15 months.
Yeah, that's
Danky
just a...
and at Randall Thor 1812 for main Jeshenkabo. Thank you Randall Thor. Rual love.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Luna Lovecraft, for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate that as well. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. So thank you so much for
Luna
that.
Lovecraft for subscribing for 1 month.
I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And then thank you, Treacle, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that as well. All that support helps. So thank you so much for all of that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Kicking off a hype train. We're already almost through level 1. I forgot the alert goes off twice. Yeah, no, it's all good. For those who don't know what it is, it's just a weird problem that we're having with Firebot, or actually I think it's almost all the bots, that when someone upgrades a sub kind of thing, it'll trigger it twice. Versus like if you just have your sub like your normal stuff, it'll trigger it normally. Sometimes also when you do like a group of subs, sometimes a group of subs will also do like a really weird thing where instead of like where it does...
Thank you Burningson1 for subscribing for 43 months.
And thank
Choo-choo.
you, and thank you Burningson for the tier 1 sub. That's 43 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free emotes and all that. And in response to that, Cassandra has said the Thrumbo gets the plague. Cassandra, not a fan of communities being supportive. It's really, really toxic of you there, Cassandra. Did you, like, go to the bed? We got 2 animal beds here. Wait, who the heck are you? Oh! Right, I have a cat. There you go. Get to bed so we can treat your plague. Alright, I'm gonna... There you go. There you go. It took you a while to figure it out, but you finally got there. Alright, Chris. Get to tending the Thrumbo. Yes, thank you so much for that, Burning Sun. That's almost 4 years, but sub the channel. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Kicking us over to Tier 2. Hype Train. What in God's name is going on, Randy? You just got a Waster raid that spawned in the Flesh Heart and then immediately doomsdayed themselves. Oh yeah, no, if the Flesh Heart takes over most of the map, it doesn't know what to do with that. Alright, so this is the kind of raid that we died to last time. I'm not seeing a Yetkin in this one. But we're also, honestly, better situated than we were on the last one. Because I actually have a shooting specialist and all that. You're attacking immediately, right? Like, I didn't misread that? No, they're going to prepare. That's even better. That means we can bully them. What's up, Major threats less than a quantum?
Lum, 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 lum.
And thank you, Senja Cookie, for 100 biddies. I appreciate that as well. Okay. Now we're getting a lot of hits in there and soften a bunch of them up. Oh yeah, that's like honestly the best you can hope for is not even kill a bunch of them, just really soften up a bunch of different ones. It just means when they finally do attack, they're moving slow, they can't hit as hard. Why haven't you aggroed me? I've dropped like 3 of your people. There you go, you figured it out. I was gonna say, I felt pretty confident that they were gonna quit the fight here in a second. Alright. So, do we have any winners? Depressive? No. Teetotaler? No. Jealous? No. Quick sleep? Ah. You were so close to greatness. Quick sleep, body modder, incapable of dumb skilled labor or hauling. In other words, they can talk and they can bonk. That's what they bring to the table. And you're just wearing shirts and all that? Yeah, it's fine. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. Really do appreciate that. That's incredibly generous. Got a bunch of wake up, got a couple of clubs and all that. Nothing amazing. All right. So we did a good job with all that. Okay, so it's time to get these sorted. I'm gonna need to tell them to stop putting stuff in there. Shambler's approach. Are those shamblers gonna intercept them as they walk off? Is it just the 2? Alright, well, before we get all situated, we can just knock those shamblers down real fast and then I don't have to worry about them. New research available, draw shamblers. And thank you so much for pushing us up to a level 3 hype train. Would the pawn make a good melee specialist? Ooh, who was the one? No, they got a bad back. They even made that not really an option. Oh, there's a third one. I thought there's just a two. Okay. Alright, how are we doing on our Conquest recently? You're like, people died, and I'm really happy about it. Just, rival died the whole list. Oh, you're not one of the ones. Reason Conquest is almost maxed, so that's fine. Statue of Ethics desired. Oh, right. We can do art. So production, art bench. We'll get that plunked down here. Alright, and the thing I need to check is, according to this, we do pews, not the pillows. Which is not part of my plan. Now granted, if we go raiding more, we can get some good stuff. Don't need just a trace amount of corn and all that, though. Oh, that could just be left open as a door. There's nothing we have to worry about people taking here. Oh, hey, stop it. Do this. Don't do those anymore. We got actual tailoring. Save those materials. Can you reform? I don't believe so yet. No, we just did a reform. Right, and we haven't done our scarification yet. Yeah, we're still waiting for them to build that. Well, the whole thing was I was deliberately waiting so that we could build kneel pillows for all of the seats and all that, but it's looking like that's going to be a bust if we don't even use them. So bills, make the statue of, was it Ethics desired? Do until you have one. Clear that, only make it out of jade. Jade is the only acceptable material. And then after that, do forever. But only if you make it out of jade. We're mining some jade up here, so we should have plenty. I did have someone who could do art. Yeah, it was Krask. Yeah, you're the best artist. So let's have you quickly pop down here, and we're just gonna manually tell you to make it. We could change the priorities here. So drop all these down to 3. So that way art takes priority over the cooking. Yeah, we'll do it like that. And thank you so much for that hype train. I really do appreciate getting a hype train at level 3, 38% with 8 gifty subs and 200 biddies. Really means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. Granted, it says gifty subs, but some of those were just legit people subs. Like, to them directly subbing. The point being, thank you for the support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Alright, so we're going to just need to... You are Night Owl during the day. That is a life choice. Your father died. Well, and you're upset that we haven't done an execution, ate non-cannibal food, want cannibal meat. You're basically inconsolable is what I'm understanding here. Alright, so meanwhile, we need to start switching everyone's furniture over, so we're going to go ahead and get here to the granite. Waste... Ooh, okay. Normally I haven't been taking the waste packs very often, but you did offer me a legendary shield, or magic shield belt, so yep. Sold. You want to do what now? Dump a bunch of pollution on my map? Alright, so you, go grab that. And the waste packs are down here and disallowed. Just sit on the edge of the map and pollute the world. You apparently got that. Her mind. That's a weird one. I don't think it's bad. Just definitely a weird one. Your grandfather Rick died. Why are all of you suddenly being like, my family member died? A bunch of different people. Your grandparent Rick died. Your father died. Why is that you? It's something. Alright, so what I'm understanding now is the whole idea of doing these Neil pillows is going out the window. That's what I understand has occurred here. So we're just gonna go back to using wood chairs. It's fine. I held out hope. I had a dream. But for right now, we're just gonna slap a bunch of these down. And then once we get this altar thing built, we can then... You probably won't build it because you're not the right ideology, right? Yep. Okay. Begin blade rip of that. You're gonna want a lectern, you're gonna want pews, you're gonna an altar. Okay. So let's go here and say ideology. Material wise, we can make it a grand as well. Actually, we'll get rid of that one. 2 pews, and then... a lectern. It's fine. Because then we'll start working everyone through getting Scarify and all that. Would it be okay if you repost your question for earlier? Totally enough that, it's only enough if someone from chat likes to answer. Oh, yeah, no, you can absolutely re-ask the question. I missed it. Yeah, no, never, you don't have to worry about reposting a question, like if just, you know, it gets lost in the noise kind of thing, you know, when chat starts going away. That's never an issue. Unless it's obvious, like I've made a point to, like, kind of deliberately not answer it kind of thing, but that I don't, like, I'm not going to just quietly be, like, ignoring it or whatever. I'll usually be like, hey, I'm not going to answer that or something like that. Can a Sight Stealer explain what Sight Stealer are? You've never seen them show up? They come with a creepy joiner. You barely know what those are. Get killed, right? Yeah, so Sight Stealers are the weakest anomaly enemy. That basically their whole gimmick is you can't see them until you're close to you. And so, like, you'll realize they're there, but not how bad it is, so you can't really gauge the scale of the threat very easily. But they're a pretty soft enemy that just runs up. They get revealed when they're nearby and they attack you. But they can show up on their own just randomly too. Usually what'll happen is the very first one they'll show up, it'll just be a couple of them, but then you'll get a bunch of them the next wave. And so they kind of catch you out by yourself if you're like ignore the threat. Even with a creepy joiner, when you attack them, like one will come after you from the creepy joiner. And then again, sometimes it will scream and then a whole bunch of them will show up either immediately after or shortly after. But their big threat is that they're invisible, so you can't, like, you don't know if 5 showed up or 20 showed up. So you kind of have to just, hunker down a little bit, wait till you know they're outside, and, like, decide if you want to pop the door and fight it. Wait till something shows up for them to attack. You get the idea. Yeah, they're not that bad. It's mostly when one shows up, deal with it. If it does the scream, go into your defensive position, like go inside your enclosed area, wait, because that's one thing, you can actually zoom your camera in, and if there's a sight stealer out there, it'll actually make noise if you listen very carefully. So you can kind of listen for when they're out there, and again, make your decision. Do you just want to fight them straight up? Just kind of hunker down until, Trade Caravan comes out and see how they hold up. Get a gauge for what you're in for. Alright, that might be one more conversion. Might have Lunar flipped. You hear the noise better when you zoom in? Yeah. That's true of a lot of stuff. You could find something. Yeah. It actually does have positional camera where you zoom in. It could be one of those things that some like the rituals will have, music that people get annoyed with. Or like when the people are playing the instruments, some people won't like it, so you can zoom out and you won't hear the instrument anymore. Or if you want to hear it, you can zoom in, you get the idea. Yeah, so that's not our ideology, so we're gonna ignore that. Yeah, so Pretzel here is upset because their grandfather died. But they are happy because they had a thing. Kind words. You've been bestowed with kind words. What a nice person. Who dared do that? Oh, you complimented Kraisk's facial hair. And, you had a positive. And then you also got nuzzled by the cat, which made you slightly happier. Nuzzled. Alright, so it's still going to be 2 days. We're going to need to get this scarifying going. So we can wait to begin the party of theft. You too get a mood boost when you get nuzzled by a cat. I mean, that's fair. So far, we managed to keep the cat alive and with us, which is not not a minor thing. Ooh, rare thrombos. And we don't have anyone doing inspired taming. So for our handler, Grace, I want you to drop whatever you're doing and try and tame those thrombo. We got a female thrombo, we want a male thrombo. Oh, they're both male. That's actually about as convenient as we can get. Because we can get a pair of them, we can, build a thrombo army. Only 1.5% chance per tame. You think you have to admit defeat in the fact that you're never going to get your frames per second back? I mean, you just have to defeat the heart, which, you know, obviously is easier said than done. But, it's just kind of one of those things. Two more friendly defense raids when you killed the flesh heart, yeah. Aww. Randall Thor sharing an adorable cat emote. Cat getting the pets. Cat gets the pats. Oh, we did get the... Did you not make the first one? Oh, you require 400 material to make. All right, so I'm gonna probably have to settle that you're gonna be something other, like you're gonna be some other material. I miss that this is a big old chunker so far as all the material it takes. You can be wood, it's fine. Cato get Pato? Yep. Gotta do it. Them's the rules. As decreed by Cat. So link, storage, wood, no. Steel, no. Pets must pet. It's in the name. Yep. Veterinary silicon. We'll deal with that later. We're slowly getting that sorted. Because then we're going to need to go through and start scarifying everyone. And we're working on this as well. So we got a normal quality statue. That is unacceptable, sir. I demand greatness. So take your normal statue and scrap it. And a whole bunch of, like, pet emotes coming all out and all that. How big is the statue gonna be? Wait, is that just a wooden grand statue? Wait, did we choose the wrong thing? No, it's a statue of ethics. That's fine. Yeah, once we get the lectern done, we'll go ahead and get this process started. And we'll just make it a point that we're going to scarify one person probably each day until everyone's caught up. Now, how are you doing? So you're going to try to escape once every 5.7 years because you are missing a lot of your parts. Okay. Now, I'm going to have to decide where I'm actually building the ship. Because wherever I build the ship, it is at risk of being stolen. And I could build it in here. Honestly, let's get rid of this area. We can reinstall it to be roughly here. That is going to limit where I can put it, but we can start putting the floor down, and when I start taking over areas, it can be a thing. Okay, so we'll start by plonking all this down. Okay, so we got the lectern. Monolith site progress. Parker Lewis has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit of psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where or what it connects to. Parker Lewis is convinced that by studying more anomalous entities, he can find a way to close the conduit, or learn to harness its power. Yep, so it's going to give us more knowledge. Love to see it. Begin the party of theft. It was a boring party of theft. No problem. Okay, so we don't have the pews or the altars, and the moral guide is the one actually being cut, so they unfortunately don't count. We have, it's basically a 50-50 chance whether it's a positive or a negative experience, but that's okay. We're gonna just do it anyways. And this is because we are pain is a virtue, so we do have a requirement for scarification, where if I don't have it, it's a -1 penalty. If I do have it, it's a +1 bonus. Alright, so you scarred their leg. And a boring scarification. And we're going to follow that up by trying to do conversion. Ah, one more. They're at 2.2. Because we keep working on this stuff. And we're definitely going to need to de-age our people. The Alion's going to be the first one. I think they're already 58. Maybe 59? Yeah, 59. So we got to de-age them. We're risking bad back and frail and all that garbage. We've got the whole thing here about doing all that. Meeting with Lancer. You want peace talks. And deleted. Peace talks. Sir, do you know what we're about to do? Ashcount Squeaker. All the adorable animal pictures. All right, and it's a new day. So once we see people not eating here, we'll do the next scarification. Okay, next scarification's up. So this one, we've got about a 70% chance of a positive outcome. You like Cat Squeaker? Your friend made an emote for you? Gotcha. Well, sorry to, a cat passed away and all that, but it's cool to have the emote. All right. And spectacular! Yay! So that is our daily scarification we've got going on. And our storage is, needless to say, getting very full. Let's see, after half an hour of FPS annihilating shenanigans, you think Randy finally gave up trying to make your CPU catch fire. Yeah, no, we had one, I forget the name of the map is. It's where you have, like, the whole mountainy area and you've got, like, one path from the mountain in and out. And we had walled off, like, the far out part of the path. And we had the issue where the heart appeared down there, And it ended up with like 3 of the toxic or the acid spitters like really kind of bunched up on the far end. And it just became this whole big colossal problem that I just really didn't have a good way of pushing past all the acid to get, like pushing past all the acid spit to get anywhere. And it couldn't push into the base. It kind of like walled and filled up the area. And it was a whole big thing that raids would show up and they couldn't do anything because they couldn't spawn in there. Trade caravans would show up and get immediately murdered. And it became this whole thing where I'd push in and I'd barely make progress. I'd finally destroy one of the things and have to back off because we just got chipped away at. And then when I finally did that, it would just overtake the entire area and take it back. It was just such a rough thing. You got some of your colonists to train medical, removing limbs and organs. Not sure if 10 highest skill is worth it to steal from a shard. Chronophagi would be your oldest. Generally, for me personally, I usually want higher than 10. Because it's kind of like the different, like kind of, you know, taking half of it so you're not going to get that much. Now, there's certain arguments you made, like if you had no doctor and there's a person that has 10 medical, yeah, that's probably worth it. But, you know... it just ends up being a whole thing. Alright, so everyone woke up again, which means it's time for another scarification. Now, downside is we're obviously losing like 2 hours, 3 hours worth of productivity every single day on all of my colonists doing this. But this is one of those things that it's going to give us all a mood bonus. It's going to be worth it in the long run. And a satisfying one. Excellent. How are we doing on needing to do another conquest? We're doing okay. We probably should do it soon. Ugh, peace talks. Gross. Oh, we actually won't be able to do that because that's going to run out. Peace talks. Disgusting. Just put a colonist to 14-year-old before you rip the prisoner's brain out. Let's see. Should you just put a colonist to 14 years old before you rip the prisoner's brain out? I mean, yeah, you can de-age your person. I don't know what you mean by rip their brain out, though. Unless you're doing a mod or something that lets you remove brains. Oh, for Mechanator. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, I would potentially de-age and do all that stuff. Mech High Course. Yeah, no, it's... I rarely run Mechanator. My usual comment about is Mechanator is cool, it's very powerful and all that. But for me, the interactions between the pawns is one of the big draws to the game. And when you have a heavy leaning on the Mechanator, you just don't have like social fighting or breaks and all that kind of stuff. You have chill mechs who are just going to chill mech and spit out pollution. As they do. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to having electricity done. Got more jade up there. For right now, the steel's doing fine. I will queue them up to mine that, because that's the one we had been mining. And we're starting to actually use that steel, little by little. I can't do too much, though, until we get our grav ship stuff researched. Because without that, I can't put the grav ship walls up, or the engines, or the console, or anything like that. Okay. There's a medicine way out there. Alright. And we're slowly getting bioferrite. And we're almost done, like, just maxing out that storage room. Void curiosity, don't care. Yeah, I was thinking, like, let's see, you really feel like stealing is only worth what's past 12? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is like when you start hitting like 12, 13, 14 or higher, it's worth it. The thing you also have to watch is that it's that high without considering, like, without factoring in the xenotype. So if you have like Neanderthal where they've got a big bonus to their melee, you got to look at the melee and like subtract that from their melee, because that's what you're actually going to get. Alright, and that should be that whole room done. And electricity and smithing is next. I can live with that. Convert them. Finally converted. Okay, so the next time we will use a conversion ritual to try and just fully convert someone in one. Take the ambrosia and the wake up. We apparently have a lot of that from that one raid. You have another gross normal quality statue that you should be ashamed of. I'm sorry, wait, what? I said what I said. You've got... Yeah, I'll take the pemmican just because. You just had a macabre idea. Vat-grown children, used for rip scanning. It's probably a very inefficient way of doing it. Those are the kinds of things that come up, and you're like, why are you doing it this way? And you're like, because suffering. Oh, okay, I guess that checks out. And you're getting close to done with that. How are you doing on your needs? You'll need to sleep. You're using the skip abduction? Yeah, that's what I usually did, is I would skip abduct, and then, based on what I got, and make decisions. Alright. Okay, so it's a boring one, don't care. So, mysterious cargo, and you're willing to give me specialized limb. Deal. And what are you giving me? Mysterious cargo? Alright, it is the cube, so you are going to very immediately haul that cube back home. Secret compound mission. Quest completed. Okay, it's been dropped off, so we're going to immediately go and form a caravan. Step away, except it doesn't matter who. Sure. And then the only thing you're going to worry about bringing is just grab the cube. Grab the cube and get it the hell out of this place. Alright, now we got you and items. You drop the cube, it's gone forever, go home. Because that golden cube will ruin a colony. Now, someone is going to have an obsession with it. It'll be just mild for now. Yeah, so... Gilgamesh, they're going to eventually go comatose for a couple of days because of the golden cube. Like, that cube will wreck a colony. Alright, so we have an attack immediately of 8 people. And they're all melee. I'm assuming Neanderthals? No, impids. Okay, that's not super expected, but alright. Let's drop back farther so you can group up. I'm gonna pop that because the cooldown's nice and short. They're just all bullying you. Like, everyone else is fine. They're just like, nope, gonna keep breathing fire on this one. Just again and again, more fire, more fire. Okay. Bio. I don't want an impid. Depressive is a terrible trait. Alright, Winson? Yeah, we're doing pretty good. That's a lot of crops. You like it? Oh, did we... The other Thrombos are gone already by now, right? Yeah, we didn't manage to tame them. Yeah, not too worried about it. If it sits outside, it rots. Was a lover killed? I didn't even look. Innocent animal killed. Oh, that's just because you have your thing there. I just accept relationships in those things as a permanent just negative thing. They just happen. We'll change that to not be made out of wood. Make it granite as well. Or actually, we'll make it slate. All right. Yeah, so you just got a bunch of burns on you all over. Disease, infection on you, so health, we'll go ahead and slap it with the good stuff. Waste pack infestation. We're gonna go zones. Oh yeah, look at that pollution spread. So zones. So I got safe zone here. I got the outside zone. I'm gonna copy you out. Expand you to include this. And then we can go to our zones here. And that one, we're going to say, do not go down here. And then schedule, assign everyone to Area 1. And then we're going to go to our zones. We're going to rename that zone to be Danger. Cool. On to Animals. Danger. Mad Alpaca. That alpaca's doing a good job at not dying. Considering all the bonuses and everything we got going on. Alright. And I need you to give me a new target, friends. Yep, RimWorld. That is the name of the game. Your second favorite war crime simulator? Yeah, there is multiple games that do fit the title of war crime simulator. Alright, so let's start going in here and go bow. No bows. Tainted apparel, make sure that doesn't go in there. Bio-coded. Do not allow bio-coded. It shouldn't be allowing steel anymore. There's still a bunch in there from earlier, but that's fine. We'll slowly work through it. What's there first? Don't know. Hasn't said. Because there's a lot of games that let you commit war crimes. Like, you gotta keep in mind, there's the obvious war crimes that a lot of people think of, you know, stuff involving children and all that. But then there's just, like, much littler ones, like, did you use a red cross symbol on something? Well, you're not allowed to do that. That's reserved for war medics. That kind of thing. So any use of that symbol outside of that use case is considered a war crime. So then you also have stuff like where you put down traps and you don't mark them. So like if you don't go in an area and be like, hey, be careful, we have pit traps here. The first is Stellaris. Yeah, no, Stellaris you can do some pretty awful things. But yeah, so it's like there's a lot of stuff that can be pretty obscure that it's like, no, actually that's you think about it and you understand, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, so anytime you put like the pit traps and the landmines. Let's see, Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are the foremost ones for you. Shooter games are whatever. They don't feel as a war crime telling your colonists to commit it. Yeah, Stellaris makes sense. Yep. Yeah, no, Stellaris makes sense. You can do some pretty horrific things in Stellaris. Or spies posing to be war medics. There's an explicit exception for those. Yeah. You think it was Animal Crossing that broke the Red Cross rule? I don't know about Animal Crossing. I know Prison Architect did, because they used to always have their like regular podcast kind of thing. And that was one of those things they were talking about, that they're having a discussion with, I can't remember what charity they're raising money for. And they're like, you know you're committing a war crime, right? And he's like, what? It's like, yeah, you're using the red medical symbol. You're not allowed to do that. And they're like, oh, we're apparently war criminals. Now, obviously, to be actually considered a war criminal, you have to be found guilty and yada yada. But the point was more, it's like, yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Don't do that. Now, granted, usually with that kind of stuff, it's not like suddenly, you know, a black van pulls up and a bunch of law enforcement come out and like grab you and drag you into the vehicle and drive you off or anything like that. It's usually one of those things that are generally like, hey, you're not supposed to do that. Could you not do that? And all you have to do to be in compliance is like change it from red to green. It's literally just being the red cross pattern over stuff. That's the issue. Or instead of using the cross, use like the serpent and the staff medical symbol or whatever. The point is that one specific symbol, exactly as it's presented there, you're not supposed to do. All right. So we're looking at about 20% chance of instantly converting this person. So we would really like this to succeed. Because they are steadfast. So if it's anything but a masterful, it basically isn't meaningful progress. Yeah, the Staff of Hippocrates. Ineffective. Cool. Well, in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and get people scarred. Is it scarring you a second time? I mean, I'm okay with that. We're going to need 5 of them on each person by the time we're done. You are being attacked immediately, and they're being dropped from all over. So for the moment, we're going to keep everyone chill in here. Okay, so we're packing some short-range heat. We're going to go ahead and cancel this. Oh, there it goes. I was like, I'd like the window to go away. Stog here is about to have a bad time. Right now, you stay in the safe cover. Alright, we're gonna start working our way around. Okay, maybe we don't have you run up like that. Okay, you go to the one with the grenades back there. All right. So, let's see what we got laying around here. We didn't down anyone without just straight up killing them. Most of these weapons we're seeing, not really an exciting change. Alright, so order, allow. Let's see. Google failed me. What a terrible autocorrect. EMI Dynamo for pay. I actually don't care about that, so we can just not worry about it. What I need, though, is I need a target we can actually go and do a conquest on. Because I'm a little scared of rolling into an actual proper colony of one of the other factions with just walking on the side of the map and hoping for the best. You got some bruises. Okay, we're gonna give everyone a chance to wake up, do their self-care, all that stuff. And then we'll do another scarification. Who's missing their scars, by the way? You're not of the ideology yet. Lunar is, because Lunar was converted. Okay, so you're going to be... Oh, yeah, Lunar is the target. Yeah. Hey, Elspeth, how's it going? Alright. And it was boring, but it doesn't matter because now Lunar has a bonus for being scarified. Radiant Jury Morning? Yeah, it happens. Alright, so meanwhile, we're going to work on converting Kraysk. Little by little. Alpaca wouldn't be a terrible animal to bring into the fold, but... Okay. So, deconstruct Lunar's bed. Deconstruct yours. Deconstruct Pretzel. Apple isn't converted. Deconstruct Illy. Deconstruct De Leon. Deconstruct Parker. Deconstruct yours. Getting all our granite slab beds. Get those all handled. Alright, we're slowly getting that. I want to say these just give comfort, right? Which we don't actually want, as pain is virtue and all that. Because we no longer have a comfort need at all. We need to get you a better weapon. Alright, grab some more ambrosia. You got your thing going. Okay, so we finally got the Statue of Ethics. That's going to be a little bit annoying, but that's okay. And then they're going to complain because we don't have the room floored, which they're working on. Oh no, they're not complaining about it. Hey, that's one less thing you got to worry about. It's just a weird statue. Alright, just like that, we got all our slabs. It's another normal quality statue to be destroyed. What's the art in the statue? On the statue is a depiction of an army roaring in victory. Thousands of hamsters flee the area. The triangular structure of the image almost conflicts with its cubist style. As an interesting contrast, the staring head of a young archer watches over it all. This artwork tells the story of an assault on Kraysk's township on December 14th, 5500. Okay, so we're getting to the point that we are going to start taking a penalty for recent conquest, but we've not had a work camp or anything show up. So if it gets worse, we might actually have to take a move after the Impids themselves, and that's a pretty dangerous prospect to hit one of their main colonies, especially when we don't have like. Okay, I say we don't have body armor. We actually have one person who stole some recon armor and one person who got some marine armor, but otherwise, no body armor. And with that, we've got a farming camp. It's almost like they're listening. Okay, so they got 12 people and almost 3,000 tox potatoes. Okay, we will send our party out there to get it, but we're bringing almost everybody. Apple, you're gonna stay behind. This is gonna be a major fight, so I want everyone who we can spare over there. Let's get you out of here as fast as we can. Now, they're probably going to be packing guns and all that. So the good news is we could catch some firearms, but the bad news is that's going to be potentially a fight, which is a reason why we're bringing a lot. Our caravan was ambushed. Not by a group of just 3 monkeys. Okay, Leon almost did everything themselves. Almost, not quite. It was real close. 2,800 tox potatoes. Cool. I'm probably literally going to leave them there. We're just going here because we have demands for violence. And we're going to be unhappy until we fulfill those demands. Let the ores in the thrombo eat them? It's true, I just don't have anywhere to store them. Okay, no sentry guns. There's 12 people packed in here, probably in this building. They only have 2 bows, so it's almost exclusively melee. This could potentially work out because I could potentially sit back here and chip away at them. We're not going to be able to bottleneck them realistically. They'd have to run into one of their buildings, and that's kind of a fat chance on that one. Alright, let's grab all you. Mushu right here. Grab the melee here. That should get us close enough that we can start popping shots at them. They're probably going to aggro onto us relatively quickly. We're going to pop our accuracy bonus. And we're going to miss all of our shots, so don't worry about it. Alright, we're going to step a little bit farther forward. Can I throw the fast melee? No, I'd rather stand back and... Okay, so they're coming at us fast. We do have the accuracy bonus, so we're going to knock them pretty quick. Okay, and what do we got here? Maskus, Cannibal, Great Memory, Trigger, Happy, and Kind with Medical. I mean, I don't really need more colonists. I really don't need more colonists right now. Oh, wait. We got a problem. We got a problem. There's a huntsman, and he's not dead. It has to be dealt with. We cannot let huntsmen be around. There. We fixed it. It's better. Huntsman has been taken care of, chat. Don't worry. We just walked up, and we casually crushed their torso. Why is that? Oh, because you absolutely have to stop Huntsman. Huntsman will 100% ensure the downfall of your colony otherwise. Alright, so... Tazbul. You're trigger-happy and kind and can do plants and medical. I really don't feel like I should be taking on an art colonist. Pemmican, Tox Potatoes. Take the smoke leaf just because. So, I could take them. That's certainly a thing I could do. They're a medical, and that's a really strong really big reason to bring them. I don't have a prison anymore. I'm gonna leave them. Honestly, like me needing to set up a brand new prison, that was the decider. They're gone. They can't hurt us anymore. We stopped Huntsman, and that's the important part. Yes, exactly. You must murder all the Huntsmen, you must save all the Snoots. Even if you get Huntsman, and it's like, very neurotic, industrious jogger, or something ridiculous like that, you must not fall for it. Huntsman will betray you. And for those who aren't catching, this is a meme. There is not a mechanic where it betrays. It's just become a thing in the RimWorld community that we got Mortal Smurf has had multiple runs back to back that Huntsman joined the colony and just destroyed the colony from within. And it was just like, no, I understand. Huntsman is the enemy. And what do you do with 2K Tox Potatoes? Honestly, I don't know. Leave them on the ground and let them rot. Like, it's one thing if I was short on food, but I already have 2,000 raw food in my I says fridge. In my storage room, it's not a fridge. So I really don't need them. Do you mind jumped to Huntsman, hunting down all the wild animals on the map as they pass through ecological disaster? No, it's just like stuff, you know, like Huntsman betraying, going murder on the colony kind of thing, stuff like that. Just all sorts of things, just waiting to like the critical moment in a colony and just immediately having just the perfect break to ruin it. So this is critical for books and schematics. For the research bonus. Alright. Oh, animals. Honestly, let's keep the Thrumbo locked outside. So it doesn't eat our crops. It can eat all the grass and trees and crap out there at once. And haul the many corpses to the corpse pile. Alright, so we're working on converting Trace now. We're gonna have the Devil Strand on this map too. Yeah, so that'll be smithing. That'll finally let me get helmets. So I can go to this bench. We're gonna go ahead and remove the bowler hats because we're gonna be switching over to helmets. Invent a potato gun to shoot tox potatoes. But the funniest moment you had in RimWorld was someone deciding to go insulting spree the cybernetically enhanced psychopath vampire, who responded by turning around and then ripping their heart out in a single hit. Right when biotech dropped, we did a couple sanguiphage run. I had one run where the sanguiphage ended up having 3 different breaks, and it was like back to back to back. All 3 of them got into a fight with someone else. Not a murderous rage, just a fight, and ended up decapitating them. Because it was, like 16, 17, 18 melee with like a legendary quality sword or whatever. It would just run up and just immediately decapitate the person. Just like, come on, man. What do you want me to do about it? Alright, we're getting bioferrite fuel, so that's really good. Alright, so production. Fueled smithy. Let's just smash mechs. We'll take that. If we get mechs, we can rebuild it. Alright. It's weird having a plasteel club just because they gave it to us. Yeah, honestly, the Thrumbo's doing a good job of just slowly taking one body after the other and just dumping it out in the water. Yeah, but the big thing we're waiting for right now is the basic GravTech. They got people working on that researching. Doing their best. And yet another normal quality statue. Chris cannot help but, despite their 11 skill, make nothing but just purely adequate statues. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Inadequate is not acceptable. You have slate brick. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong pawns. I was like, why are they doing that? Right, is the crafters. Alright, so bills add make simple helmet do until you have one of at least 80% quality. And honestly, that's all I want you to do with that for now. You make helmets. It's what you do. How did the scarring, how did it go with the scarring gang? This is a new one. The other one, we misplayed a fight. Well, I mean, it was misplayed and got caught by surprise. That basically, if you imagine here, got a group of like 12 whatever number of melee pawns coming in. So I brought all my ranged out here with the door left open. And what I didn't realize is I had a Mega Sloth here, and there's one Yatkin in the group. It ran down, did the battle cry in the Mega Sloth, which was off camera, so I didn't see it. And so the plan was to, whittle them down a little bit, drop in here, put my melee there, have my range behind, and then hit them. But the Mega Sloth ran up here, got right there, and I barely managed to get my one of my pawns to kind of encounter it on this side. So my retreat path was kind of blocked by this Mega Sloth. So they did a good flanking maneuver on me where I probably could, like I said, I probably could have had where the melee one here is run my range down there and taken down the Mega Sloth. But it's kind of one of those things running past its melee path I just didn't do. So we just tried to outshoot the melee, and that wasn't even remotely close. And I don't think we could have run away, because we had a child in our group who would have been too slow and gotten overwhelmed, and I think we had a couple people had enough injuries at that point that it would have been just getting 1 or 2 people picked off here and there. Why do I not see the scarification ritual? Eh? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's everyone who can accept a scar already has one. So I guess I'd have to wait till someone else is eligible. That's interesting. Alright, there goes the cube withdrawal, starting to get to be a problem. That'll eventually knock him out. 'Cause, 'em 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 out. 'Cause, ' And another normal quality statue. Come on, man. You've got 11 crafting. It's understandable you make a normal one or two, but like that's like number 4 or 5. Okay, and you got the helmet there. They'll slowly work at getting everyone switched over to their helmets and all that. What we're going to go ahead and say is no tox potatoes in here. I don't actually want the tox potatoes. I've got more than enough food. Leave them somewhere else. So we can sit there and say tox potatoes can go out here. I'm not going to be trying to keep them. I'd rather keep that storage room full for stuff I actually want and just get a little tox potatoes out of the way. We weren't going over there because we wanted the tox potatoes. It's because it had been too long since we had tasted violence and it had to be corrected. All right. You still got a mediocre bedroom. We don't need the tree. And people are out hunting again. That's good. Because we got to keep that cat fed. And the cat demands meat. If nothing died for it, the cat is uninterested. Okay, alright, we do have you set up to burn apparel, so as the stuff gets worn out, it gets toasted. Oh. I guess you do have that as an option. I mean, you're at 8, so I'm perfectly okay with that. Shoot Frenzy. Right, we still want to get our melee specialist, and most likely it'll ultimately be they Leon. It's a matter of getting someone that is a dedicated mining person to swap in. Because the dedicated melee person isn't quite as amazing as the dedicated shooting person. So it gives them a higher chance of dodge and a higher chance of hit, but the special ability is they go Berserker Rage. Which does mean they'll just keep, you know, you lose control of them, they just violently attack anything that gets nearby for like 4 in-game hours or until they're downed. Which can be useful when you're like blocking up a corridor and you know they're gonna stick to it, but... Oh, cool. Grav ship is coming up. Alright, so I think with this one... Go ahead and move that forward. I'm gonna try and make it a really long ship since I got room to work with on this one. I don't really mind about getting in there. Did you not get the last of the Gravlite panels? Oh, they're just still laying on the ground because there's no room in storage. That's fine, they'll get there. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and have you convert Kraysk again. Yeah, you're knocking off like 28% to go. Alright, so. We do have uranium. Mech cluster. With an auto mortar. And lots. And lots. And lots of turrets. And I don't remotely have the tech to make smoke grenade launchers. The countdown is it comes online in 2 days. Now, it's only going to spit out pikemen. I can get close enough that these can't hurt us. Like, we could duck in here and take out those two and then go for the mortars. But enough bugs? No. It's like one mega spider and a handful of littler ones. Inspired taming. How is our Thrumbo doing? Our Thrumbo is set up where they could do it. So we could run the Thrumbo in on this. But unfortunately, there's really not much in cover. Alright, so we got options. One option is I could put a wall up here to try and give myself a little bit of cover. But there's really no cover anywhere around that, so outside of getting the wall close enough, I don't see a way that we can get an angle on this where we're not getting shot at as well. There's no way we can get a mortar up and running right now. We can't call for help. Do we have any quests we can trigger raids with? I don't think we do. Not really. And we don't have any rituals we can do. Because that mortar has to go. Like, I can't ignore it. That mortar will just keep killing us and killing us and killing us. I'm honestly thinking, like, genuinely the strategy I'm going to try to employ. Yeah, so I think the strategy we're going to employ is we're going to get the Thrumbo to throw in there just to grab it. And then meanwhile, Leon is going to just try and run down into this disaster. Medium Psychic Drone. Well, that is not convenient timing. Alright, for right now, just so you don't go inside the things to trigger it early, we're going to try and wait for that Medium Psychic Drone to drop. But I do think we throw the Thrumbo in there heartily and just let it run in. Leon is going to follow up because they've got a Masterwork Shield Belt. And we're going to try and get them in this pocket right here to attack the Auto Mortar. And then just as they hit it, you know, move around and just try our best to stay... Because if the shield belt's up fully and that explodes, we should be okay. And so it might just literally be they just stand here, wait for their shield belt to come up, destroy one of those, stand there, wait for the shield belt to come up, destroy the next one, that kind of thing. But we need the Thrumbo to grab the attention of the gun so we can get people into position. Yeah, I got a Fire Foam Popper, and I also have the thing where you can boost our accuracy. We don't have anything to, like, really grab a lot of attention. Alright, Bloody Ship. Okay, that's fair. So we're doing a whole thing around, like, being unsolicited, being unwelcome solicitors and all that. So we're looking for a name of a ship to be appropriate for just people rolling in the neighborhood and knocking on your door. Ding Dong Ditch? Why? Okay. Yeah, no, so we're going with, like, the theme of, like, the unwelcome solicitors. So we have, like, the solar panel people, the aluminum siding people, you know, knock knock FBI. Postal services? One moment, please. Tarkova's witnesses? Door knockers? Sure. We'll go with door knockers for now. We can change the name of the ship later. Alright, so we're trying to wait for the psychic drone to ease up. Yeah, no, I was thinking something the same thing of, like... Yeah, so if you missed, so we've got our people here. So we've got Leon, who is the solar salesman. We got Appalord, who's the prolicizer. We got Illyspid, who's car insurance. We got Parker, who is car warranty. We got Pretzel, who's aluminum siding. We got Gilmaid, who is the window salesman. We've got Lunar, who is the handyman services. And then, oh, actually, Kraysk hasn't had their stuff set. We'll deal with yours. Just Girl Scouts. Granted, you're usually welcoming of them showing up. Alright, so we sat there and just did the research. Okay. Skip abduction. And then there's the GravTech stuff is going. Alright, so we have the rain going. It would be good if we can manage to roll in there while the rain's still going. Do we have an Avon calling yet? We do not have Avon yet, but that should be one we get going pretty soon. Because Avon is a one. Granted, is Avon even relevant anymore? Because that used to be a whole big thing, was that, you know, Avon would do their whole thing. But I think a lot of that stuff kind of went away. Like, I'm sure they still exist as a company. But, like, surprisingly, like, Tupperware is basically gone. Tupperware had their headquarters here in Central Florida, and they actually shut it down. They just haven't been able to compete. Because, you know, Tupperware was, like, the nicer containers and all that. But they just couldn't compete with, like, going to your local supermarket and getting a thing of, like, 20 containers for, like, $5 or whatever it is, versus spending $10 on a Tupperware container that, you know, holds up for a lot longer or whatever. You know, when you could buy a big bunch of them, who cares? So they haven't managed to stay relevant, and I think I don't know if they've actually gone bankrupt or out of business, but I know they shut their headquarters down. Back in 2007, your boss got visits from her Avon lady at work. So at least somewhat. And then you lose the lids, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that was the thing, like, in a lot of ways, Avon, it wasn't even them showing up at your door as, like, the big thing. A lot of the time, it was having your Avon party, and then getting people to show up, to then convince them to get involved in Avon, and all that, and it was a whole racket. Alright. So what is your range? This, we might not all be coming home from this one. I don't think there's a clean way we do this. I think what we end up doing is I think we just roll over here to the side. Because the problem is, I can't... No animals available. Okay. Because what I'm thinking happened is I need to be close enough to get the Thrumbo to go there. Oh, wait, you know what we can do? I can force the Thrumbo to lead in there. We can use this nonsense. We can go zone. New zone. Attack. Okay. Close area. We can even help it make sure we choose the right target. So we go here, attack zone. And we're going to go ahead and choose these ones. Alright, so. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't have EMP or smoke or the ability to do it because we are using random research, so we don't control our research. So I think what the idea is I'm going to get as close as I can with everybody, using these rocks for cover. There's a really good chance at least one person is going to get their heart or their brain blown out. And I just don't see a way that this goes... Oh, you put uranium door there. Now we're going to go here. Pilot console. We can get our planning real fast. Did something happen to the stream? Weird, like all my numbers in that got reset to stream, so I have no idea about anything. I'm assuming everything's still working. We're not disconnected. Weird. Oh, I see. I didn't realize you all got disconnected. It's weird. On my end, I don't show a disconnection or anything, so it must have been entirely on Twitch's side. I have a thing that gives me... How'd the attack go? It went perfectly fine. I realized I had a smoke pack on one of my people. I popped the smoke pack, and then I just shot. And the only one who took one hit is that pikeman got one hit into Kraysk. So I do apologize for people missing that. On my end, I didn't get any warning that the stream was down until, like, I saw your all messages pop in. Yeah, and that's weird. That's okay. And how are we doing on time? Alright. And Krask is, of course, our doctor. You're gonna put on self-10 just to get it done. Yeah, and that was the thing. Oh no, it's okay, so that's actually, that means the stream fully dropped. Yeah, no, it technically split that off into an entire another stream. That means pre-rolls and everything. Oh, that sucks. What that means is probably going to happen here in a minute is they're probably got the viewership drop by like 40-50% because of the people who got left behind. That is a big old bummer. That's weird, because on my, like I said, on my end, I don't show that we got disconnected at any point. There's no frames dropped or anything. So that's interesting, because normally when you have a drop, on my end, it'll be like, oh, you got disconnected, whatever. Like, it was just one of those things, I looked down to check out, like, the time, and it said stream had been going for 0 minutes and 0 viewers. And I'm like, okay, well, chat's still moving. What's happening? And that's when I noticed. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm sorry you missed the fight. There really wasn't much to see. It was literally, I just popped the smoke pack that I forgot I had, and then just stood there and shot them. At least at the end, so we'll be raiding soon. Yeah, that's what I think we're gonna end up doing. So normally I'd be going for like another 5-6 minutes. I snoozed the ad for as long as I could, but it's basically trying to do the beginning of stream ad and all that. So that's fine. We'll go find someone to raid and all that. I think it's a good time for it anyways. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. We will be raiding out to catch someone else playing RimWorld and all that. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host planned over there, but thank you for tuning in. But with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, because I would rather not deal with how it can get into your head when your viewers just drop off by like 2/3 because of the stream.